Chapter 5272. Xianxia was not surprised at all by such a situation. After all, the bone Rakshasa liked to use such means every time he did something, especially when it came to recruiting people. If you don't agree, you can just take action. In his words, if you don't agree to let me recruit you, then you will be my enemy in the future. Since you are my enemy, why be polite? Let's eliminate you first. He had to admit that the bone Rakshasa's words were quite useful. Indeed, it was equivalent to having one less enemy. He couldn't let you continue to grow. Xianxia was also quite casual about this. For example, it was the same at this time. However, he always felt that there was something wrong with this young man. The bone Rakshasa might have to take a big tumble this time. This guy is really not giving face to my white tiger bone mountain. He must want to be my enemy. Since he wants to be my enemy, I will just eliminate him. The bone Rakshasa snorted coldly. Such a situation was not surprising at all. However, it was quite surprising that someone could refuse the White Bone Mountain's recruitment. From the beginning to the end, he did not recruit many people. None of them dared to refuse. Unexpected. The White Bone Mountain's reputation was resounding. Yet, that person refused at this time. Naturally, it was a little interesting. The two experts immediately made their move. I can take this opportunity to see how strong this guy is. The bone Rakshasa did not care about it at all. He could also see how strong this guy was. It would be best if he could be killed. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. I always feel that this guy is a bit unfathomable. Xianxia said. The bone Rakshasa laughed. Don't worry. What can this guy do? It's not like you don't know the strength of my two people. They have late-stage eternal combat prowess, which is already very strong. Even the strongest person in a sect is only at the middle-stage eternal realm. They might not even have a late-stage eternal realm expert. Unlike my White Bone Mountain. When saying this, the bone Rakshasa still felt very smug. A loud rumbling sound could be heard from Lin Fei's side, and the thunderbolts exploded. Each of them was as thick as an arm and carried a particularly strong penetrative and destructive aura. This guy did not intend to let him go. This White Bones Mountain was truly tyrannical. Since they couldn't recruit him, they decided to make a move on him. Furthermore, they talked about a grand occasion right off the bat. What's more, it was even an eternal level treasure. If an ordinary eternal level powerhouse met such a person, they would definitely suffer a loss. Just like that, Lin Fei stood quietly under the lightning. It seems that even though I'm an honest person, I'm still being bullied by others. You guys really think that you can go around bullying people just because you're from White Bone Mountain? With a snort, Xianxia threw out a punch. This punch didn't have any fluctuations, but for the two of them, they instantly felt the aura of death envelop them. With a boom, the small space collapsed in an instant, and the two of them disappeared without a trace in an instant. Those with good eyesight could tell in an instant that the two of them were instantly annihilated after Lin Fei's punch was unleashed. In addition, the power of the void collapse had long since disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the treasure ship. He knew that someone must be observing him. It must be someone from White Bones Mountain. I'm just rushing along, yet I'm being attacked. It seems that I'm too easy to bully. Lin Fei snorted. Another punch. This punch directly smashed onto the treasured ship. Clatter, clatter. Countless treasure lights kept collapsing and collapsing. Even Xianxia and Bone Rakshasa, who were inside, instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, the treasure ship was sent flying by a force. It seems that the treasure ship is quite good. You can actually block my punch. Forget it. Since you can block my punch, I won't attack again. I hope that you can remember it next time. If you can't, I'll cripple you with one punch next time. A voice came from afar. However, Xianxia and Bone Rakshasa, who were inside the treasure ship, were shocked. A late-stage eternal expert was instantly annihilated. Even this incomparably powerful treasure ship was smashed down by a single punch. Countless array formations were broken, and in a short period of time, the treasured ship was severely damaged. Too terrifying. Chapter 5273. Just like that, Lin Fei left. He didn't care about what the people on the treasure ship would do. Anyway, He didn't use his full strength in that punch. He just wanted to test how strong the treasure ship was. He didn't expect it to be weaker than he had imagined. Of course, it could withstand his punch without collapsing. This treasure ship indeed had the capital to be proud of. It was definitely an eternal rank treasure. When it disappeared completely, there was no trace of it. Xianxia and Bone Rakshasa came out. Both of them were injured. Even the treasured armors they were wearing were the same. There were actually many cracks on them. In other words, the opponent's punch was very powerful. It was so powerful that it had penetrated their armor and bombarded their bodies. Just now, some of their followers had been killed by the punch. They couldn't believe it. I didn't expect that we would really encounter trouble this time. This guy is so strong. The strength of his punch is unfathomable. It can even shake the treasure ship. Xianxia knew it the best. In the past, the treasure ship had withstood the attacks of several eternal experts. However, it couldn't reach such a level of damage in such a short time. This was the first time that a single punch had caused such a thing to happen. They didn't doubt that if the treasure ship's grade was slightly lower, it would have been smashed by the punch. The most important thing was whether this guy had used his full strength. That was the key. If he had used his full strength, it would be a little scary but within a controllable range. However, if he hadn't used his full strength, that would be the scariest part. Bone Rakshas's face was covered in blood and she looked much paler. I lost this time. I didn't expect to misjudge and encounter such big trouble. Bone Rakshasa had been using this trick all the time. However, this time, she had suffered a huge setback. This young man was so fierce. If I'm not mistaken, I guess this young man went for the God-forging stone. If that's the case, it won't be so easy for everyone to get it this time. Xianxia looked into the distance. This direction could only mean that he had gone there. Bone Rakshas's face turned even uglier. This won't do. I have to report this to the higher-ups. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. I have to report this too. After Lin Fei left, he no longer paid attention to them. It was just that he did not expect that even the White Bone Mountain had begun to arrange for their disciples to travel. Perhaps there would be traces of the White Bone Mountain over there this time. With that mountain of bones, the House of God ordainment would be able to ascend to the sect of Immortals. Of course, it was unlikely that the Immortal sect would appear again. In any case, Lin Fei had to get his hands on this place. It would be a pity if he didn't. If he could strengthen the body of the Great Void Gate, then even his reincarnation primordial spirit could be strengthened. He still hadn't found a good way to refresh himself. If this God-forging stone was useful to him, then he wouldn't hold back. He hurried for a few more days. Lin Fei walked out from the depths of the void. As soon as he walked out, he found himself in a barren land. The deathly stillness was the main style of this place, and it gave off a sense of oppression. Even Lin Fei, with his powerful body, could feel the oppressive aura. One could tell that this place was indeed quite unusual. This should be the place. It is indeed barren. There is a natural pressure covering this place. It really isn't comfortable here, and not everyone can withstand it. Lin Fei observed for a while. Now that he knew what to do, he walked forward. He didn't have much information, but he knew that many people would definitely gather here. He didn't feel it yet. At the same time, he opened his heaven eye. Once he opened his heaven eye, it would be even more obvious if there was anyone hiding here. Even if he used it, it would be the same. He couldn't stop it at all. The deeper he went, the more the aura of the barren land became. It had a terrifying impact on his heart. This was a terrifying power that he didn't have before. In an instant, he seemed to have entered a terrifying environment. It had a huge impact on one's mind. An important person must have died here. After he died, his consciousness covered this area, which is why there is no life here at all. There are even terrifying negative emotions. Under the negative emotions, when he fought, he didn't have much fighting strength. Chapter 5274. This place was the famous heavenly terminus. After Lin Fei arrived here, he felt that this place was quite oppressive. It was completely different from what he had imagined. This was a rather unpleasant place. He felt that a great expert had died here. After the death of this expert, his resentment lingered for a long time, thus forming this kind of negative emotion. These negative emotions were also increasing, covering the entire area. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to resist them. In fact, one would be controlled by his negative emotions and become a walking corpse. On the way here, Lin Fei saw some walking corpses. These walking corpses were exceptionally strong. They were instantly controlled and lost their rationality. Even if they did, they were completely suppressed. At this time, they instantly attacked. As soon as they saw a living person here, they immediately attacked. Lin Fei was also attacked several times. However, these people's strength was average. They weren't worth mentioning at all. They were directly crushed. All the way to the deepest part, Lin Fei finally felt a few auras here. There were still many auras here. However, these people had all used their treasures to form a vacuum zone. In other words, the pressure here was still very heavy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left such a method here. When Lin Fei arrived here, he did indeed find several forces entrenched together. In the distance, there was a huge mountain. This mountain was different from what he had imagined. It was a black mountain. This black mountain was completely different from the black mountains he had seen before. At the very least, after Lin Fei saw it, he knew that this mountain was not ordinary. This mountain was completely sealed by seals. In other words, the God-forging stone that he wanted should have come from here. He didn't know how that person did it. Anyway, it might be a kind of coincidence. Now, there were many forces stationed in this area. They were divided into regions. At the very least, there were 6 regions that Lin Fei could see. These 6 regions seemed to have surrounded this mountain. Who are you? Get down here. No one is allowed to appear here. Anyone who violates will be killed. A cold voice instantly appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Follow. A black cold light shone in this area. It turned out that someone had made a move against him in that instant. It wasn't just one force that made a move against him. Instead, there were 6 forces that made a move against him. Furthermore, it was a long-range attack. In other words, they had listed the sky above this area as a no-fly zone. In that case, there was one thing that could be confirmed. The 6 forces should have reached an agreement on how to cooperate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move so easily. Lin Fei was not surprised by this. They had actually set their eyes on this piece of land. Naturally, he would not allow anyone else to participate. In the blink of an eye, those attacks had engulfed Lin Fei. The 6 forces below weren't surprised by this scene. They were all too familiar with this. Whenever someone came over, they would be directly beaten down by them. No one could come to this area without their permission. Not a single one of them. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. The others naturally had their reasons for being here. As for the others, they couldn't do it at all. They couldn't come here at all. He was one of those superfluous people. Superfluous people would naturally be killed if they came here. These attacks were really nothing to Lin Fei. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything to him. He easily withstood it. After withstanding it, Lin Fei directly landed in a place far away. This place was covered with a large number of stones. These stones were also very mysterious. They actually had a certain devouring ability. He just stood there. The others also noticed it. What surprised them was that there was someone who could withstand their attacks. Moreover, the 6 forces attacked together. In an instant, their thoughts were more or less the same. This was definitely an expert. An expert that couldn't be offended. They decisively didn't make another move. They knew better than anyone else that if they made a move at this time, it was very likely that they would be attacked by the other party. It would be fine if they didn't make a move now. There definitely wouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 5275. The attack just now wasn't very strong. It wasn't something that an ordinary Eternal Realm expert could withstand. Especially under the joint attack of the 6 forces, who could withstand it? Only some top-notch powerful existences would be able to withstand it. They knew something better than anyone else. This meant that this person was very likely to be a powerhouse. The most important thing was that they still couldn't see through the other party's strength. What kind of realm was that? Such people were the most difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the other party didn't attack again, which made them feel a little relieved. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this time, they would naturally know. This person couldn't be offended. Of course, there was another way, which was to try to rope him in. It would be best if they could rope him in. After Lin Fei landed, he didn't think too much about these people. How could he not know what they were thinking? Wasn't it because they couldn't see through him? This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. The more they couldn't see through him, the better. Of course, what he had to do now was quite simple. That was to carefully observe this black mountain. What was it like? At the very least, he didn't see any danger on this mountain. If there wasn't any danger, these people would never stay here. One could imagine what the situation was like. Lin Fei didn't make any move. They didn't make any moves on their side either. Everyone maintained a peaceful and indifferent scene. Unlike the others, Lin Fei directly opened his heavenly eye. His heavenly eye directly fell on the mountain. He could see it clearly. It was very specific. He saw the runes on the mountain. These runes were very inconspicuous, as if they were hidden. If anyone approached this mountain, they would be instantly attacked by this mountain. At this moment, he finally understood why these guys didn't go. Instead, they were moving around. There were many people digging some stones here. These stones were exactly the same as the stones that Lin Fei saw before. In other words, these stones were the so-called God-forged stones. If there were enough of these stones, they could improve one's body. In fact, Lin Fei could even tell that these 6 forces should be relatively strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. It seems like my luck is pretty good. They must have just occupied this area and reached an agreement. Ordinary forces will be killed as soon as they meet an expert like me. They will probably send experts over soon. Why didn't they enter this mountain? It must be because this mountain is full of dangers. They can only pick up these God-forging stones from the outside. The person being chased must be like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so many God-forging stones. Lin Fei felt that this explanation was perfect. If it was anything else, they could rely on each other. They weren't on the same level. He observed for half a day. After observing for a while, Lin Fei knew that this mountain was indeed quite dangerous. It possessed a certain degree of attack power, and these people were unable to excavate this stone. That's how it is. In fact, Lin Fei even saw several gaps in the mountain's surroundings. These gaps seemed to have been mined. He could see God-forging stones falling down, but no one dared to take them. They were probably worried that they would be in danger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in danger, they would have gone to take these things a long time ago. They wouldn't say that they waited until now. Well, Lin Fei's figure directly entered the vicinity of this mountain. As soon as he got close to the Black Mountain, he instantly felt a gravitational force crushing down. There was a loud rumbling sound. It was as if thousands of mountains were falling on his body. Before, Lin Fei didn't feel it, but now he completely felt it. He finally knew how dangerous this mountain was. He really couldn't look at it with ordinary eyes. If he looked at it with ordinary eyes, then congratulations. It's over. It wouldn't matter if it was anywhere else, but not here. The moment Lin Fei went out, they all noticed it. All of them were shocked. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. Is this person crazy? He's still approaching the mountain at this time. He's courting death. God-forging stones aren't that easy to dig. Chapter 5276. Indeed, many people felt that the guy who rushed out was definitely courting death. He didn't go anywhere else, but he actually ran to the mountain. One must know that even they suffered a big loss from this mountain. This caused them to lose many experts. Even now, they didn't dare to get close. It could only circulate endlessly in the outside world. That was the only way to avoid danger. But now, someone actually came directly. It really made them quite speechless. If this guy wasn't crazy, what else could it be? Lin Fei arrived in front of the mountain just like that. As soon as he came over, there was an endless pressure crushing down. It was indeed quite overbearing and quite fierce. Not everyone could withstand it. However, Lin Fei easily withstood it. So what if this thing was powerful? Didn't he still take it head-on? This time, he could feel the difference even more clearly. He got closer and closer to the mountain, and there were more and more God-forging stones here. At the same time, He also saw that the people in the dark had a strange look in their eyes. They were a little bit in disbelief. No way, this guy actually went over just like that. Oh my God, this is too impossible. This guy should be on the path of refining his body. His body is unbelievably strong. I can't believe it. It turns out that he really is an expert. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now. If we did, we would have suffered a big loss. Previously, they couldn't see through this guy. Now, they couldn't see through him. They could only say that his body was very strong. It was definitely a top eternal body. With every step he took, the pressure increased. But it also allowed Lin Fei to pick up a lot of God-forging stones. There were big and small God-forging stones. They were very special. Every time he picked up a piece, he was completely surprised. At the same time, he refined and absorbed it in an instant. It was indeed a real God-forging stone. There wouldn't be any problem. In other words, as long as he had enough time, he could get a lot of God-forging stones. However, the God-forging stones outside seemed to contain a certain amount of impurities. In the past, Lin Fei didn't experience it, but now he could. There was indeed a strange feeling. In other words, these God-forged stones were not the most authentic. Only the things inside were the most authentic. Therefore, Lin Fei gave up on the God-forging stones and went straight to one of the caves. The closer they got to the cave entrance, the stronger the force became. It even left a faint white mark on Lin Fei's body. One had to know that Lin Fei cultivated the God Fiend body. The strength of the God Fiend body was naturally not something that could be shaken by anything. However, it was now in front of this huge mountain. The celestial demon body was shaken. If this was a true eternal body, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. Moreover, the loss would not be small. It was very likely that he would be crushed in an instant. There was a loud rumbling sound. Just as he was about to step into the cave, he saw that the mountain had already contained countless lightning bolts, and they came crashing down like dragons. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was engulfed. It was so fast that the people hiding in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something they didn't expect. There was actually another method. Fortunately, they didn't go just now. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. I didn't expect there to be lightning here. This is definitely not an ordinary lightning. If I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary divine thunder of destruction. A real divine thunder can destroy an expert. These people had never seen such a scene before. It was really incomparably fierce. Just these things alone were enough to make people understand what despair was. After the lightning bolts came crashing down, they didn't think that the black-robed young man could withstand it. This was the famous divine thunder of destruction. Even if it was them, if they didn't have a powerful treasure, they wouldn't dare to look at it at all. It was very likely that they would be killed. They were quite happy that this guy had taught them a good lesson. Otherwise, who would have known that there was such a great danger there? As long as this guy died inside, they would feel more at ease. As soon as the divine thunder of destruction fell, Lin Fei blasted out with a punch, opening a passage, and his entire body instantly entered the cave. It perfectly concealed his figure. No one knew where Lin Fei was because their divine senses couldn't see through it at all. As soon as they went over, they were directly blasted into pieces by the lightning. Therefore, it was difficult for them to know where he was. Chapter 5277. After coming here, he knew that this place definitely wouldn't be that simple. He just didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying thing here. This terrifying thing made him feel very shocked. He was also really surprised. If it was something else, it would be fine. However, it's fortunate that I came prepared for this. It's also fortunate that I have the god-demon body. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss this time. Lin Fei came in. He stopped for a moment. The divine thunder of destruction just now was indeed very powerful. It was so powerful that even he felt extremely shocked. There was actually such a top-notch technique. Fortunately, he finally came in. His god-demon body helped a lot. From the start, Lin Fei knew that this place shouldn't be as simple as he thought. There was definitely a killer move. The divine thunder of destruction should be a killer move, as it came down with a mighty power of destruction. Not everyone could take it. Maybe they would be killed in a single move. Fortunately, he finally came in and even hid it from many people. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. They probably didn't expect him to actually come here. They were probably going to be completely dumbfounded. The moment he entered, the oppressive feeling disappeared. Lin Fei could feel a wind-like attack pass by his body instantly. Just this attack left a white mark on his body. My goodness, this place is also very dangerous. If he really thought that there was anything good here, then he was really wrong. Fortunately, Lin Fei's god-demon body naturally didn't think much of it. Along the way, he easily resisted the attacks. However, he didn't see the so-called god-forging stones. These god-forging stones seemed to have disappeared. If it was something else, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care much. However, this god-forging stone was extremely important to him. After observing the surroundings, he came to a conclusion, which was that the god-forging stones on the walls should have been dug out by someone. He didn't think much of it. Furthermore, Lin Fei's claw landed on the rock wall, wanting to dig it out to see what was inside. However, he didn't feel anything different when he dug, because the rock wall was very strong. It was as sturdy as copper skin and iron bones. This made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. This thing should be a rare special stone. It was very sturdy, and this god-forging stone was just a bonus. It wouldn't be easy to get them out of here. As for other things, Lin Fei did not care much about them. However, he had to get his hands on the god-forging stone. Since he couldn't find it outside, he would go inside. He believed that he would definitely be able to find these god-forging stones. Lin Fei's body moved quickly, but these wind-like forces came one after another. Gradually, it started to increase, forming a kind of absolute might, more like a kind of terrifying attack. You wouldn't even be able to sense this wind-like power as it directly bombarded your body. Sometimes he would launch an attack every few dozen breaths of time, and sometimes he would launch an attack every half an incense stick's time. You would never know when these attacks would come from. By the time you reacted, these attacks would have already landed on your body. It was really hard to defend against. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he had learned the God Fiend body, if not for the God Fiend body. This time, he was really going to suffer a great calamity. Not to mention carrying it, he wouldn't even know how to look at it. He wouldn't be able to take it at all. If he wasn't careful, he would be turned to ashes. They had been moving forward for a long time. Along the way, he didn't see any god-forging stones at all. He saw many corpses and who knew how long they had been dead for. He didn't need to guess to know that they were definitely killed by this silent attack. This god-forging stone wasn't that easy to get. After half a day, Lin Fei knew that he was going deeper and deeper. The deeper he went, the more he could feel that the things here were very different. Finally, he saw some scattered god-forging stones. The god-forging stones seemed to be embellished on the rock wall. After arriving here, Lin Fei knew that he didn't walk for nothing. He finally came to the right place. He saw these god-forging stones. Hee, it seems like my luck is quite good. I finally found these god-forging stones. Let me see if they are sturdy and if they are easy to remove. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have to worry about not being able to find these god-forging stones anymore. Chapter 5278. They didn't think too much about the black-robed young man. They thought that he had been killed by the lightning. They didn't think too much about it. They didn't expect him to be so strong. They just went in. It wasn't until a treasured ship came over that they stopped thinking about it. At this time, they actually saw that it was the famous White Bones Mountain that had come over. It was White Bone Mountain. They were quite domineering. They didn't expect them to come at this time. If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, White Bone Mountain was different. They were quite domineering. This person wouldn't talk to you nicely. As soon as they came, another force came. As soon as he came up, he brought them in. Following that, the group of people felt that something was different. Before I came, there shouldn't have been a problem, right? When they saw them, the first thing he did was to ask. It was Bone Rakshasa. Bone Rakshasa was different from the others. The others were stunned when they heard the question. Nothing much has happened recently. By the way, there seems to be one thing. Recently, a black-robed young man came. This black-robed young man is a bit silly. He actually went in like this. You also know that this place is very dangerous. No one has ever been able to go in. That guy just went in like this. I don't know what he was thinking. Only then did they come back to their senses. There was indeed such a thing. The black-robed young man was the most special thing in the past few days. No one took it seriously. Instead, they treated it as a joke. Hearing this, Bone Rakshasa started to get anxious. It can't be. Don't tell me the black-robed young man is here for that. Even Xianxia, who was at the side, was shocked. The two of them came for the so-called Bone Rakshasa. For the god's forging stone. They came from afar and naturally didn't want any accidents to happen. It would be best if they could find it and take it down. They had arranged for some experts to come. However, when they heard that the black-robed young man had beaten them to it, it wasn't a good thing. It was a bad thing. They didn't care about anything else. However, they couldn't let it happen. Who knew if this guy would come up with something else? Are you sure that the black-robed young man was killed by the lightning? The Bone Rakshasa continued to ask. His memory was still fresh in his mind. He and his companions had been annihilated in an instant, and even their treasured ship had suffered a great loss. At this time, if it was really this guy, it would be hard to say. Xianxia waved his hand. A silhouette emerged from the void. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize him. This was his appearance. When they saw the black-robed young man, they immediately nodded. It's this guy. It can't be. Could it be that the two of them encountered this young man? Xianxia and Bone Rakshasa looked at each other and smiled bitterly. That's right. It was really too bad. Previously, they were still guessing whether or not the other party would come here, but in the end, he really did come. As a result, he even personally went to that mountain. If it was somewhere else, it naturally wouldn't matter. However, it was a completely different story for this mountain. It was highly likely that the black-robed young man would be one step ahead of him. The rest of them were quite surprised at this time. They didn't know why there was such a huge change. If it was something else, it would be easy to explain. However, if it was this mountain, it was really hard to say. Anyway, we didn't see him being killed. However, that was the divine lightning of destruction. Lord, you will know what's going on when you see it. That's an extremely terrifying existence. No matter how powerful that black-robed young man is, how can he withstand it? The Bone Rakshasa waved her hand. He chased all of them out, leaving Xianxia alone. At first, I thought that we would be able to obtain something good by joining forces. However, it seems that the situation has changed. That black-robed young man must have entered that place before us. If we want to obtain the divine forging stone, we have to go in immediately. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This is indeed not good news. Who would have thought that that person would actually come here? What a waste of time. If it was someone else, they naturally wouldn't care so much. However, if it was this black-robed young man, it would be completely different. They definitely wouldn't be able to resist this person. If he went, it meant that he would be one step ahead of them. The Bone Rakshasa's eyes flashed coldly. The only way now is to tell the others that if they continue to guard this place, none of them will be able to obtain the Bone Rakshasa. Chapter 5279. The Bone Rakshasa had indeed made up her mind. One must know that this matter was not easy to deal with. The only thing he could do at the moment was to let everyone know that this was happening. Only then would everyone be able to make up their minds. Otherwise, when everyone really found a way to enter, they wouldn't be able to get it even if they wanted to. Both of them believed it. After all, they had all seen how powerful that young man was. If he hadn't seen it before, it would be fine. He could just attack directly. Now that he had seen it, it was completely different. This was a rather powerful fellow. That's not going to be easy to deal with. Therefore, the Bone Rakshasa immediately gathered everyone. The others were slightly taken aback when they heard this. He couldn't figure out what was going on. This was a little different from what they had imagined. What the hell happened? As he spoke, only then did he know what was going on. All of them were surprised. Young Master Bone, your words are quite interesting. We have never seen anyone before, let alone the world-extinguishing godly thunder. That thing is not something that anyone can withstand. Even the eternal constitution may not be able to withstand it. How could that person withstand it? All of them had experienced the power of that thing. It was even less likely that the black-robed young man had gone over. If Xianxia and the Bone Rakshasa were here, things would be different. This time, there were also some experts heading over. With so many experts, it was natural for them to believe it. He wouldn't say something like that for no reason. That black-robed young man was indeed a little different. No one went to the mountain in such a short time. Then he encountered the world-extinguishing thunder. Even their spiritual wills were affected. Therefore, he couldn't see very clearly, but he knew that the person was definitely dead inside. Originally, this matter would have been settled. However, now that the Bone Rakshasa had spoken up, things were naturally different. Perhaps he had some suspicions. At this time, he was more or less doubtful. Anyway, there was no harm in listening. If I say that he killed 2 of my eternal experts, what would you think? Even my treasure ship was attacked by him. What would you think? The Bone Rakshasa said, I have nothing better to do, so I'm making fun of you. If it wasn't for the fact that this mountain is useful to us, I wouldn't even bother with you. The Bone Rakshasa snorted. He directly threw out a piece of heavy news. When this piece of heavy news came out, the expressions of the others instantly changed. Now, they finally understood why the Bone Rakshasa had changed so much. That black-robed young man was actually so powerful? It was simply unimaginable. They weren't even on the same level as what they had imagined. The difference was too great. Young Master Bone, is what you said true? Your Eternal Realm expert has been killed. If that's the case, then we really have to inform the people behind us. All of them felt solemn, and they could tell that the Bone Rakshasa was not lying. That was really the case. In that case, this black-robed young man was extremely terrifying. It was very likely that he had taken away all the 31 people inside. They didn't care much about other things, but this thing was completely different. If they really encountered such trouble, it would really be a wasted trip. They didn't want this trip to be in vain. No matter what, he had to take it seriously first. If he didn't take it seriously, he really didn't know what would happen. They could all feel the importance the Bone Rakshasa brought. This was definitely not an act. It was true. They just wanted to get a confirmation. Anyway, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Our White Bone Mountain will soon send experts here. When that time comes, they will enter. It's fine if you don't go. Anyway, it won't be easy for you to take advantage of this place. The Bone Rakshasa also said bluntly. Xianxia also sat by the side and didn't say anything. This news was very surprising to them. It was already good to get such news. We will go back and report this matter now. We believe that young master should be telling the truth. They immediately went back to report the news. As for whether the other side believed it or not, it was another matter. However, Xianxia and the Bone Rakshasa got ready. They were ready to go to this place. Chapter 5280. Lin Fei didn't know that so many things were happening outside. He didn't expect Xianxia and Bone Rakshasa to come here. He had even gathered everyone to come up with a plan. It seemed that they were unwilling to give up and gave up all the divine forging stones. Lin Fei was very busy. He released his primordial spirits one by one. His primordial spirits could finally be put to use this time. They started to dig up these divine forging stones. These divine forging stones were embedded in the rock wall. It wasn't easy to take them down. However, as long as one had absolute power, they could easily take them down. This was not a big deal to Lin Fei. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of divine forging stones were taken down just like that. Lin Fei's mood was getting better and better. He walked all the way forward. He didn't encounter any danger during this period, except for the sudden attack. It didn't make Lin Fei feel any pressure. It seems that my luck is pretty good this time. I can at least get hundreds of thousands of divine forging stones. It's possible to get 400,000 to 500,000. It's a pity that I can't get 1,000,000. Lin Fei did have a lot of primordial spirits, but some of them might not have such an ability. Some divine forging stones weren't that easy to get. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to get them all. These primordial spirits were collected here. These divine forging stones. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He walked all the way forward. He felt that the quality of the divine forging stones inside should be higher. Along the way, he found some divine forging stones of high quality and low quality. The good ones were very pure, while the bad ones had a lot of impurities. This was something that Lin Fei could clearly sense. Since he could feel it, he definitely wouldn't miss it easily. He had to get his hands on all of these guys. That way, he would be satisfied. Along the way, he saw some good divine forging stones. Most of them were ordinary. It wasn't easy to see good ones. Bush. Suddenly, there was a series of sounds in front of him. Black beetles appeared in front of them. These black beetles were not very big. All of them were the size of a fist. In an instant, it charged towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't care about a beetle like this at all. With a wave of his hand, a wave of energy bombarded his body. However, after this bombardment, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. These beetles were incredibly sturdy. Even with this level of strength, they were still unable to be killed in a single exchange. This was definitely a rather inconceivable thing. Ever since Lin Fei's God-fiend body was formed, that was an earth-shattering blow. It was no exaggeration to say that he could kill an eternal powerhouse, yet he couldn't kill these beetles at this moment. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He had never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that these guys are guarding this place? In the blink of an eye, the beetles came again. At the same time, they released electric arcs one by one. The lake light flickered as they charged towards Lin Fei. These guys actually knew how to use such a method. The lightning fell on Lin Fei's body in an instant. It felt exactly the same as the god of annihilation thunder outside. The power seemed to be a little stronger, which made Lin Fei feel very surprised. This was definitely a very inconceivable thing. Previously, Lin Fei was still wondering how such a thing could exist. Now, he seemed to understand what was going on. Perhaps these fellows were born in this unique place. If an eternal powerhouse came here, they would have been turned into ashes just now. Not to mention that they could withstand it. Lin Fei immediately used his full strength. In an instant, the power washed over like flowing water. Bang 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 bang. These beetles couldn't withstand it and exploded one after another. After the explosion, crystals fell down. As soon as these crystals fell, Lin Fei felt as if he had been blessed by good luck. With a wave of his hand, he put these things away. As soon as he put them away, he knew that these things were really pure God-forging stones. These God-forging stones were different from the God-forging stones from before. Anyway, they were of a higher grade. Lin Fei seemed to have thought of a possibility. Perhaps these beetles swallowed the God-forging stones and then digested them in their bodies. In the end, these were the purest God-forging stones. Refine. Lin Fei could feel the difference it brought. Sure enough, it was the same as what he imagined. Chapter 5281. Just in time, just in time. This is definitely a great gift. It's even better than what I've imagined. Of course, Lin Fei was happy. He actually ran into something like this. If it was someone else, they would probably just stare at it. However, it was completely different for Lin Fei. These guys had really done a good deed. They gave him such a huge gift. What was the difference between this and a trap that fell from the sky? I don't know if there are many black beetles here. Maybe there are even nests ahead. I have to be careful. Lin Fei knew that his god-demon body was really strong, but he could clearly feel it just now. These guys brought something different. Of course, they were really strong. If he underestimated them, he would probably suffer a loss. It definitely wouldn't be a small loss. If they were to encounter a horde of beetles, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Lin Fei became careful. He would meet these beetles after walking for a while. As expected, these fellows were really enjoying the God-forged stones there. The deeper he went, the bigger the God-forging stones were. It was like a huge stone was embedded there. Most of them were eaten clean and there weren't even any bits left. Lin Fei thought of a term. Maybe these were half-living creatures. These half-living creatures relied on these God-forging stones to live. They even condensed these crystals in their bodies. But along the way, Lin Fei didn't see many crystals. A question popped up in his heart. Did these crystals not exist, or were they placed in a special place? They couldn't be kept in his body. Thinking about this, he was filled with motivation. Maybe he would get something good soon. Lin Fei was glad that he came in early. If he didn't come in early, then it would be impossible for him to get these things. As for the rest, there was no need to say anything. Along the way, Lin Fei went all out. He knew that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to stop these guys. If he used his full strength, it would be a completely different story. Although these fellows were powerful, they might not be able to withstand the attacks of his god-fiend body. As long as it was an attack from a god-fiend body, there was nothing to worry about. Along the way, he had found a lot of these crystals. There were about 300 to 400 of them. Every head was quite well proportioned, which made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. That is, not all of these beetles carried these things, but as long as they carried them, they would basically have them. He would definitely collect all of these things. He had a pretty good idea of this. The further they went, more and more god-forging stones appeared, but most of them had already been eaten. This appetite was really extraordinary. No wonder there was a layer of tricks outside. Who raised these black beetles here? Lin Fei's mind became more and more chaotic. He walked straight ahead. The passageway became wider and wider. They didn't see many god-forged stones, but they heard cracking sounds. These sounds weren't very loud, but it was obvious that something was gathering together. Without a doubt, it should be those black beetles. If that was the case, it would definitely be a big surprise. Lin Fei walked over carefully and finally saw the front. A huge cave appeared. There were a large number of black beetles in the cave, and they were all over the place. The black mass instantly gave off a creepy feeling. Even though Lin Fei cultivated the god-fiend body, he actually felt the same way. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. This meant that these fellows should have been here for a long time. Lin Fei's pupils even constricted slightly. At the bottom of these black beetles, there were a large number of crystals. It was densely packed. He didn't know how many there were, but there were at least millions or even tens of millions of them. Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. He felt that he should be able to obtain these things. I haven't had a guest in a long time. I didn't expect to have a guest today. It's not easy. Since you're here, don't hide. Come out and meet me. Otherwise, my treasures will take good care of you. Chapter 5282. Hearing this sound, Lin Fei knew that this place was a bit similar to what he had imagined. Just now, he felt that it was definitely not normal for so many beetles to be here. Now that he looked at it again, he was sure that someone had placed them here. Now that the other party had spoken, he knew that it was indeed the case. This guy really walked a different path. He actually had so many beetles, and he was even in the mountains. He could even come up with a certain idea. Perhaps the news about the god-forging stone was deliberately released by this guy. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for people to see these god-forging stones. However, he had come in early, so this guy was probably a little surprised. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't hide anymore. He strode in with big strides. His gaze fell on the innermost part of the beetles. There was a faintly discernible figure there. Those beetles retreated with a clatter. Then the figure walked out. It's been a very long time since anyone came here. You're the first person to come here after 100 years. Don't you find it hard to believe that these precious god-forged stones are just casually placed here? They're actually food for my babies. The face of this black-robed man could not be seen clearly, but Lin Fei could feel that this guy seemed to be exuding an evil aura. This guy was definitely not a good person. He might even be a so-called demon sect expert. However, if he was hiding here, then it was unknown. So this is your place. Then I have come to the wrong place. Do you think it is too late for me to leave now? Lin Fei said seriously. The black-robed man laughed heartily. That's a bit embarrassing. Since you've come, you can't leave. At the very least, you're much stronger than those people outside. Those people outside still don't dare to come in, so only you can come in. So, you are qualified to be food for my babies. You should know that strong flesh and blood can improve the strength of my babies. Only then can I get the good things in the depths of the mountains. So this time, not only you, but also the people outside cannot escape. As long as they come in, they will all be food for my babies. The black-robed man let out an evil sound. Following that, a large swarm of black beetles rushed over like a dark cloud. It was really fast. At the same time, Lin Fei's position was instantly enveloped by a power of stillness. This was the power of time. However, this stagnation did not seem to last for long. In the blink of an eye, it was enough for the black-robed man. A black swarm of beetles swarmed over. In an instant they surrounded Lin Fei. Just for a moment, countless arcs of light penetrated Lin Fei's body in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, the arcs of light from these beetles could even link together to form a terrifying killing move. It really made everyone feel incomparably shocked. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. The black beetles here were indeed of a higher level. The power that they could bring was indeed much stronger. It was completely different from what he had imagined. To be able to die in front of my babies, you should be proud. You should be content, unlike others who don't even have the right to die in the hands of my babies. The black-robed man laughed out loud once again. He was extremely confident in these beetles that he had raised. No matter how strong a person came here, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Not to mention, he had a powerful treasure in his hands. With this treasure, basically any strong person who came here would become fertilizer and snacks for his babies. It was as simple as that. There was a loud bang. In an instant, Lin Fei used the power of the god-demon body and exploded. The power of stillness was instantly shaken off. The surrounding black beetles were also shaken off. No one would be able to withstand it. Chapter 5283. Lin Fei wanted to see what this guy was up to. He just didn't expect that this guy would actually use him to feed these beetles. From the looks of it, these beetles were quite high level. Moreover, the power that the beetles unleashed just now was quite strong. If he had an eternal body, he would have suffered a huge loss just now. Fortunately, his god-fiend body was able to withstand it. But it also made Lin Fei feel a little pressured. Hence, he used all his strength. He blasted these beetles away. At the same time, he killed a large number of them in an instant. The black-robed man didn't expect this at all. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered too many losses. From start to finish, Lin Fei had not unleashed much of his power. Only now did he finally unleash it. With this explosion, he killed a large number of beetles. Then he punched out. The space where the black-robed man was in collapsed in an instant. Two forces smashed onto his body. In just an instant, Lin Fei had also arrived in front of him. The black-robed man instantly turned into a black fog and retreated rapidly. Lin Fei didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed over 100 attacks, and every attack blasted the black fog away. The black fog was indeed quite difficult to deal with. It was extremely strong, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of Lin Fei's god-fiend body. Lin Fei punched the black-robed man's body, causing cracks to appear all over his body. With a bang, the black-robed man's body exploded. His entire body was severely injured. He fell to the ground in the corner. Before Lin Fei could make a move, the beetles surrounded him. The densely packed beetles surrounded the black-robed man. It was like a shark smelling blood. Lin Fei heard the miserable cries of the black-robed man. He also knew that this guy seemed to be controlling these beetles, but it wasn't complete control. Just now, when he used all his strength to force him to retreat, it also greatly injured him. His strength was greatly affected and he probably couldn't control these beetles. He suffered a direct backlash. In such a short period of time, the beetle had completely devoured Black Robe, leaving nothing behind. It was the same for skeletons. They didn't exist at all. In the blink of an eye, the guy who was quite awe-inspiring disappeared without a trace. After the beetles devoured the other party, they headed straight for Lin Fei. It seemed that he also planned to treat Lin Fei as a delicacy. Completely devoured. How could Lin Fei let them get what they wanted? He snorted coldly. He punched out again and again, blowing up the beetles. Follow him. He really did see some traces and relics at the place where the black-robed man died. There were actually quite a few things. One of them looked like a jade talisman, and he picked it up without hesitation. As soon as he picked it up, Lin Fei smiled in surprise. It was actually the method of controlling these beetles. Without thinking too much about it, Xianxia immediately assimilated it. With this refinement, a stream of thoughts instantly fell on these beetles. It was a really mysterious feeling. To Lin Fei, he didn't feel too much pressure. With just a thought, he quickly grasped these beetles. These beetles didn't attack anymore. Lin Fei knew where these beetles came from. They weren't small at all. So these beetles had a famous name. They were called devouring beetles. They loved to devour high-grade special ores. After swallowing them, they would form special crystals in their bodies. Sometimes, they would even evolve into crystals. They seemed really important. Not far away, Lin Fei finally saw many crystals. These crystals were the famous god-forging stones. They were all piled up together, and there were quite a few of them. Lin Fei smiled too. This trip was so worth it. I can finally give up on the god-forged stones outside. These are the real god-forged stones. With them, my 99 reincarnation nascent divinity can be upgraded. Even the people from the Great Void sect can do the same. He immediately gave the beetles an order. He told them to keep devouring the god-forging stones. Swallow as much as they could. Chapter 5284. The devouring bugs quickly rushed towards the god-forging stones. Lin Fei's thoughts were very simple. He would eat as many god-forging stones as he could. After all, what was left after eating was the essence of the god-forging stones. There was nothing better than this for cultivation. In this short period of time, Lin Fei refined and absorbed a lot of god-forging stones. In the blink of an eye, the samsara soul's strength increased by a lot. Of course, it didn't have much effect on his god-fiend body. It seemed to only target the lower parts of the god-fiend body. After all, the god-fiend body was an ancient body. Of course, it was very strong. There weren't many effects. Of course, it wasn't much. As long as there was a large amount, it could still improve the god-fiend body. At the very least, Lin Fei could feel that it had improved. The most obvious was the samsara soul. Lin Fei took out 10 reincarnation primordial spirits to cultivate. These were 10 reincarnated primordial spirits, and they were summoned at the first possible moment. Once they refined them, their bodies would experience a great improvement. Their physiques were only average to begin with. In the blink of an eye, all of them reached the eternal level. This was very efficient. It was so fast that even Lin Fei was surprised. It was indeed amazing. However, it was difficult to reach the god-fiend body from the eternal body. After all, the two weren't on the same level. It could only be said that these eternal bodies were the end. Even so, this made Lin Fei feel satisfied. Then he headed towards the depths. Previously, he heard the black-robed man's words. It seemed that there was something in the depths that made him very excited. However, he couldn't enter due to his strength. Lin Fei had such an idea. Should I go in and take a look? After all, if he couldn't enter, that was his problem. It was different for me. I cultivated the god-fiend body, so I should have some confidence in it. I can go in and take a look. Moreover, the strength of my god-fiend body had improved a lot. I should be able to see something once I enter. The deeper he went in, Lin Fei sensed the danger. Arcs of light kept flashing and scouring his body. It was still quite destructive. Lin Fei could clearly feel it. No wonder the black-robed man was unwilling to come in. It should be because of this problem. As for the other problems, they shouldn't be a problem. Without a strong body, it was impossible to enter. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. The further in one went, the more terrifying the attacks of these arcs of light would be. Even the eternal body would be useless. Even the most powerful treasures would be damaged after a short period of time. The deeper they went, the probability of it being damaged was also getting higher and higher. Once the treasure was damaged, it would basically be left inside. This was also the reason why the black-robed man did not dare to enter. This made Lin Fei very excited to find out what was inside. He hoped that it would be something good that would make his eyes light up. He walked for another hour. Although it was only an hour, Lin Fei felt that this path was a little difficult to walk. These thunderbolts actually had a trace of an attack move, which was quite extraordinary. Every thunderbolt attack made Lin Fei focus to deal with it. This way, he could walk in calmly. Maybe these god-forging stones are used to trap these thunderbolts. I can feel that these thunderbolts are becoming more and more violent, stronger and stronger. Lin Fei's mind became more active. He knew that he might have come to the right place this time. There was definitely something unimaginably good inside. This was definitely the most incredible thing in history. Lin Fei was very eager. Under the strong defense of the god-fiend body, Lin Fei finally walked in. When he reached the depths of this place, Lin Fei saw the flickering lake light. It could even be said that it was a higher-level thunderbolt. These thunderbolts were swimming like dragons. In the center of this swimming thunderbolt, there was a ball of thunderbolt. Seeing this ball of thunderbolt, Lin Fei's heart instantly jolted. Could this be the legendary Thunderbolt Core? Mastering this means mastering the thunderbolts of heaven and earth for my use. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. Chapter 5285. Lin Fei completely understood. This was the Thunderbolt Core, a famous existence and also very rare. It could be said that it was a unique existence in the world. He had heard of it in the past, but he never thought that he would be able to see it one day. Moreover, it was in a place like this. It was no wonder there was such a thing in a place like this. Lin Fei could completely disregard other things, but this thing was completely out of the question. To master the Thunderbolt Core, he would be able to master the true Thunderbolt. It was even more terrifying than the 3,000 Great Dao that Lin Fei had mastered in the past. The 3,000 Great Dao was only a part of it. Even if he had mastered the Great Dao of Thunderbolt previously, it was only a part of the Thunderbolt Core. Mastering the Thunderbolt Core was equivalent to having a cheat. It was no wonder that the black-robed man paid so much attention to it. Moreover, this mountain was most likely born to block the Thunderbolt Core. It could also be said that the Thunderbolt Core had not been completely cultivated in the past. Only such a special existence was added. These devouring zergs lived nearby and encountered the black-robed man. Hence, he came in. Otherwise, Lin Fei felt that he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Whoosh! Countless thunderbolts instantly rushed towards Lin Fei. They were like an overwhelming tide. In an instant, cracks appeared on Lin Fei's god-fiend body. These cracks weren't considered big, but it allowed Lin Fei to finally experience the power of these thunderbolts. This was the true Super Thunderbolt. It was truly destructive. Lin Fei's attack was already very strong. Relying on the god-fiend body, he could naturally ignore everything. He had even mastered the power of laws. Compared to the true Thunderbolt Core, the power of the nomological laws was much weaker. After I refine the Thunderbolt Core, I will be able to truly master the power of Thunderbolt. This way, my god-fiend body will be even more powerful with the power of Thunderbolt. I can at least increase my combat power by 100 times. Even though he hadn't completely refined it, Lin Fei was already very clear in his heart. This Thunderbolt Core was of great help to him. Fortunately, he had come in early. Otherwise, if the news were to spread, those ancient existences would not be able to sit still. They would definitely rush over. For example, the White Bones Mountain and even the House of God Ordainment would come. Most likely, it was Mount White Bones and the House of God Ordainment. After all, the Saintess of the Immortal sect did not have the mood to come here anymore, because in a few decades, this place would be in chaos. After withstanding the god-fiend body, Lin Fei knew that he still had a chance of obtaining the Thunderbolt Core. Just like that, he walked in. He took a step forward. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to complete these steps. Now, he had to fight with his body. Ding! Sign in successful at the place where lightning is born. Obtain the lightning's favorability. Lasts for 2 hours. In that instant, Lin Fei felt that his god-fiend body was unable to take it. That was why he had to use the most important thing, the sign-in. Fortunately, he hadn't signed in today. He had planned to sign in this mountain to see if he could get a large amount of god-forged stones. Fortunately, he didn't use it at the crucial moment. At this moment, it was put to good use. In an instant, Lin Fan had gained Thunderclap's goodwill. In an instant, Thunderclap's attacks seemed to have weakened significantly. Lin Fei knew that he had really hit the jackpot. If not for the lightning's favorability, it would have been impossible for him to withstand it. The deeper he went, the stronger the lightning's penetrative power became. It was truly ferocious and invincible. In the time it took for him to face it, it made him feel despair. Too fierce, too fierce. However, with the thunderbolt favorability, things were completely different. He could indeed endure it. Lin Fei already had absolute confidence in himself. He could walk in front of the thunderbolt core and completely absorb and refine it. Seinen was indeed a good thing. It could still give him a pleasant surprise at a crucial moment. Otherwise, Lin Fei could only watch helplessly. Even if he wanted to break through the lightning, it would not be easy. Just look at the God-fiend body. Now it has become ragged. Who knew when it would completely collapse? Chapter 5286. Just as Lin Fei was busy refining the thunderbolt core, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The situation on the outside had changed drastically. Bone Rakshasa and Xianxia's people came over immediately. They felt a different kind of pressure as soon as they arrived. They also heard about the black-robed young man. They knew that the two princes wouldn't lie, so the black-robed young man must be very strong. It wouldn't matter if someone else entered the mountain. But if the black-robed man entered, it would be completely different. Perhaps they would take everything away. If that was the case, they would be in a bit of trouble. At the very least, they might not be able to get anything. They all had their eyes on these god-forging stones, and these god-forging stones were quite powerful. If they had enough god-forged stones, their strength would increase by a notch. Especially the strength of their bodies, which was the most important thing. With a strong body, they could naturally withstand all kinds of attacks, which greatly improved their defense. The cultivation of the body had always been a difficult thing to do. The appearance of the god-forging stones gave them hope. A large number of god-forged stones could help them improve their bodies. Their strength could be improved by at least 4 or 5 times, or even 7 or 8 times. Otherwise, why would they say that their bodies were strong? It was because their bodies were strong and could take a beating. Even if their attack power was much stronger, they could take a beating. They could take a beating for a long time. On the other hand, it was different. If they got close to you, you would suffer a lot. They had experienced this lesson, so they cared about the god-forging stones more than anyone else. On Xianxia's side, there were 3 eternal experts. Bone Rakshasa also brought 3 eternal-level powerhouses. They were all in the late stage. They had lost some experts previously, so they naturally didn't care. With the addition of these 6 eternal realm experts and other experts, things would be completely different. They finally believed the words of the 2 young masters. The black-robed young man was quite terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called 6 eternal experts in one go. Late-stage experts. Such a huge lineup was no joke. It was definitely a very shocking thing. Swoosh. They pushed the treasures together towards the mountain. At this moment, he could not wait to go in. For the black-robed young man, every day that they were delayed outside was an extra day of advantage. Xianxia and Bone Rakshasa were very concerned. Relying on this treasure, he was able to survive the divine lightning's attack, and he also felt a great deal of pressure. As soon as he entered the passageway, he sensed that it was filled with god-forged stones. However, these god-forging stones didn't catch their attention. The quality of these god-forging stones was average and hadn't reached their peak state. I can sense a thick aura of lightning here. Looks like there must be a lightning-type treasure in the depths. Don't tell me that the black-robed young man is here for this thing? If that's the case, then we have to hurry up and move forward. As soon as these late-stage eternal powerhouses came in, they immediately felt that something had changed. In particular, the thick aura of thunder seemed to be showing signs of coming out, so they were all delighted. However, when they thought of the black-robed young man who had entered before them, they felt a certain amount of pressure. Just don't let that brat get it first. Therefore, they quickly moved forward. But as soon as they moved forward, they were quickly attacked. One by one, the black beetles attacked them. These beetles could even release lightning attacks. It made them feel a lot of pressure. As soon as the beetle made its move, they realized what it was. It was most likely a companion creature of the mountain. The companion creatures were quite powerful and powerful. Just a few dozen scattered around made them feel a certain amount of pressure. If there were more than 100 of them, it would be like taking their lives. Seeing this, they felt relieved. At the very least, the black-robed young man wouldn't be so agile. They already had a hard time resisting. They didn't believe that the black-robed young man could be more durable than them. Chapter 5287. All of them had indeed come in. After entering, they saw a lot of beetles. These beetles looked quite terrifying, so they were extra careful. Of course, they knew that there were many dangers here. Perhaps they could target the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man was indeed a bit terrifying. If this guy got here first, it would be a bit troublesome. With these black beetles, they instantly realized what it meant to be lucky. That kid must have been attacked by these black beetles. Naturally, they felt a little lucky that the black beetle had appeared here. At least they didn't have to worry so much about who would be in trouble. Along the way, they saw a lot of God-forging stones, but they didn't collect them because they found that a lot of them had been eaten. Looking at these black beetles again, they seemed to have a certain connection. Perhaps these black beetles were born to eat these God-forging stones. In other words, after eating the God-forging stones, the black beetles would definitely purify them. Then, they would be able to find some relatively pure God-forging stones. Their reaction was still very fast. Bone Rakshasa and Xianxia were quite concerned about what was inside. Especially after seeing these black beetles, they felt even more lucky that they had come here. If it weren't for the black-robed young man, they might have been quite happy at this time. But with the black-robed young man, they could naturally put their happiness aside. Because there was nothing to be happy about. As long as that guy didn't meet them, they would never feel at ease. This time, there were so many eternal-level powerhouses, which naturally made things different. They went all the way inside. Soon, they arrived at one of the lair. The densely packed black beetles kept attacking them. Seeing this, their scalps went numb. This should be the so-called depths. If they continued to go forward, they might have a big harvest. Here, they could feel the power of the flashing lightning even more clearly. It was constantly swimming around. It was rare for the two forces to come together and fight against these black beetles. They also knew that these black beetles were very difficult to kill. They could block them. In this way, they would be qualified to enter the front. One by one, the treasures formed a series of obstacles that kept the black beetles at bay. Even so, they still felt the pressure. Even an eternal-level powerhouse is the same. I really admire that black-robe young man. Even now, there was no sign of it. Could it be that it was eaten by these black beetles? All of them had brought along some powerful treasures. Even if they were just some powerful treasures, they would still feel immense pressure. For a while, he seemed to be unable to bear it. At this moment, they were even more convinced that the black-robed young man might have died inside. Perhaps they were worried for nothing. As long as this guy died inside, everything would be gone. After all, to the two young masters, their words were still very credible. If he said that he was powerful, then he was definitely powerful. I can feel the powerful lightning inside. There should be a thunder treasure inside. Perhaps it's a half-thunder creature. That's something to be happy about. How could these powerhouses not sense what was happening inside? The lightning became incomparably ferocious and violent. Compared to the previous lightning, it was indeed different. Even their pupils contracted slightly. This was definitely a very terrifying lightning. Treasures opened up one after another, forming a powerful defense. Before they even got close, they could see the thunderbolts crashing down on them. Before they could even reach, they were blocked by the lightning. Even if they blocked it, it still made them feel a lot of pressure. These things were really not a joke, especially the lightning. Therefore, they didn't dare to go inside at all. But they could see a large area of lightning constantly flashing inside. It was quite terrifying. Let's wait here. When the power of the violent lightning subsides, we will go in. Otherwise, if we go in now, we will die. Chapter 5288. These people were indeed very happy. They didn't expect to find something good here. They could feel it just by looking at the lightning. These thunderbolts were definitely different. Perhaps there was an unfathomable thunderbolt treasure contained within. This made them feel even more fortunate to be here. At the very least, they wouldn't have come for nothing. These god-forging stones and even the lightning treasures might be even more precious than these god-forging stones. They were even more valuable. At this time, they would rather wait outside than rush in. From time to time, some beetles would come, but there were fewer of them here. They seemed to know that this place wasn't easy to come in. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Apart from the fact that the lightning was powerful, they could consider everything else. After waiting for several days, the thunderbolts seemed to gradually weaken. Once again, they breathed a sigh of relief. If the lightning hadn't weakened, they wouldn't have known what it would be like. But now that the power of the thunderbolts had weakened, they could naturally enter it. Perhaps they would be able to get something inside. Time passed faster and faster. Haha, I didn't expect to find a companion of lightning here. Looks like I didn't come to the wrong place. A voice rang out. A figure rushed in. As soon as the figure rushed in, the bone Rakshasa and the god-forged stones' faces fell. This voice was incomparably powerful. Following which, they saw a figure walking over. The figure shone with dazzling light. As soon as the lightning touched it, it collapsed. The eternal expert on this side also looked at the other party. They recognized him. He was Xianxia from the legendary House of God Ordainment. They felt a great deal of pressure. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have felt anything. But these guys couldn't. I didn't expect you guys to know that there are treasures here. Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find these things. Xianxia looked at them disapprovingly. His strength wasn't something they could fathom. The eternal experts on this side truly felt a great deal of pressure. If I were you, I'd leave now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave at all. The lightning half-creature inside is mine. No one can take it away. Xianxia laughed loudly. As he walked, he shook off the lightning bolts. His gaze fell on the eternal level powerhouses. Even though it was just a brief exchange of glances, they instantly felt a great deal of pressure. I know that your excellency is very strong, but not just anyone can take this half-lightning type creature. If you want to take it, you'll have to deal with us 6 eternal experts first. Of course, they wouldn't give these things away. He attacked directly. There was a loud crashing sound. The 6 eternal level powerhouses released their treasures and directly attacked. Bone Rakshasa and Xianxia stood aside. At this time, there was no chance for them to make a move. They could only watch helplessly. Xianxia's attack was extremely powerful, and he even had a powerful treasure in his hand. Just like that, he blocked all of their attacks. Back when the House of God Ordainment was domineering, you people were nothing more than a nobody. What qualifications do you have to snatch this half-thunder creature from me? You don't even have the qualifications. Xianxia had already been suppressing his anger. He had failed to find the item several times and ended up getting injured. Nothing at all. He could only give up for the time being and come outside. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing again. The lightning half-creature was excited just thinking about it. Even if the 6 eternal experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it for a while. Xianxia's strength was truly boundless. He single-handedly fought against 6 eternal level powerhouses. They finally knew how strong Xianxia was. Such a person had been seriously injured like a stray dog. But in the blink of an eye, he had recovered. At first, they thought they could pick up a bargain. But now, it seemed they couldn't. Even though Xianxia was injured, he was still much stronger than they had imagined. With a boom, they were thrown back. They were in an extremely sorry state. Chapter 5289. Xianxia's strength was indeed very powerful. With just one move, he had crushed them all. 6 Eternal Realm experts. They had really overestimated themselves, thinking that they could suppress the other party. Now it seemed that they were not as good as him. The other party's strength was indeed incomparably stronger than theirs. The moment they took action, they were completely suppressed. Now you see? You're no match for me, so you're no match for me. Since you don't know what's good for you, I have no choice but to send all of you down. I'll let you know that not just anyone can handle a lightning half-creature. Xianxia was looking forward to this thunder creature. Perhaps it was an extremely precious companion creature. As long as he could get it, his strength would improve by at least 5 or 6 times, 7 or 8 times. It should not be a problem for him to increase his strength by more than 10 times. If he could master a pure thunder attack and add it to his own attack, it would become more powerful. Not everyone would be able to resist it. Such an opportunity was not something that could be encountered all the time. Xianxia knew better than anyone that these god-forging stones were secondary. The most important thing was this thunder creature. That was the most important thing. Clatter, clatter. The thunder arc seemed to have weakened a lot. Gradually, there seemed to be a figure there. Xianxia's eyes were immediately attracted by it. He did not even have the mood to deal with these eternal realm experts. The bone Rakshasa and the others immediately fled outside. At this time, they did not intend to attack at all. It was useless to attack them. They should leave if they could. Xianxia was in a good mood, but he did not chase after these guys. As long as he got this thunder creature, he could deal with these guys later. Even if he released the news, there was nothing to be afraid of. After mastering the thunder creature, his strength would improve greatly. It would be a good time to settle old and new grudges. Even now, Xianxia hated himself to the core. After going to the frozen lands, which was also known as the primordial lands, he encountered such a troublesome matter. It really made him feel like he was going to collapse. Fortunately, God was looking after him. Finally, he encountered another opportunity. It was a half-thunder creature. With this half-thunder creature, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He would no longer be chased by others. The feeling of being chased was really, really bad. Xianxia could indeed sense that the thunderbolts were dissipating. In other words, the thunderbolts seemed to have been absorbed by the thunder half-creature. All the flowing lightning had the same result. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for this half-thunder creature to completely mature. It would be much easier for him to collect them. Right now, 36 was just a little scared. After all, his luck had been really bad recently. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any mistakes this time. He turned around and unleashed countless attacks in the void. Even if someone else came at this time, could they withstand his attack? Anyway, it was enough for him to have enough time to collect these thunder creatures. Time passed quickly. The half-thunder creature seemed to have completely taken shape. Xianxia finally ran in. Ha! You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it by chance. The thunder half-creature is mine. Just like that, a huge hand grabbed down and enveloped this part of the world. Even if the lightning half-creature was strong enough, it could still resist. Could it be that you can withstand his attacks? As soon as it made its move, the sky full of thunderbolts turned into a bolt of lightning and hit his palm. In an instant, half of his palm was smashed. He hurriedly retracted his hand and took countless steps back. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. His hand had actually been blown to pieces. With a single thought, he regained his composure. But it also made him feel extremely scared. It was such a terrifying thunderbolt. His body couldn't be shaken by any treasure. Although it couldn't reach the peak, it was still very powerful. But now, he couldn't see through it. Xianxia, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come here again. Should I say that you're lucky or unlucky? A figure walked out of the thunderbolts. An acquaintance. No, it wasn't an acquaintance. Chapter 5290. Xianxia was really scared out of his wits. He saw a figure walking out of the thunderbolts. When the figure walked out, he finally knew who it was. It was the mysterious black-robed young man. He was actually here, and it seemed like he had obtained a lightning treasure. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of this guy last time. Later on, he had suffered several losses at his hands. But this time, he ran into him again. Xianxia felt that meeting this guy was the luckiest thing he had ever done in his life. How can you be here? That's impossible. The thunderbolts are so terrifying. How can you control them? Did you get a thunderbolt treasure? Xianxia was about to lose his mind completely. He didn't care about anything else. He was a half-thunderbolt creature. He had spent a lot of effort to drive those people out just now. But he didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. He raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. The thunderbolts rushed toward him in an instant. I'm sorry, but I did get a thunderbolt treasure here. I think you must be surprised. But unfortunately, you're a step too late. The thunderbolts rushed toward Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia had suffered a loss before. He kept retreating, not daring to face the thunderbolts head-on. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect so many people to come when he was refining a thunderbolt treasure. Even Xianxia was here. This guy was really good at running. He ran here and there, and his luck was pretty good. But he seemed to be at a disadvantage after running into Yi Shiwen a few times. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia retreated from the place. He didn't dare to fight at all. He was so timid that he was pitifully timid. As soon as he opened his third eye, Lin Fei saw many experts outside. These experts didn't seem to come in at this time. The eternal experts were all outside, and each of them had a very serious look on their faces. Anyone could tell that they had serious expressions on their faces. They had all encountered quite a bit of trouble. If it was them, they really wouldn't dare to have any thoughts at this time. There are so many people here. When the time comes, we can go out and announce the ownership of this mountain. How about we forget about it and take away all the god-forging stones inside? When the time comes, they can guess whatever they want. In any case, they won't dare to come in. Lin Fei wanted to go out and announce the ownership of this mountain. Later on, he pondered over this idea. Although it was a good idea, it wasn't very friendly to do it. He decided to change his line of thought. That was because he had taken away all these things in here. This way, no one would suspect him. Moreover, Xianxia had already left. When this guy went outside, the people outside would be even more shocked. As for whether Xianxia would instigate the people outside, no one knew. In any case, it didn't matter much to Lin Fei. Lin Fei controlled the devouring insects again. He started to devour these god-forging stones while controlling some higher-grade god-forging stones. There were many god-forged stones in these places. These god-forging stones were all blessed by nature. They could naturally preserve the thunderbolt. This was also why a thunderbolt treasure was born here. This was also some clues that Lin Fei found after refining his thunderbolt half-creature. This thunderbolt treasure was called the Thunderbolt Heart. It was definitely a good thing. Fortunately, he got it. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by Xianxia. This guy's luck was really heaven-defying. However, he was destined to suffer this time. Lin Fei didn't attack him again. This guy was really pitiful. What a meaningful thing it was to keep him around. Xianxia also retreated. In an instant he was attacked all over the sky. Chapter 5291. As soon as Xianxia came out, he was attacked by many people. They assumed that the experts inside had come out. But when the eternal experts came out, they all felt that something was amiss. Only after hearing the explanation did they realize that a very powerful person had entered. It was none other than God Tianqi from the House of God Ordainment. Everyone was surprised to hear that he was an expert from the House of God Ordainment. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of him, but they had never imagined that he would be here. Hadn't he been ambushed not long ago? And he had been running away like a stray dog. When had he recovered his strength? This matter was something that everyone in the universe knew about. God Tianqi from the House of God Ordainment had been tricked by someone, and then his whereabouts had been revealed. Therefore, a lot of people had set their eyes on him. They wanted to kill him and rob him of his resources. But it turned out that he was quite quick-witted. He kept running away and disappeared. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, he would appear here. Moreover, his strength seemed to have recovered. They felt a great deal of pressure. As soon as Xianxia came out, they attacked him without even thinking about it. As soon as they saw him, they realized that he was the so-called God Tianqi. However, Xianxia was very angry, and he used a few powerful moves to seriously injure a lot of people. He killed some ants. You people have eyes, but you can't see. Why are you attacking me? The lightning half-creature has been taken by someone inside, and you're still dawdling here? Xianxia snorted and disappeared into the void. He directly escaped into the void, but the words he left behind stunned all the eternal experts present. The lightning treasure had been taken by someone else. Not even Xianxia could do anything about it. The bone Rakshasa and Xianxia immediately realized what was going on. Could it be that the black-robed young man had taken it? If that was the case, they didn't need to think about it anymore. Even Xianxia wasn't a match for him, let alone them. After all, Xianxia's strength was obvious to all. If he wasn't a match for him, then they were even less likely to be a match. At this point they might as well just leave. Unfortunately for them, the gods' melted stones were all gone. All that was left were the gods' melted stones. There were only some god-forging stones inside. The god-forging stone was very difficult to mine and required time. There were quite a few black beetles there. These attacks were extremely ferocious. That black-robed young man could actually obtain a thunder treasure. In other words, his strength would become even stronger. No one knew what to do. It wasn't easy for them to find such a powerful treasure, but they couldn't even enter it. It was occupied by a black-robed young man. There were even some powerful bugs inside. These insects could also make them suffer a great loss. At this time, they were extremely helpless. Should he leave or not? If he left, he would be at ease, but if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to obtain these god-forging stones. It really made them feel a sense of helplessness. It was the same even for eternal-level powerhouses. Since when did an eternal-level powerhouse suffer such a loss? Was this black-robed young man going to stand on top of their heads? They finally released the news. It was the only thing they could do. That was because he had discovered a powerful god-forged stone that could greatly benefit his body. There was even a half-lightning-type life form that had been taken by a black-robed young man. Even Xianxia, an expert from the House of God Ordainment, had suffered a loss. As for whether or not anyone was interested, they didn't know. In any case, they had already released the news. As long as they released the news, they would have nothing to worry about. All they had to do was come. Everyone's minds suddenly became a lot more active. They couldn't deal with it. Couldn't the others deal with it? After all, there were still top-level experts. Although White Bone Mountain was very strong, there were also some other factions that were quite strong. There were some powerful old monsters among them who might also make a move. That was what they were looking forward to. Chapter 5292. After the news was released, things seemed to be very different. In particular, Xianxia had been chased by everyone previously. Now, his strength had recovered. It seemed that he was suffering here again. Many people felt that this was inconceivable. This fellow suffered inside. Could it be that there was an even more powerful existence inside? Although there were some half-living beings, even Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. They didn't think much about it. Even White Bone Mountain couldn't do anything about it. Even if they went, what else could they do? This news was rather useless to many people. They thought it was better not to come. Even Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. If the few of them came, they would probably have made a wasted trip. However, there were a few old monsters who seemed to be quite interested. After all, even Xianxia had suffered a loss. Moreover, he was a half-living being. This was worth their interest. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended in the area. When the lightning descended, everyone felt the destructive aura of the lightning. Seeing this person, everyone realized who he was. This was the famous Thunderbolt Supreme. He was a great expert in a family. He was the only one who dared to call him that. No one dared to use the name Thunderbolt Supreme, because those who did were killed by him. Therefore, he was the only Thunderbolt Supreme left. He cultivated the great path of thunder and was very strong in this aspect. His strength was also exceptionally strong. It was said that he could even become the son of thunder. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Everyone knew that this Thunderbolt Supreme's combat power was very strong, especially when he had mastered lightning. As long as he had some lightning treasures, other lightning experts wouldn't dare to come. It was very likely that this Thunderbolt Supreme would appear. For example, as soon as this person appeared, everyone felt what was called shock. Bolts of lightning swam continuously, turning this area into a lightning zone. The experts from White Bone Mountain didn't leave. They just stood guard outside. No one came in from the beginning to the end. Now that this Thunderbolt Supreme had come, they had some hope. This person possessed formidable combat strength. Perhaps he might be able to put up a fight against that person. With a loud rumble, The lightning in the sky came directly toward this mountain. He intended to destroy the mountain. However, although his lightning was very overbearing, active, and destructive, he felt that it couldn't do anything to the mountain. That thunderbolt true monarch laughed out loud. It is indeed a good thing. It seems like the half-thunder creature inside should be pretty good. Whoosh! He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged in. Once they charged in, White Bone Mountain and the others were filled with anticipation. Previously, there hadn't been any experts. But now that there was a Thunderbolt Supreme, it was completely different. Maybe he could give them a big surprise. They believed that the person must still be inside. He had never come out because there seemed to be only one entrance to the mountain. He could only come out from these caves. Otherwise, the mountain seemed to be a sealed existence, and he couldn't come out at all. It isolated the space. Some of the magic scrolls couldn't be used at all, so they could only come out obediently. I wonder who will be stronger after True Monarch Thunder enters. Perhaps True Monarch Thunder will win. They were also looking forward to it. After Thunderbolt True Monarch entered, he did not have much interest in these so-called God-forged stones. He felt the aura of the lightning in the world. The aura of the lightning was even purer than the lightning on his body. This caused him to have a lot of thoughts. If he could control this half-thunder creature, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. He would be able to become the Thunderbolt Supreme completely. He could even become the Son of Lightning from this position. The Son of Lightning. Thunderbolt True Monarch was looking forward to this day. Invincible King of Leveling's Faultless chapters will continue to be updated in the popular bar. Please bookmark and recommend the popular bar. Those who like Invincible King of Leveling, please bookmark. Invincible King of Leveling's popular bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5293. Someone else came in. After Xianxia left, no one else came in. In other words, they all knew what Xianxia was capable of. Since even Xianxia was no match for him, no one else would come in for a while. Lin Fei had been happy for nothing. He did not expect that someone else would come in, which surprised him. Moreover, the person who came in was quite strong. He seemed to be a Thunder Dao cultivator. Moreover, he was quite experienced. Even the lightning around him had changed a lot, which made Lin Fei quite happy. He was indeed an expert. He was definitely a top expert in the Thunder Dao. He had only dared to come in because he was very confident in his strength. After all, the Thunder half-creature was not very useful to others. However, it was different for Thunder cultivators. It would be very useful. This time, the Thunder half-creature was the Thunderbolt Heart. If one could get the Thunderbolt Heart, it would be equivalent to becoming a Son of Thunder in one step. His strength would increase greatly. At least, that was the case for Lin Fei. Combat power that contained the power of thunder was even more terrifying. No matter who it was, the body was the weakest. Therefore, with the support of thunder, it would be more destructive. Now that a thunder expert had come, he could try and see who was stronger. The other party came to the depths. The place was full of thunder and lightning. That person was very excited. There is really thunder. There are definitely thunder half-creatures here. I heard that Xianxia suffered a loss here. That guy can't take the attack of the thunder. How can it be that easy to take down a thunder half-creature? The moment the Thunderbolt True Monarch arrived, he burst into laughter. No one knew better than him that only those who cultivated the thunder attribute could take down the thunder easily. As for the others, they could not do it at all. The thunder was offensive. Moreover, it was indiscriminate. This wasn't something that just anyone could compare to. All the thunder, come over here. The Thunder Lord shot out a Thunderbolt Seal. Once the Thunderbolt Seal was shot out, it could mobilize the surrounding thunder. Then, it could be quickly mastered and refined into a part of the body. This was the power of the Thunderbolt Seal. His strength was getting stronger and stronger because of this special technique, the so-called Thunderbolt Seal. This Thunderbolt Seal was a method found in an ancient place. It allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Therefore, any lightning could basically be controlled by this Thunderbolt Seal. After the Thunderbolt Seal was unleashed, it did indeed cause the lightning around Lin Fei to change. It was as though he wanted to pass through. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised. This fellow has quite a few tricks up his sleeves. He must have grasped a special technique to be able to use the lightning for himself. Fortunately, Lin Fan had cultivated the Thunderbolt core. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the lightning at all. If that were the case, he would probably become a laughing stock. Before seeing it, one might not think much of it, but after seeing it, one would know that it was indeed unusual. It was no wonder that such a person dared to come here. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. With just a thought, the lightning suppressed this thought. However, it was unable to cause any changes to the lightning. Everything was still in Lin Fei's control. The Thunderbolt seal thought that the lightning would come over. If that was the case, its strength would gradually increase. In the end, he realized that he had thought too much. The lightning did not listen to him. Even the Thunderbolt seal could not attract these thunderbolts, which surprised him even more. How could this be? My Thunderbolt seal is useless against the lightning here. Could there be a treasure here that is even more powerful than the Thunderbolt guidance? Could it be the legendary Thunderbolt core? The Thunder Lord immediately came over with a clear goal. Other than this item, there might not be anything else that could affect his Thunderbolt seal. Chapter 5294. At this moment, Thunder Lord truly knew what was going on. There was a high possibility that the so-called Thunderbolt core was born here. Moreover, this Thunderbolt core might even be controlled by someone else. That was why there was such a powerful move. This really made Thunder Lord feel that his trip here was in vain. He was just short of a little bit of time. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to obtain this Thunderbolt core. Now, the Thunderbolt core was actually absorbed and refined by someone just like that. It seemed that it had been a while. The other party's combat powers seemed to be incomparably strong. However, Thunder Lord felt that he still had to give it a try. If he could obtain this thing, who knew how much this guy had refined? If he hadn't completely refined it, then as long as he completely refined his bloodline, he would be able to obtain this Thunderbolt core. Thunder Lord mobilized all the power of thunder in his body in an instant. This power of thunder was different from other types of flesh. It was more overbearing and ferocious. He attacked with all his might. There was a loud rumbling sound. Streaks of resplendent divine light shot out, and these divine lights all contained lightning attacks. After these thunderbolts attacked, they were blocked by one side of the thunderbolts. Just like that, a pair of eyes fell on Thunder Lord. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates such a pure power of thunder. It's quite rare. Are you interested in following me and helping me do something? Lin Fei indeed felt that this guy was quite capable. At the very least, his strength wasn't something that anyone could match up to. Especially since this guy cultivated the power of thunder, it was obviously not easy. With such strength, he could totally do other things. Lin Fei didn't use any tricks. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. Not to mention, he was a talent that could be used. In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy was a talent. Moreover, he was an extremely useful talent. It would indeed be a pity if such a talent were to be destroyed. However, if he were to be kept alive, he would still be of great use. At this moment, Lin Fei's thoughts were extremely simple. If this guy really wasn't willing to rely on him, then he would take action and suppress him first. As for whether this guy would submit or not, wouldn't he know after a few hits? If he wasn't convinced once, he would do it twice. If you can't accept it twice, then do it thrice. If you can't accept it thrice, then do it thrice. It's very simple anyway. When true Lord Thunder heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To think that someone would ask him to follow them. Such a situation had never happened before. His voice fell. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts crashed into him like a flood. In an instant, he was severely injured. Even if he used all his means, he might not be able to withstand it. There was a loud rumbling sound. Bolts of lightning bombarded his body like a barrage of attacks. This was a scene that he had never dared to imagine. It was like a nightmare. This was definitely the most terrifying attack he had ever seen in his life. Even a top-notch expert could only stand aside at this moment. His opponent's methods were too domineering and fierce. The other party had truly grasped the Thunderbolt core. Thus, The power that he could unleash was exceptionally strong. Furthermore, he had used the power of lightning. If he were to face him personally, he did not dare to imagine how strong the other party would be. Amidst the thunderbolts, a palm appeared and landed heavily on Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. The thunderbolts around Thunderbolt True Monarch's body split into pieces and he was sent flying. This attack was absolutely terrifying. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even take it. He also knew that his little idea was a big mistake at this time. No wonder Xianxia from the House of God Ordainment had left. This guy was truly terrifying. If you don't accept it, I'll make sure you do. After all, my fists aren't just for show. One punch after another. I wonder how many punches you can take. Lin Fei's voice rang out again. He was only a short distance away from the Thunderbolt Sovereign. However, this short distance was a terrifying distance for the Thunderbolt Sovereign. His opponent could easily kill him with a wave of his hand. Kill him 100 times over. Chapter 5295. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. How could Thunderlord not be convinced at this moment? If he still wasn't convinced, he might really be beaten to death. Even though his body was also incomparably strong. If he wanted to make the Thunderbolt more powerful, he would need a strong body. Without a strong body, it would be impossible. He found out that his opponent's body was stronger than his and the power was more destructive. With a top-notch Thunderbolt attack added to the power, he couldn't do anything to his opponent at all. This was the scene that Thunderlord was most afraid of. This was definitely the scariest moment he had ever seen. His opponent's body was so strong that he couldn't fight back. Even his own body seemed to be able to be blown up by the other party's punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, he completely believed that his opponent was indeed stronger. No wonder he could absorb and refine the Thunderbolt core in such a short period of time. It was 100% refinement. It wasn't like what he had imagined. Other than terrifying, he couldn't find another adjective to describe it. Now you're convinced. But I think you're not convinced yet. So, I'll show you what an attack is. Lin Fei smiled. He smiled happily. Another punch. This punch directly penetrated Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. This punch was even more terrifying than before, and its power was even greater. There was no pause at all. It directly penetrated through his defenses, his treasured armor, and his body. This was the most powerful punch he had ever seen. This powerful punch really made him understand what it meant to be in complete despair. It was really very terrifying. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. If you continue, I'll die. Thunderlord was more afraid than ever. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would really die. Just one punch was enough to let him see the gap between them. Even if he went all out or if someone else went all out, they wouldn't be able to shake his body or the three-layered defense of his armor. This guy's punch completely broke through all of his attacks. If it wasn't fear, then what was fear? Thunder Immortal really regretted coming in and becoming a lab rat. Had he known, he would not have come. It was just a Thunderbolt core. He would be able to encounter it sooner or later. Even if he couldn't meet them, he was still a very powerful existence. Unfortunately, their lives were not in their own hands, but in the hands of the enemy. That's more like it. You will never know how strong I am without experiencing hardship. I have indeed grasped the Thunderbolt core. Moreover, I only used 70% of my strength earlier. I'm afraid that 80% or 90% of my strength would be enough to kill you. Do you want to give it a try? In any case, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Fei's words came again. To Thunderbolt True Monarch, these words were no less than a blow to the head. He thought that Thunderbolt True Monarch had gone all out. He had only used 70% of his strength, and the remaining 30% would not be used. The remaining 30% was definitely the most terrifying power. At this moment, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying this 30% power was. If he went all out, he would definitely die. No one would be able to save him. By this time, Thunderbolt True Monarch had already believed the other party. He couldn't be dishonest. Lin Fei pointed his finger at Thunderbolt True Monarch's body. With Thunderbolt as the center, a huge seal was formed. It landed on Thunderbolt True Monarch's body and set up a Thunderbolt formation. This Thunderbolt formation was activated in an instant. It was like a furnace. Thunderbolt True Monarch finally felt the aura of death. Thunderbolt True Monarch's technique was too terrifying. He could destroy this technique with just a thought. As long as this technique was destroyed, the power of the torrent would break his body. No matter how strong his defense was, it would be useless. It would only take an instant to destroy him from the inside out. Sir, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Chapter 5296. How could Lin Fei not make use of such a free labor force? It would be a pity to kill him. Hence, he had to beat this Thunder Lord into submission first. Now, it seemed that Thunder Lord was indeed convinced and didn't have any other thoughts. In fact, Lin Fei even set up a Thunderbolt furnace in the other party's body. This Thunderbolt furnace could increase Thunder Lord's strength to a certain extent. As long as Lin Fei thought about it, the furnace would explode and he could kill Thunder Lord in an instant. This was one of the small effects of obtaining the Thunderbolt core. He could easily set up a Thunderbolt furnace. Furthermore, not everyone would be able to open this Thunder furnace. Lin Fei was the only one who could solve it. Thus, Thunderbolt True Monarch could only obediently accept his fate for the rest of his life. If he had any thoughts, Lin Fei would be able to kill Thunderbolt True Monarch from thousands of miles away. This was the benefit of Lin Fei mastering the Thunderbolt core. Now, you can go out and chase away all those people outside. There's no point in staying here. You can just sit outside. In any case, there aren't many people who can beat you. Not to mention, your strength has greatly improved. Under Lin Fei's command, Thunder Lord flew out. Lin Fei knew what the situation outside was like. There were many people who were prepared to watch the show. Now that they had the Thunderbolt True Monarch, things were completely different. He could let Thunderbolt True Monarch go out and chase all these people away. Whoosh! Large amounts of lightning exploded outside. Thunder Lord showed up and immediately used his means. Those people who were paying attention were surprised to see Thunder Lord come out. Did he get it so quickly? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Before they could think further, they heard a loud rumble and started to move. Large amounts of lightning bolts instantly enveloped everyone's hearts like a lightning net. They weren't prepared at all. Even the experts from the White Bones Mountain were injured in an instant. They were also injured. No matter who it was, they all felt immense pressure at this moment. Then, they heard the Thunder Lord's cold words. I've booked this place. If you don't want to die, scram. Scram as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wherever the lightning passed, some unlucky fellows directly turned into ashes. Even some 8-star and 9-star powerhouses suffered the same fate. Even the half-step eternal experts felt the terrible aura of death at this time. No one doubted Thunderbolt Immortal's words. This guy was really prepared to go on a killing spree. He was ready to strike. In such a short period of time, how could the Thunderbolt Immortal change so much? Could it be that he was going to take her down? No matter what, everyone got up and left immediately. If he didn't leave now, he would have no chance at all. Voila voila. In an instant, it became exceptionally quiet. Thunderbolt Supreme stood there like a door god. Only he himself felt incomparably bitter. He had changed his identity and status over and over again. Although his strength had increased, he had lost his freedom. Speaking of which, it made him quite speechless. How could such a thing happen to him? The only thing that moved Thunderbolt Supreme a little was that this mysterious young man was very powerful, to the extent that he couldn't compete with him. Following such a person seemed to have some benefits, and he could see the future. Thunderbolt Supreme didn't have as much of a reaction as before. Instead, he guarded the door with peace of mind. He wanted to see who had the guts to break in. In fact, when Thunderbolt Supreme stood guard outside, no one dared to come over. Not many of them were daring. Moreover, Thunder True Monarch's strength was originally very strong, and he belonged to the category of old monsters. At this time, it was impossible for anyone to beat him. Chapter 5297. With the Heavenly Thunder True Monarch guarding the outside, the situation was completely different. Indeed, many people had lost interest in it. The news also spread out at the first moment. Those who originally still had some thoughts completely gave up in an instant. No one knew what was going on inside, but they knew one thing. The God-forged stones in this mountain couldn't be taken away by just anyone, unless they could defeat the Thunder True Lord. However, it seems to be impossible for you to defeat the Thunder Sage. Anyway, that was what everyone was thinking. It would be strange if they could defeat him. No one had any thoughts. Therefore, for a short period of half a month, it was quiet. Lin Fei finally had time to collect the God-forged stones. After the God-forged stones were swallowed by the devouring worms, they became exceptionally pure. It was good for cultivation. Lin Fei picked out 10 primordial spirits. These were the 10 primordial spirits that were directly upgraded with the God-forged stones. He was prepared to upgrade all the primordial spirits, but that would be too wasteful of resources. Therefore, he was prepared to get the 10 primordial spirits out first. With these 10 primordial spirits, it would be different. At the very least, he would have stronger fighting strength. Lin Fei's mind worked quickly. This method was the right one. This way, there would still be a lot of God-forged stones left. It only took them 2 to 3 months to eat up all the God-forged stones in the mountain. Although there were a few experts outside, they were all old freaks. However, their fighting strength was not as good as the Thunder True Lord. Here, the Thunder True Lord's lightning power was much stronger, and he could crush them directly. It was a pity that he didn't manage to kill them all. Lin Fei didn't make a move and left with the Thunder True Lord. Everyone returned cautiously. They didn't know what had happened, but they were sure of one thing. All the God-forged stones here should have been taken away by someone. When they came in, they found that it was really the case. Everything was driven away by a mysterious person. Until now, they still didn't know the background of the mysterious person. Only Xianxia and Gu Luosha knew. That was a black-robed young man. He was very young, and his means were extremely terrifying. Yes, he was the one who took the godly forged stones. However, they couldn't believe that such a huge mountain could be taken away by someone else. This was the first time this had happened. However, no one expressed much opinion on this matter. Only they knew in their hearts. An extremely powerful young man had once come to this place. This young man had taken down this mountain in one move, and had also shocked these people. Even the old monster, the Thunder Lord, suffered a loss when he came. He was directly left inside, and even later on he was still guarding outside. This more or less had something to do with the black-robed man. Either that or the other party had an extremely powerful background. The Thunder True Monarch did not dare to make a move at all. In the end, he could only watch from the outside. This reason was acceptable to everyone. As for the fact that the Thunder True Monarch was subdued and controlled by someone else, they didn't even dare to think about it. How strong must one be to be able to achieve this? Some people tried to ask the Thunder True Monarch what was going on inside, but the Thunder True Monarch replied coldly, "No comment." In that case, everyone knew that the Thunder True Monarch had definitely encountered something that made him feel awkward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. They knew even less about this black-robed young man. Other than being mysterious, there was nothing else. Chapter 5298. Just like that, Lin Fei brought all of the God-forged stones back. There was nothing left for them. This place no longer held any meaning for Lin Fei. After all, he had obtained the most important things. Not to mention the others. He had taken a cut of the God-forged stones. These devouring bugs were really terrifying. When hundreds of thousands and millions of them gathered together, their devouring ability was like a swarm of locusts. Along the way, they ate whatever they could, and their digestive abilities were also really strong. Lin Fei naturally couldn't bear to leave them here. Thus, he took all of them with him, leaving behind a mountain riddled with holes. The material of this mountain was rather special and different. Even after the devouring Zerg had devoured it non-stop, it still left a shocking scene in front of everyone's eyes. As for what others would think, Lin Fei didn't care. He brought everything back to the Great Void Sect. As soon as he returned to the Great Void Gate, he called Chu Qingqing over. Chu Qingqing had been paying attention to the outside world. Things were getting bigger and bigger, but there was nothing about her lord. However, Chu Qingqing could more or less guess what was going on. Her lord must have obtained many good things here, otherwise, all the top factions wouldn't have been so helpless. One after the other, so much time had passed. Only when she heard Lin Fei's voice did Chu Qingqing come to a realization. So her lord had returned at this time. He thought that it would take a long time. When he returned, Chu Qingqing could clearly feel that her lord was different. At the very least, his strength had increased by a lot. This was completely incomparable to before. Congratulations on your victory, sir. I'm sure everyone else is still guessing who took all the god's smelting stones, the great elder said with a smile. As a smart person, Chu Qingqing naturally knew a lot of things. Everyone was learning from the black-robed young man, who knew that most of the things inside had already been dug out by the lord of his own family. Now that she saw her lord, she knew that this was the case. She could feel it with her instincts. Her lord's strength seemed to have increased by a lot. It was completely different from before. Your information is pretty good. I've indeed brought back a lot of good stuff. Huala huala. A lot of god-forging stones flew out. These were even purer than the ones Chu Qingqing had seen before. Even Chu Qingqing was shocked when she saw it. This was a little different from what she had expected. The god-forged stones were all high-grade ones. It was not like what Chu Qingqing had obtained before. It was a relatively low-level one. Basically, they were all low-level. I heard that the competition is quite fierce now, especially that mountain that seems to have been occupied by someone. As for whether or not all the god-forging stones were taken away, no one knew. Therefore, there were basically no god-forging stones in the market. Perhaps it could be said that this thing was even purer than before. If it was used for cultivation, there would be no problem at all. This was something that he could understand. Take these to cultivate. As for the rest, distribute them according to your strength. However, you can't use them too much without a certain level of strength. You have to give them a target to fight for. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this matter at all. Chu Qingqing would naturally handle it very well. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the harvest of this trip. At the very least, not only did he get the Thunderbolt core, but he also got so many god-forging stones. He almost emptied the entire mountain, leaving only loneliness for them. Even if this mouse went in, it would probably come out dejectedly. That place was really, really big. Unfortunately, he couldn't get anything now. In the next period of time, let them choose some primordial spirits to cultivate. This way, there will be a few powerful helpers. This was a small request of Lin Fei. Let them work hard to cultivate a few powerful primordial spirits first. Unlike him, who could casually make his primordial spirit come up at once, they still needed time. Chapter 5299. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation outside since he came back. There was not much news about what had happened over there. Perhaps they could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could not let the news spread. It would have a great impact on them. Especially those gods' forged stones. They were all taken away by a young man in a black robe. That was the most frustrating thing. If it was something else, then they wouldn't care. But if it was this matter, then they wouldn't be able to stand on their feet. Everything had been taken away. It was like a slap in the face. And they did not know who had taken it away. There were probably many people secretly searching for information about him. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They could take whatever they wanted. If they wanted to take revenge on him, he would be happy to fight them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei never went out again. Apart from cultivating his primordial spirit, he did not do anything else at that time. 9 of his primordial spirits were very powerful. Their bodies were extremely strong. They had reached the peak of the eternal body level. That was the help of the purified gods' forged stones. The effect was extraordinary. As for the others, their cultivation progress was also very fast. Especially Chu Qingqing, who had cultivated several main primordial spirits. Of course, she did not have as many as Lin Fei. She had only cultivated 6 of them. 6 primordial spirits. With a lot of resources, each of them had achieved the eternal body level. Her cultivation time was relatively fast, which was beyond his expectation. As for the others, their cultivation time was a lot slower. They were in good spirits. As long as their primordial spirits reached the eternal level, their combat power would be greatly improved. Naturally, no one would be able to fight against them. They might not feel anything before they tried it. But after trying to cultivate this accelerated version of the primordial spirit, and with the help of the gods' forged stones, they realized what real cultivation was. It was like riding a rocket. Everyone started to cultivate more seriously. Xianxia made a ranking list. Only those who reached a certain rank could get more gods' forged stones to cultivate. All of a sudden, it greatly boosted their motivation. There was no one who didn't have expectations for this. Now, they finally had the chance to fight for this resource. The most leisurely one was Lin Fei. There was almost nothing to do. Even if there was nothing to be concerned about. Other than keeping an eye on the situation outside, he also cultivated his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit soon reached its limit, and it was difficult for him to break through again, unless it had a large amount of these divine forging stones. If he had such a large amount of God-forged stones, his body would naturally become extremely powerful. His words now seemed to be a drop in the bucket for him. This was not the first time he had drunk this stuff. Quite a lot of time had passed since the beginning. He knew better than anyone that this God-forging stone was about time for him to use it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had more or less forged his 9 primordial spirits, and his strength was incomparably strong. Even in a fight, a single nascent divinity could take on 1 or 2 Eternals. As for pinnacle existences, the 9 of them could suppress at least a dozen pinnacle existences. As for ordinary ones, there was no need to mention them, they could be killed instantly. That was the difference. So many God-forging stones were eaten for nothing. Naturally, there was an effect. He could even raise these bodies to the pinnacle of the eternal realm, and a very perfect one at that. Unlike ordinary Eternals, there was still a long way to go before they could truly take that step. Lin Fei's primordial spirit was in place. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach the God-fiend body, otherwise, Lin Fei would be even stronger. After using the reincarnation primordial spirit formation, it would be even easier to suppress the other party's strength. This would take a long time. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Until this morning, a figure arrived in front of the Great Void Sect. Chapter 5300. Just like that, a figure appeared in front of the Great Void Sect. Even though it had only been 5 years, the moment this figure arrived, he immediately felt that person's presence. In fact, he could even feel that this person's strength seemed to have become even stronger than before. In other words, the God-forging stones were all taken by this guy. It was indeed very strange. "I'm here." Luo Lan's words weren't very loud, but he knew that he would definitely know. Lin Fei, who was drinking tea in the courtyard, actually sensed that someone was coming over from the start. It was a familiar voice. Then he opened his heaven's eye and saw a familiar figure. Who else could it be other than Luo Lan? He was quite surprised. Did something happen again? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything. In the past few years, the entire universe had been quite quiet, and there hadn't been much commotion. Even though those people were quite interested in the God-forging stones, after knowing that they had all been taken, there was nothing else. They had all seen how powerful it was, not to mention that there was still the Thunderbolt Immortal. The Thunder Lord had already run over to the Great Void Sect. He had become an expert in charge. Lin Fei had grasped the heart of Thunderbolt, so naturally he was extremely strong in the Tao of Thunder. After giving the Thunder Lord some pointers, his strength had increased by quite a bit. He was now the #1 expert here, second only to him. Even Xianxia's strength was a bit lower than his. There really wasn't a difference without comparison. Lin Fei's figure appeared at the entrance of the Great Void Sect. "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come. I'm quite surprised. Come in and have a seat in my courtyard." His figure flashed. He came to the courtyard. This was Lin Fei's favorite courtyard. It wasn't big, but it was quiet. The people from the Great Void Sect knew that no one would come here. "Congratulations, Dao friend Lin, your strength has increased once again. You're even more terrifying than before." I'm afraid you'll become the #1 expert in the entire universe. Luo Lan could feel that Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It seemed like he had gained quite a bit. He could even feel that Lin Fei's body actually had a bit of the power of lightning. This trace of lightning seemed to be self-contained. In other words, he had definitely obtained a powerful lightning treasure. It was extremely likely to be the legendary lightning core. Only by obtaining this item would one be able to obtain a huge improvement in the aspect of lightning. It could also be said to be a one-step achievement. Luo Lan could clearly see such a difference in strength at a glance. I was just lucky to obtain a Thunderbolt core. Fortunately, no one seems to care about this. Lin Fei said casually. Luo Lan had guessed correctly. It really was the Thunderbolt core. This was truly a top-notch item. He didn't expect it to be said so casually. Then I'm even more glad that I came to find you in person. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Luo Lan could come over. Compared to before, this person's strength had indeed changed quite a bit. It seemed that his injuries had recovered quite a bit, but not completely. Absolute Heaven Palace, a very special valley. There is a special existence there that is about to mature. I hope that Dao friend Lin can help me. Ever since he went to the primordial lands, Lin Fei knew that there were quite a number of primordial lands in this universe. It was just that some were famous while some were not. Now, Luo Lan threw out such a piece of news. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Everything was within his expectations. There was nothing strange or surprising about it. If Dao friend Lin is willing to help me, then I'll give you something that you can't imagine. Lin Fei laughed. Do you really think that if you give me something, I will help you? I'm not that kind of person. Not everything can move me. What about this thing? 7017K. Chapter 5301. Luo Lan really took out something. This thing seemed to have shocked Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't seem to care at first, but in the blink of an eye, he changed a lot. This thing really made him feel quite surprised. Just like what was said, Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary things. Especially at this time. However, he really couldn't resist this thing. This was the existence of a fragment. This fragment was the fragment of the gate of the immortal realm that Lin Fei had been longing for. He had never thought that he would actually appear here. This was the most unbelievable thing to him. Everything else was fine, but when it came to the gate of the world of immortals, things were completely different. At the very least, Lin Fei could feel that this was a fragment of the immortal realm. It floated in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei held it in his hand and compared it to make sure it was real. It was quite unexpected. You found something that surprised me. Luo Lan smiled. I knew you were interested in this thing. As long as you help me get the thing inside, I'll tell you where this fragment came from. Lin Fei had always been very interested in going up there, but it wasn't easy to go up there. His current strength was also constantly accumulating, but he knew that it would not be easy to break through that barrier. Just look at Luo Lan and you'll know, so you have to find another way. What kind of method was that? It was to create a gate of the immortal realm for teleportation. He had finally arrived at the so-called immortal world. Looks like I have no choice but to help you this time. However, are you sure this thing can really find the complete thing? You have to make it clear to me. I'm not that easy to fool. Just this fragment alone was enough to make Lin Fei interested. If he couldn't see the actual thing, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it. He needed to know the specifics of the situation. I think you should know what it is. This is the so-called gate of the immortal realm. I happen to know where one of the complete fragments is. These are scattered around. Most of the fragments are here. You definitely won't be disappointed. But that place is very dangerous. You can go in alone, so I won't accompany you. Luo Lan said, this thing is really rare. I think you should know what it is. This is the so-called gate of the immortal realm. Since he had said so, Lin Fei was very sure. One of the immortal realm fragments that couldn't be found was in a mysterious place in this universe. It just so happened that Luo Lan knew about it. Even if it wasn't in this universe, it was in another universe. As long as he obtained it, Lin Fei would have 2 fragments of the gate of the immortal realm. This could be considered a great gain. After all, only the gate of the immortal realm could interest him. I hope it's as you said. Then, are we going to the Absolute Heaven Palace that you mentioned? This place was also a land of the ancients. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it must have been extraordinary in the past. It was very dangerous now. If it was another person, Luo Lan definitely wouldn't be able to get it. But with Lin Fei, it was completely different. There was a 70 to 90% chance that they would be able to get their hands on it, and this was already a low probability. As long as Lin Fei went, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Then, thank you, Daoist Lin. This is the location. I will give it to you in advance. I trust you quite a bit. Luo Lan was very straightforward. He directly threw all the location to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a glance and remembered the location. It was indeed not in this side of the universe. In another universe. This universe didn't seem to be simple. It seemed to have some background. 7017K. Chapter 5302. Even Luo Lan was willing to give him the coordinates of this location without any hesitation. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be stingy. Thus, he instructed. Then, he left the Great Void Sect with Luo Lan. This time, they were going to a different universe. This universe was quite huge, and of course, this place wasn't easy to find. However, Luo Lan was quite familiar with this place. She acted as a guide along the way. In front of us is the entrance to the Absolute Heaven Palace. Doesn't it feel different? That black mist is a huge danger. Without a certain level of strength, one won't be able to pass through. Inside the black mist is where the Absolute Heaven Palace is. I wonder if anyone came to fight for it this time. For a place like this, Luo Lan didn't dare guarantee that she was the only one who knew about it. Maybe someone else would come. Actually, there were already people outside investigating the situation. Look over there, there are already many people studying the black mist. I think their strength is average, so the news should have spread. 2 months passed. Finally, they arrived near the Absolute Heaven Palace. The moment they arrived, Lin Fei saw a few figures. After investigating those figures, he also noticed Luo Lan and Lin Fei, who had just arrived. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. Usually, many people would come to a place like this. Even if this place was too dangerous, people with a certain level of strength would still come here right away. The people investigating were just average. Luo Lan and Lin Fei charged into the black mist. This black mist was indeed very permeable. In an instant, it was like it ignored everything. It directly pierced through. Even Lin Fei's god-demon body showed a slight difference at this moment. It actually seemed like it was being pierced through. Luo Lan took out a treasure and formed a strong defense. Even though it had a strong defense, it was still penetrated quite a bit. Then he heard Luo Lan's voice. The strongest effect of this black mist is that it can penetrate anything. No matter how strong the defense is, it will still be able to penetrate. If we continue from here, we will have to withstand the attacks of this penetrating power. Lin Fei was quite surprised. This kind of infiltration power was indeed quite strong. Even a god-fiend body could seep in, but after that, its strength would be significantly weaker. The area covered by the black fog was quite large. Apart from the two of them, they soon saw other people. All of them took out their treasures. There weren't many like Lin Fei who relied on his body to travel through. This made them remember God in an instant. It seems that the thing you want this time won't be so easy to get. The news should have spread completely. These people have all charged into the black fog. At the beginning, Lin Fei knew that this thing might not be so easy to obtain. Otherwise, Luo Lan wouldn't have pulled him over. Now that he looked at it, it really was the case. There should be a lot of experts here. These experts definitely knew a lot of information. Luo Lan really had to count himself in to get this thing. Otherwise, the probability would only be 50-50. To say that it was 50% was already considered polite. In fact, it was only about 20% to 20%. The deeper they went in, the penetrating power of the black fog was even greater. Luo Lan even changed a few treasures during this period of time before he passed through this area. More and more cracks appeared on Lin Fei's body. He had also underestimated how powerful it was. Finally, he passed through the black fog. It took him a long time. When he came out, A huge palace appeared in front of him. It floated in the sky. The vast divine light was incomparably resplendent. It protected the palace tightly. Even before he got close to the palace, Lin Fei could feel how powerful the divine light was. After passing through the black fog, it was just the beginning. The true danger was inside. It was indeed quite different. One look and he knew that it was very powerful and terrifying. Chapter 5303. When they first saw it, they felt that the divine light was extremely bright and unusual. In the next second, Luo Lan and Lin Fei experienced the terrifying attack of the divine light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cold light and left many wounds on their bodies. Most importantly, they couldn't even react in time. It landed on their bodies. No defense seemed to be able to withstand the attack of the divine light. Luo Lan was also caught off guard by the attack. Then he took out his treasure. I heard that this is the so-called holy attack. It's very powerful and mysterious. I didn't believe it in the past, but now, I'm completely convinced. These holy attacks can indeed ignore all defenses and hit the body directly. Holy attack. What a majestic name. Lin Fei experienced it himself. The god-fiend body was very strong, but at this moment, it really couldn't withstand the attack of the divine light. It was indeed filled with a holy aura. And this holy attack seemed to be able to ignore some defenses and hit the body directly. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such an attack. No wonder Luo Lan cared so much about this place. Looks like this will be a new test. However, I am still capable of enduring this godly light. Lin Fei came in front of Luo Lan. Follow behind me. That way, you can avoid a lot of the holy attacks. Then he sent out punch after punch. This punch caused a small part of the void in front of him to be affected, creating a state of chaos. Lin Fei followed him. When Luo Lan saw this, his eyes lit up. This was a good technique. Instantly, he felt a lot more relaxed. If it was any other technique, he might feel a little better. But this technique was different. It really made Luo Lan feel at ease. It wasn't as bad as he imagined. That was it. He approached the palace without stopping. The palace wasn't too far away, but it wasn't too near either. However, not everyone could withstand these attacks. Wah wah wah. Wave after wave of attacks came over. No matter who it was, they could feel that these attacks were different. Lin Fei opened up a path in front of them. This further proved the strength of the god-fiend body. He was even more thankful that he had a god-fiend body. The god-fiend body wasn't considered the strongest, but it didn't seem too troublesome for him to deal with ordinary situations. Lin Fei wanted to sign in, but he was still hesitant. He decided to go inside and sign in again. Divine attack was indeed quite different. If he could master it, the difference would be huge. He had just grasped the Thunderbolt core. The might of the Thunderbolt core could be imagined. If he added a divine attack, it would be even more penetrative. This divine attack indeed contained penetrative power. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. But in the end he rejected this idea. What if there was something good inside? It would be a waste to sign in like that. Finally, he passed through the divine light. They arrived at the palace. At this time, there were already many people in the plaza of the palace. These people were not very young, and their gazes were very cold. His gaze landed directly on Luo Lan and Lin Fei. The famous holy daughter of the celestial sect actually came here? That's quite rare. A silhouette silently spread out. It fell into everyone's ears. Following that, everyone's gaze landed on him. Their gazes landed on Lin Fei and Luo Lan. So someone recognized Luo Lan. It also made many people feel different. The celestial sect of God ordainment was terrifying. If they met the celestial sect of God ordainment, it would be even more different. They would be directly crushed. The holy daughter of the celestial sect of God ordainment was even more different. It seemed like she also felt that something was going to happen here. The information was even more accurate. Chapter 5304. Once someone spoke up, everyone's attention fell on Luo Lan. The celestial sect's name was extremely famous. It was considered a special existence in the past. However, they didn't expect it to appear here. Everyone's gaze paused on Luo Lan for a moment before turning to Lin Fei. Since this person could come with Luo Lan, his background definitely wasn't simple. Everyone was on their guard. The person who spoke just now was a middle-aged man. This man didn't look like much, but his eyes were filled with hatred. One look and one could tell what was going on. He definitely wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. It seems like you're in a lot of trouble before you even enter. Lin Fei smiled. Luo Lan also knew what was going on. The person who spoke just now is a sect leader. I didn't expect him to be here too. It seems like he's trying to attract everyone's attention. When the time comes, it will be much easier for him to take things. Luo Lan didn't say specifically, but Lin Fei could definitely tell. That person was indeed filled with hatred. This also caused the people who came in one after another to know about Luo Lan. They also knew that he was from the so-called celestial sect. No one was willing to be the first to make a move. They all knew how terrifying the celestial sect was, so they were very careful. Unless someone made a move first, they definitely wouldn't make a move. Subconsciously, they would treat Luo Lan as a strong competitor. After all, the celestial sect wasn't a joke. Lin Fei's attention wasn't on them. Instead, it was on a place not far in front. The place not far in front was indeed a little unusual. None of them went over at all. There were many corpses lying on the ground. They didn't know how long they had been dead. Some of them could even clearly see how they died. After passing the 2 trials outside, they thought that they would be able to sleep peacefully inside. Now, it seemed like they were thinking too much. The danger inside was the real danger. If they were to barge in now, they might suffer a huge loss. Other than the corpses, everyone saw many things left on the ground. These things were all treasures. They looked extraordinary. They were even shining brightly. But so far, no one was willing to go. There were already a few new people lying on the outermost area. He didn't need to guess to know that they were also here for the same thing. As a result, he realized that the air inside was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Therefore, it became a warning to the future generations. That should be the so-called divine light. It's the same as the divine attack outside. I heard that this light is also very terrifying. Luo Lan said from the side. Lin Fei also felt the power of these lights. It was indeed similar to the divine attacks outside. It was indeed very powerful. Could it be that the thing you want is in here? It seems that this place is indeed full of dangers. It won't be easy to barge through. Even this kind of method can be used. It seems that there must have been a powerful existence here in the past, and he must have cultivated a divine cultivation method. Lin Fei had more or less found some clues. This clue was not simple at all. He was also extremely curious about the divine cultivation method. He believed that Luo Lan should more or less know something about it. You're right. This person has indeed cultivated a special divine cultivation method. I heard that this divine cultivation method is a cultivation method from the upper realm, which is the so-called immortal realm. It isn't a cultivation method created in our universe. It was actually from the upper realm. That was completely different. No wonder it was filled with a divine aura. In front of the divine aura, any kind of attack seemed to be much weaker. Lin Fei was a little enlightened. This should have been the work of a big shot. Otherwise, there was no way he could have created such a divine cultivation method. Chapter 5305. A figure dashed forward. This experience made him realize what it meant to be holy and terrifying. The holy light was extinguished by him in an instant. Everyone present saw it clearly. When the holy light bloomed, they all felt the invincibility of the holy light. It was true that whoever went would have to bear the sacred light. In that instant, if they couldn't bear it, they couldn't bear it anymore. If they could bear it, they would naturally be able to bear it. They could still see the subtle changes clearly. Lin Fei saw it clearly too. The holy light was indeed terrifying. If he went up, not only would he have to activate his god-fiend body, but he would also have to use the thunderbolt heart to strengthen himself. That way, he would be able to bear it. Otherwise, there would be no chance. Only by using the thunderbolt heart to resist the holy light would he be able to bear it with the god-fiend body. Lin Fei already had a plan in mind. However, he didn't plan to give it a try yet. The surrounding people were all pondering over it. They looked like they were eyeing their prey. More people's gazes fell on him and Luo Lan, the invisible potential opponents. My thing is inside. It's not easy to take it, but they can't enter. That's a relief. Luo Lan's strength had indeed recovered a little, and her injuries had also recovered a little. However, it wasn't easy for her to pass through the holy light. There should be strong and weak holy lights. Let's just wait here, Luo Lan replied. Luo Lan replied, if I remember correctly, there should be 9 checkpoints from here. This should be the first checkpoint. Only after passing through the 9 checkpoints can we reach the innermost area. However, after each checkpoint, there will be some rewards. This was Luo Lan's unique secret. She told Lin Fei about it. Lin Fei felt that this place was quite interesting. There were actually 9 checkpoints. Then which checkpoint is your thing in? Not to mention the 9 checkpoints, it's not a simple thing. I suddenly feel like I've accepted the wrong task. For a fragment of the gate of the immortal realm, I have to go so far and pass 9 checkpoints. It's really not worth it. Lin Fei also teased. You're right. That thing of mine is behind these 9 checkpoints. If you want to pass, you have to do me a favor. In any case, I've already given you everything. You can't be lazy about it. Luo Lan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course he knew fellow Daoist Lin's temper. Since he had made a promise, he would not go back on his word. I was just complaining. With just one look, one could tell that the 9 checkpoints weren't going to be easy. If they could get through, it would be a completely different story. Are we going to wait here or go there directly? I have a certain level of confidence. Lin Fei had a certain degree of confidence in this first checkpoint. Wasn't it just the holy light? If he really signed in, he felt that it was very likely that he would be able to obtain these holy means. It was indeed quite unusual to use holy means to form a checkpoint. At the very least, this holy means was a unique attack method. Not everyone could block it. Not to mention Luo Lan, who was more familiar with this holy means. He was one of the clearest. If you don't want more people to come, I think it's better to go in now. I think more people have come in. It seems that everyone knows a lot about this place. I just don't know if the information they know overlaps with yours. Lin Fei said again. Luo Lan also noticed that there were figures behind him. They seemed to be coming over. This wasn't good news. The more people that came in, the more it proved that everyone wanted to pass this checkpoint and obtain the things inside. As for whether they had reached the end of the 9th checkpoint, it was unknown. Anyway, it wasn't a good thing that they came. I'll listen to you. Let's go in now. Chapter 5306. Everyone present was indeed looking at the barrier in front of them. It would take them a while to figure out how to get in. Of course, there were also people who were curious about what Luo Lan and this young man would do. This was the House of Immortals, and not some other organization. It was a unique entity that had even suppressed the House of God ordainment in the past. All of a sudden, they watched as the two of them charged toward the holy light. As soon as they entered, holy light filled the air. Then the black-robed young man unleashed a fist strike. The holy light in front of them collapsed for a moment. In a short time, quite a few people had entered. It was quite a surprise to them. This young man really was an expert, and he was so strong that they couldn't help but be astonished. His opponent had unleashed the power of lightning, and the bolts of lightning instantly shook the divine light. Although he could only shake a small part of it, he was still able to block a lot of its power. Most importantly, they could tell that this black-robed young man was incredibly strong. He was so strong that it was almost inconceivable. Things like this were very rare. Luo Lan had already given them a lot of pressure. Now that another one had appeared, they naturally felt that something was amiss. That brat's body is so strong. I can't believe he can withstand the holy light. And it doesn't seem like it's doing much damage to him. He's definitely going to be a tough nut to crack. With this, everyone could feel that this guy was different from the others. He was definitely putting a lot of pressure on them. If Luo Lan was already like that, then this black-robed young man would be even more difficult to deal with. People like that weren't easy to provoke or even deal with. At any other time, they might be able to ignore it, but now they were feeling the pressure. They couldn't wait for the two of them to die in the holy light. If they did, they would be able to get a lot of treasures. It was a good idea, But they quickly realized that it wasn't a good idea. The man and the woman continued to charge forward. In front of them was the black-robed young man. Behind him was Luo Lan. Luo Lan had even taken out a treasure, which made for a perfect match. They were getting closer and closer. When they saw what was happening, they felt even more envious. They exchanged glances. Instead, a few figures rushed in with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they encountered the holy light. Even they could barge in. Then why couldn't he get past it? But when he came in, he realized that the divine light was very, very powerful. In an instant, it hit their bodies. They didn't even have time to react and died on the spot. Only one of them managed to escape in a sorry state, but he was also seriously injured. Lin Fei could naturally feel the gazes of the people behind him. They were indeed envious. Of course, there were also all kinds of jealousy. Many people were probably cursing him. However, this had nothing to do with him. Lin Fei punched out again and again. The lightning could indeed shake the divine light. The divine light was indeed very strong. His all-out lightning attack was actually suppressed by a large part of it. Fortunately, it was enough to shake it. In addition, he was charging at the front, so the pressure on Luo Lan, who was at the back, was greatly reduced. At the very least, he would be able to pass through it easily. The area covered by the divine light wasn't very big, only a few thousand meters. It was just a distance of a few thousand meters, but many experts had perished here. Along the way, Lin Fei saw some treasures lying inside. However, they were all damaged. Even Lin Fei didn't like them, much less Luo Lan. In the blink of an eye, the two of them entered the palace after the first checkpoint. This was considered a relatively big palace. There were many balls of light floating in the palace, but there weren't many of them. They were shiny. There were people observing the light seriously. It was obvious that they were looking for treasures here. Suddenly, a person reached out to grab a ball of light. However, the ball of light instantly turned into a human shadow. A blade slashed over. That person couldn't react in time and was sent flying. Then, the shadow returned to its original state. Chapter 5307. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this layer of light could actually turn into shadows. These shadows also had very strong attacks. For example, the attack of the shadow just now was very powerful. It was an eternal attack. The blade technique also contained a different kind of attack. This was also the reason why the other party couldn't withstand it. When Luo Lan and Lin Fei came in, some people inside noticed them. The sacred light outside was not so easy to break through. This layer blocked most of the people. The treasures behind this level seemed to be ordinary. Being able to transform into a human form and erupt with such power, it was even more different. Blade technique. There is definitely a powerful blade technique inside. It's mine. You don't have to fight with me for it. A tall and sturdy figure came over. After this person came over, he turned the two blades in his hands into attacks and directly attacked the light. The light came out again. Like a shadow, it also launched a blade technique attack. After the two sides collided, this burly man suppressed the attack of the light. The light then landed on his hand, effortlessly. It was even stronger than the previous person. After this person got the light, he laughed loudly. He casually put away the blade technique. The others were full of envy when they saw this scene. Not many people went over to fight for this blade technique. The other party was also someone who used two blades. Being able to use two blades meant that he was exceptionally strong. Especially in this place, any one of them was at least an eternal level expert. Luo Lan sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. The light here should be formed by the treasures. This is a big move. Not everyone can come to this place. If you are interested, you can take a look and see what's inside the light. Lin Fei had already seen what was going on. The treasures here were really interesting. They could even transform into shadows to attack. For example, the attack just now was a blade technique. There was a fist technique in the distance. This fist technique was Genesis Splitter. This fist seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It contained a terrifying blow. That person also had a hard time resisting, which made Lin Fei even more curious. Who was the one who created this place? Then do you know who built this place? Could it really have been done by a divine expert? That's just too powerful. It's definitely a top-class expert, and it might even be a top-class expert. In the past, Lin Fei had heard about it from Luo Lan, so he had some idea in his heart. But now that he saw that these treasures could transform into light balls, things were even more different. I remember that this place was created by someone called the Holy Magnate. Luo Lan did know some things, but he didn't dare to say too much at this time. He wasn't sure if he was right or not. The divine attacks here were obvious to all. I'm not interested in these things. Let's just go to the last few floors. The last few floors are where the good stuff is. Let them fight over these things. Lin Fei laughed. There was a door in the distance, but there was no one around it. Everyone was fighting over these things. It was obvious that this floor was even more powerful than the previous ones. Luo Lan was quite impressed with Lin Fei. Since he was not interested in these things, it seemed that he had a lot of things in his hands. Two figures quickly arrived in front of the door. This floor also had divine light, but this divine light seemed to have something else added to it. It felt very mysterious. I'll be the vanguard. You just stay behind me. The divine light in the first few floors isn't that strong. At most, it'll increase by 10 to 20%. I can still handle it. Lin Fei laughed and directly rushed in. Luo Lan followed. Many people noticed Luo Lan and the black-robed young man. They didn't take anything and directly went to the next floor. My goodness, he's way too confident. Normal people wouldn't have the confidence to go through. Chapter 5308. The divine attacks here were indeed much more powerful than before. Even though Lin Fei was able to endure it all the way, he felt some pressure when he reached the fourth level. The second and third floors didn't have much of a difference. The fourth floor was a completely different story. At least, Lin Fei could feel it clearly. Luo Lan was the same. He had underestimated the holy attacks. Lin Fei didn't touch any of the treasures on the first two levels. Luo Lan was the same. She didn't touch any of them. To her, these treasures weren't that big of a deal. Only the treasures at the later levels were interesting to her. Suddenly, Luo Lan took out a pearl. As soon as the pearl was taken out, it emitted a resplendent light, resisting the sacred light. However, Luo Lan's consumption rate became quite high. I thought that I would have to use this treasure in the later levels. Now, I realized that I was thinking too much. I can only use it now. Lin Fei could sense that this treasure was different from the others the moment he used it. It had the ability to counter holy attacks. It was really extraordinary. Who knew where Luo Lan got it from? No wonder it consumed a lot of energy. This was the nemesis of holy attacks. It was called darkness. Lin Fei did feel the power of darkness from the pearl. The power of darkness was different from what he had imagined. It was unbelievable. He passed the fourth level, the fifth level, and when he reached the sixth level, Luo Lan couldn't take it anymore, so Lin Fei took the pearl. He continued to use it. However, he could feel that it consumed a lot of energy. It was like a bottomless pit, endless. When he reached the seventh level, Luo Lan could only stay behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei could hold on. Continue. Eighth and ninth level. The last two levels didn't have much pressure. Lin Fei could still take it. When he reached the ninth level, he realized that it was really quiet. It was different from the others. There were no treasures at all. This meant that this was the last level. Instead, three figures appeared here. It was unknown how long these three figures had been here. Suddenly, three pairs of eyes immediately looked over. In an instant, flying swords, flying daggers. Adding on the fact that there was an imprint, he immediately came over. Without any hesitation, he immediately called out to Lin Fei and Luo Lan. These three attacks were quite domineering and quite different from the others. Lin Fei could clearly sense it. It was clear that the three of them were veteran top-notch experts, and they seemed to be on par with Xianxia. Most importantly, it was quite unusual for them to be able to make it this far. Luo Lan also recognized the three of them at first glance. So it's the Origin Mountain's three titans. After all, Luo Lan knew more people than Lin Fei. Therefore, he recognized them at a glance. These three were the famous Origin Mountain's Big Three. He actually came to the ninth floor at this time. This method of attack was indeed quite powerful. The three attacks actually formed three different directions, separating all the possible routes. It was a killing move that was wide open. So it's Luo Lan from the Immortal sect. No wonder you recognized us at a glance. I didn't expect you to come to this floor. All the more reason why I can't tolerate you. One of the white-haired old men recognized Luo Lan's background at a glance. As a result, his attacks became even more powerful. Needless to say, the two beside him also understood Luo Lan. This kind of person was indeed not easy to deal with. In an instant, the attacks came over, and they were even more ferocious than before. As for Lin Fei, he sent out punch after punch, forming an area of lightning. Many of their attacks were blocked in an instant. It's just the three of you. You don't have any divine attacks. You really don't have the right to be presumptuous in front of me. Lin Fei's thunderbolt heart, coupled with the strength of the god-demon body, withstood all the attacks in an instant. It also suppressed the power of the attacks infinitely. This made the three of them feel immense pressure. 7017K. Chapter 5309. The three of them were indeed quite strong when they attacked. The moment they attacked, they could feel a certain amount of pressure. However, under Lin Fei's thunderous attacks, they felt that it would be difficult to deal with them. The thunderbolts were still constantly moving. The scariest thing was that Lin Fei's figure was silently approaching them. Even without using a technique like the primordial spirit light, the three of them could already feel the pressure. They kept retreating as they fought until they were all the way to the back. They had just stopped, but the treasures on their bodies had cracks all over them. They didn't know when these cracks were left behind, but they realized that it should be because of the thunderbolts. This was the first time they had encountered such a powerful thunderbolt. If the three of them hadn't reacted quickly and teamed up, they probably wouldn't have been able to suppress this fella. They would probably have suffered a huge loss. It was only after they had pulled a certain distance away that they stopped. That was the safest way to do it. In the end, only by releasing an extremely powerful defensive treasure was he able to withstand the lightning's attack. However, it was also enough to exhaust them to the point where they were afraid. They kept staring at this young man. It seemed that this person was even stronger than Luo Lan. Initially, they were afraid of Luo Lan. After all, they heard that Luo Lan had mastered some powerful immortal techniques. Even though they hadn't seen it before, they didn't dare to let their guard down. However, they didn't expect this young man to be even stronger than they had imagined. The moment he attacked, he had already used such a technique. It made them feel that something was different. Luo Lan, you win. We can't beat you. If you continue to attack, don't blame us for destroying everything indiscriminately. When that happens, none of us will be able to get anything good, let alone make it through. One of the white-haired old men said once again. The three of them felt a huge amount of pressure. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. This fella was really strong. Lin Fei stopped. After using the Thunderbolt technique in the God-Fiend body, he was even more aware of the level of his combat power. It was more than enough to deal with the few of them. At the very least, it was impossible for them to withstand it easily. Or was Lin Fei not giving it his all? If they were to go all out, the three of them would definitely not have a good ending, not to mention being able to withstand it. That was absolutely impossible. If I were you, I'd just stand to the side. After all, whoever is stronger has the right to speak in this place. If you guys want to die together, I'm more than happy to do so. Let's see if you guys can beat me. Lin Fei snorted. Another punch. The power of this punch increased by a large margin, and it blasted them a few more steps back before they came to a stop. Luo Lan knew that Lin Fei's strength had increased by a lot. However, he didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to improve so quickly, to the point that he had mastered a thunderbolt attack. His lightning combined with his body made his combat strength even stronger. Moreover, the lightning was extremely destructive and penetrative. It was even comparable to the divine attack. Although there was still a gap, it would definitely be able to catch up to this divine attack in the future. This made Luo Lan even more glad that he could come here. He invited Lin Fei over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good time if he had to rely on himself. Most importantly, it would be difficult to withstand the attacks of the three of them. The three of them were quite strong. The three of them didn't have much of an idea at this moment. The person in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Not to mention, there was still Luo Lan beside him. They only stopped after retreating far away. At this moment, they really didn't have any thoughts of making a move. At least, that was the case for now. Lin Fei didn't continue to attack. It was about time for them to reach this position. Since the three of them could actually come here, they definitely had some trump cards. Lin Fei naturally didn't want the situation to be too bad. You guys better behave. It's better for everyone if you behave. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a place not far away. This was the last checkpoint of the 9 levels. Does it only count if we get to the next level? Chapter 53:10. None of the three had the nerve to attack. After all, they had behaved themselves. They were no match for the black-robed young man at all. This guy was even more dreadful than Luo Lan. They had underestimated him. Fortunately, they were still alive at the moment. That was something to be happy about. Otherwise, they would have been in great pain and suffering. They could put other things aside. As long as he did not attack them, they would certainly feel relieved. Even though there were no treasures on this floor, he was not tempted. He thought the most important thing should be on the last floor. Therefore, this door was very inconspicuous. Even Luo Lan did not know what the method on this floor was. Anyway, standing in front of this door, he somehow felt a great pressure. And this pressure turned into danger. I don't know how dangerous this place is, but it's not easy to go down. Luo Lan did not have much information about it. Lin Fei smiled. It's all right. Even if there isn't any information, we'll be able to experience it ourselves if we go down. I'm also going to see what this place looks like. You just have to follow behind me. If I can't handle it, you can just leave. Don't worry about me, my life is still quite strong. Lin Fei's words amused Luo Lan. Luo Lan had been grateful to Lin Fei on their way down. If it were not for Lin Fei, he would not have been able to stand here at all. Because it was too difficult. Luo Lan had not fully recovered. Maybe he would have to use some special methods. Once he used some special methods, it would be very bad for his injury. He was grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei did not use any special methods. He just dashed in directly. He felt the sacred attack as soon as he went in. The sacred attack this time was different. Previously, the divine attack had always come in waves. But now, the sacred attack was very uniform. And there was even an invisible thought in it. The attack landed directly on Lin Fei's soul. It did not have such a method before. Lin Fei could tell there must be some special thought in this place. Moreover, this thought made him feel that it was very unusual. Luo Lan, who was at the back, felt a little pressured. At this moment, his complexion was much paler than before. He didn't need to guess to know that they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks here. It was indeed terrifying. He set up a certain level of defense in front of him. Follow behind me. You just need to guard against this special will's attack. Everything else should be fine. Lin Fei also knew that even if he used this thunderous method, he wouldn't be able to shake this will. He could only take it head-on. This will was indeed extraordinary. It belonged to a special kind of attack. Lin Fei also had the reincarnation primordial spirit. He had also mastered some primordial spirit attacks. Therefore, he immediately activated it. He went up like a beam of light. He wanted to see just how powerful this attack was. In the blink of an eye, the attack landed on Lin Fei. This attack was not as powerful as he had imagined. Part of it was resolved. Even Luo Lan, who was at the back, could feel it. Indeed, it was a lot easier than before. Luo Lan could see it clearly. There was nothing to worry about at all. It wasn't as strong as the attack at the beginning. This attack was indeed much weaker than before. He hadn't experienced it before, so he really wasn't sure. After experiencing it, he would know that such a method was indeed quite ordinary. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei passed through this door. Even Luo Lan, who was at the back, did the same. It sounded simple, but in fact, the two of them were under quite a lot of pressure. Moreover, this pressure wasn't something that anyone could withstand. At least, that was what Lin Fei thought. It was like coming to a vast starry sky. It was a very strange feeling. Even when Lin Fei came here, he was a little surprised. He found it a little unbelievable that this place was a little different from what he had imagined. The error-free chapters of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated in the new Sea of Books. There will be no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend the new Sea of Books. If you like Invincible Leveling King, please collect. Invincible Leveling King New Book Sea of Books is updated the fastest. Chapter 5311. This is the place after the 9th stage. Why does it feel like a special retirement place? As soon as this thought popped up, he couldn't suppress it. Even Lin Fei was surprised. It really felt like a retirement place. A place like this didn't seem like it at all. It would be fine if it was another place, but it was completely different in this place. Even Luo Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He could feel that this place was different. You're right. This place really does look like a retirement home. It felt a little similar to this place. There were rare things here. Let me see where that thing is. Maybe we'll find it soon. Luo Lan also started looking for it immediately. He wanted to see if that thing existed in this place. Although he knew it would appear at this time, he couldn't guarantee that it would. This place didn't seem small. In the blink of an eye, he saw something different. There's a special life aura on the left. It should be here. Luo Lan took out a treasure and quickly determined the location. The truth was that this thing existed. No one knew better than Luo Lan that this thing was extremely useful to her. Just like that, they came all the way here, and they really saw a big tree not far away. This tree was quite unusual. It seemed to have a lot of history. There was something on the tree that surprised Lin Fei and Luo Lan. It was the so-called fruits. However, there weren't many of them. From beginning to end, there were only 3 of them. Lin Fei understood what it was when he saw the fruit. This was probably the famous God Tree of Life. It would be of great help to Luo Lan. These 3 fruits seemed to have a strong life aura. But the other 2 fruits were a little different. However, the other 2 fruits were a little different. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? It looks different. Luo Lan smiled. This is the legendary God Tree of Life. This thing only bears fruit after 100,000 years. For example, the 3 fruits you see now are fruits that only bear fruit after 100,000 years. The red fruit in the middle is life. I heard that after eating it, you can gain about 5,000 years of lifespan. It is very magical. As for the other 2 fruits, one is used to heal injuries, and the other is used to increase strength. Things like this are not something you can see all the time. They are very rare. This time, even Lin Fei was surprised. There was actually something like this. He really couldn't see it normally. No wonder Luo Lan valued it so much. If it was anything else, it would be fine. But if it was this thing, then it was really unusual. I only want the healing fruit in the middle. I don't really like the others. I can give you the other 2 fruits. I won't let you work for nothing. Lin Fei thought that Luo Lan wanted something that could increase her lifespan. He didn't expect it to be for the healing fruit. This surprised him quite a bit. It seems like you've been waiting for this thing for a long time. Can you pluck it now? Don't let anyone come over. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Lin Fei didn't feel that anyone was here, but it was inevitable that someone would come over. It would be best if he could pluck it now. Luo Lan took a look and shook her head. These things are not completely ripe yet. Only when they fall on their own will they be fully effective. Otherwise, if you forcibly pluck them, there will be no effect at all. Moreover, these fruits will automatically destroy themselves. Don't you think it's very magical and incredible? This time, even Lin Fei was very surprised. This thing was really different from the real thing. It really made him feel a little incredulous. Looks like I'll have to rely on luck for this thing. Lin Fei knew that this was the time to rely on luck. The error-free chapters of Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated in the new Sea of Books. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new Sea of Books. If you like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please bookmark. Invincible King of Upgrade, New Book Sea of Books is updated the fastest. Chapter 5312. It was indeed quite troublesome that this thing hadn't ripened yet. Lin Fei originally thought that he could take it down now. He didn't expect that it would actually mature by itself, and it didn't seem like it took too long to mature. It would probably take another 10 days or so. This period of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. But if he wanted to wait for it to fall completely, he would have to rely on luck. Who knew if someone would come from outside? At the very least, there wasn't anyone right now. It was inevitable that someone would barge in when it was nearing maturity. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. He set up some traps. It was the same for Luo Lan. It was also some traps that he had set up. These traps were set up in the surroundings and hidden in space. Even if a powerhouse came, it would be able to hold them off for a while. Of course, this required a top-notch powerhouse. Otherwise, ordinary powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand the traps left behind by Lin Fei and Luo Lan. Just like that, day after day passed. Lin Fei could sense that there was something unusual about this place. At the same time, he signed in here. Ding. Signed in next to the Tree of Life. Obtained 5,000 years of life. Today, Lin Fei obtained another 5,000 years of life. It really surprised him. On the first day he signed in, he obtained a life. However, it wasn't that long, just 2,000 years. After that, he continued to sign in. In total, he had a lifespan of about 30,000 years. If Luo Lan knew that Lin Fei obtained 30,000 years of life from signing in, she would probably be dumbfounded. There was such a thing. It was really unbelievable. Even Lin Fei felt the same. He also felt that it was quite amazing. He could even obtain so many lives. It was quite a good deal. In fact, he didn't have to take any risks. It was just that he didn't get the other two things at all. One was to increase his strength, and the other was to heal his injuries. However, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He believed that he would be able to get it soon. Luo Lan was nervous and looking forward to it. Her emotions were completely written on her face. No one knew better than her how much this thing meant to her. There are about 2 more days. I think it should be enough. Luo Lan stared at the Tree of Life and found that the fruits on it had changed a lot. If he was young and inexperienced before, he was now gradually moving towards maturity. That shouldn't be a very long time. Luo Lan could see this quite clearly. No one understood the importance of these things better than he did. It was about to ripen, but no one had come in until now. This made Luo Lan understand. He shouldn't need to worry about anything else. Those guys shouldn't be able to get in so easily. Whoosh! A clear and melodious sound could be heard. Luo Lan was the first to react. He sensed that someone had already made contact with the means outside. Even Lin Fei himself could feel it. At this time, there seemed to be someone rushing in from the outside, but this time, they didn't completely rush in. The two figures quickly moved forward. At this moment, Luo Lan was extremely concerned. At this time, only top-grade eternal powerhouses could make it through. Although Ningcheng had encountered a few eternal powerhouses before, they were all veterans. Their combat power wasn't top-grade, but they were able to shake the means left behind by the two of them. That person's strength was definitely at the top. A top-grade powerhouse naturally wasn't simple. They saw the place where they had broken in. 3 figures were trapped. These 3 figures looked very unfamiliar, but their strength was incomparably strong. One after another, streams of light shot out. Although the means they left behind were extremely powerful, they were quickly blocked. More importantly, Luo Lan and Lin Fei felt something different in these attacks. This smell was something that only the two of them could sense. That was the so-called Immortal technique. Although its power was greatly limited, its explosive power was still very strong. I was wondering why someone would leave a means here. 2 people actually came. Their strength is quite good, but your good days are coming to an end. Chapter 53:13. The 3 of them showed their terrifying techniques the moment they barged in. Among the techniques, Lin Fei and Luo Lan smelled the scent of the so-called Immortals. In other words, the 3 of them were definitely not simple people. It was no wonder that they could come here. The techniques of Immortals were very terrifying. Their attacks were very sharp. When they saw Lin Fei and Luo Lan, their faces were full of smiles. They also realized that the techniques here were left behind by the 2 in front of them. Maybe you don't know who I am, But after we came here, everything here belongs to us because we are the descendants of the ancient immortals. One of the experts laughed. It was a supreme smile with a look of disdain. He didn't think highly of the two of them at all. Of course, Lin Fei hadn't heard of this. But he had heard of Luo Lan and was very shocked. You are the descendants of the ancient immortals? That's impossible. There shouldn't be any descendants of the ancient immortals in this world. You can't be. Luo Lan was the one who came to Celestial Sect, and she was also the saintess. Naturally, she knew a lot of things, including the existence of the descendants of the ancient immortals. The descendants of the ancient immortals were Ho-I, who stayed here in the celestial world. These people had mastered some powerful celestial techniques, but they weren't as strong as they used to be. They only had about 30 to 40% of the original power. But even that was extremely strong and not everyone could withstand it. Back then, the descendants of the ancient immortals were mostly wiped out. Now that these people had appeared, Luo Lan felt that it was unbelievable. The expert who made the first move made another move. Every move contained the scent of the immortals. The attacks were very sharp. The techniques that the two of them left behind were broken layer by layer. It seems like you know something. I smell a familiar aura from you. I remember now. Which sect are you from? You're from the Immortal sect that's almost extinct. I didn't expect to see an expert from the Immortal sect here today. It's really surprising. That's right. The expert snorted. His gaze fell on Luo Lan. The two people at the side were also very excited. Ascending the Immortal sect? In that case, I know who you are. You must be that Luo Lan. To think that you would run all the way here. Looks like the rumors are true. Something must have happened to you. You wanted the 3 fruits of the divine tree of life. But now that you've encountered us, there's nothing you can do. These two youngsters were also very strong. They had actually stepped into the eternal realm at such a young age. Although they were only at the early stage of the eternal realm, their means were exceptionally strong. The power that erupted from their punches and kicks had already reached the peak of the eternal realm. This was the power of immortal techniques. If it were anything else, it wouldn't have mattered. But with such combat prowess, not everyone could withstand it. If the two of you don't want to die under the hands of Luo Lan, you'd better unravel all these techniques. Otherwise, once we break these techniques, you two won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. I forgot to tell you that the people of our ancient immortal Ho-I have already taken down the outside. No one can break in. Therefore, no one can enter this place except for us. Therefore, these things belong to the descendants of our ancient immortal Ho-I. This person attacked again, and every time he attacked, he would get closer to them. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't make a move, but he could already tell what kind of situation this was. This meant that there was a fish that escaped the net. Lin Fei could guess that the Celestial Sect, which controlled the passage to the upper realm in the past, had also been targeted. There might even be the shadow of ancient immortal Ho-I among them. Such a possibility existed. Chapter 53:14. He had thought that the House of Immortality in this universe was quite powerful. Not to mention the House of God Ordainment. But now, it didn't seem like it was what he had imagined. Now that even the descendants of ancient immortals had appeared, this was definitely a hidden force. And now they had finally appeared. In other words, they were quite interested in this thing. Of course, from Lin Fei's point of view, this thing was nothing much. He had signed in for tens of thousands of years of his lifespan alone. Other than the two who hadn't signed in yet, Lin Fei had already picked up a lot of benefits. He really wasn't looking forward to it. Looks like we're in trouble this time. Even the descendants of ancient immortals have appeared. Back in the day, the ancient immortals were a special force that was used to monitor this universe. But in the end, they were wiped out by the people of this world. I didn't expect them to appear now. Luo Lan's voice floated over. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So that was what was going on. He knew that the descendants of ancient immortals weren't simple. He hadn't expected them to be used to monitor this world. Now that even they had appeared, Luo Lan's words from before had become extremely true. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this world became a chessboard. It's a pity that this thing hasn't ripened yet. Luolan looked back at the thing. It hadn't ripened yet. It still needed some time. This amount of time was equivalent to 2, 3, 4 days. Now that they had come over, it would not be so easy. It's fine. Since you brought me here, I'll definitely let you get these things. Let's just retreat to the side of that thing. When they make a move, they'll naturally have some misgivings. Lin Fei replied and brought Luolan back to where they came from. The three people on their side were rumbling. They chased after them like a hot knife through butter. They didn't take the two of them seriously at all. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near the tree of life. Finally, they saw the 3 fruits hanging on it. The 3 of them laughed. They finally saw them. Fortunately, they hadn't ripened yet. No wonder the 2 of them hadn't left yet. What a bargain! The 2 of them were currently under the tree of life. They just watched as they came over. Don't you want this thing? Right now, even if you keep fighting, you might not be able to obtain it. Of course, you can go all out and take it down first. What do you think? Luolan had already found a way. It wouldn't be easy for them to take this thing away. Without his consent, how could they give it up? Lin Fei was all smiles. I can see that it wasn't easy for you to come all the way here. You can come again in the next 100,000 years. We want this thing. Even if the descendants of ancient immortals had mastered a certain level of immortal techniques, in Lin Fei's opinion, it was nothing much. He was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he had also mastered many killer moves. Although these people were strong, once they got close to him, they would not be a match for him. You're quite arrogant. Do you really think the 2 of you can block the attacks of us, the descendants of ancient immortals? That's impossible. Swoosh swoosh. The 2 young figures on the side immediately attacked. 2 powerful immortal techniques enveloped Luolan and Lin Fei. Just for a moment, the 2 of them felt as though they were about to leave the void. So, this immortal technique was really strong and involved the existence of space. With a loud bang, Lin Fei punched out. That single punch caused the entire space to tremble. In the blink of an eye, that immortal skill was shattered into pieces. At the same time, he closed in on the 2 young men. The 2 young men were quite strong. But with the addition of the lightning attack, there was a loud explosion. Following the direction of the lightning attack, it reached the 2 of them. While 2 figures were directly smashed out. They were going all out and didn't care about their feelings at all. You actually cultivated lightning and close combat. To think that you're so strong that you can even shake the immortal technique. How can we let you live? The expert's eyes squinted and a cold glint shot out. Chapter 53:15. The expert could tell right away that this young man was much stronger than Luolan. Although Luolan had grasped some celestial techniques, he could tell that there was something wrong with Luolan's body. In other words, he couldn't use any celestial techniques. He wasn't like the ancient celestial descendants who had reduced versions of the techniques. They were more suitable for explosiveness and for bringing out a certain amount of power. The gate of celestial that Luolan and the others were in was a complete and strong celestial technique. However, using it would consume a lot of energy. Others might not know about this, but the ancient celestial descendants were quite clear about it. The black-robed young man in front of them seemed really terrifying. Streaks of light shot over. The expert passed through the streaks of light and closed in on Lin Fei. Immortal's cage, trap. Streaks of light turned into a cage that locked down Lin Fei. This technique was really weird and really strong. Lin Fei's punches, which were accompanied by thunderous attacks, broke the cage in an instant. Then he faced the expert from Xianxia. This expert was truly quite strong. He was able to unleash one immortal technique after another. He was much stronger than the other 2. Then he sent a voice transmission to Luolan. You go deal with those 2 fellows. The 2 of them are already injured. Their strength has been suppressed by at least 30% to 40%. Later on, I will activate my reincarnation primordial spirit to suppress their strength again. You just need to suppress the 2 of them. That way, we will definitely win. Many figures walked out from behind Lin Fei in an instant. They joined the battle. Xianxia was also shocked. He recognized what it was. It was the reincarnation primordial spirit, which was rarely seen. However, There were more of them than he had expected. There were actually 99 of them. The 99 primordial spirits immediately surrounded the two young men. The two young men had suffered a loss just now and were seriously injured. But in the blink of an eye, they were even more shocked. That was because the 99 primordial spirits had activated the primordial spirit formation and suppressed a portion of their strength. They were already injured and couldn't use much of their strength. Now that their attacks had been suppressed, they found it hard to accept. At the same time, 33 also took the opportunity to attack and unleashed a mystic art. After all, he had mastered quite a few immortal arts. The might of these immortal techniques was also exceptionally strong. Rumble. Directly it crushed them. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. The two of them suffered losses again and kept dodging. The pressure brought about by 99 primordial spirits was truly immense. It made them wish they had 3 heads and 6 arms. On the other side, Xianxia wanted to support them, but he was restrained by Lin Fei. Since we've come all the way here, we should at least have a good fight, don't you think? Rumble. The thunderbolts instantly turned into an area of one side, separating the distance in the middle. His surroundings were also blocked by the lightning, and he couldn't use any of his thoughts to check out the situation outside. Only Lin Fei and Xianxia were left. Xianxia stared at the black-robed young man in front of him. Amazing, truly amazing. I didn't think that someone would be able to inherit the Reincarnation Emperor's methods and go even further than him. He even managed to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. As expected, you're not a genius. But do you know that you've become an enemy of our ancient immortal clan? The consequences of that are unimaginable. Even if the Reincarnation Emperor knew about this, he wouldn't dare to interfere, said the old man. The Reincarnation Emperor was still alive. Lin Fei instantly sensed a problem. Chapter 53:16. Ever since Lin Fei signed in on the Reincarnation Great Emperor's primordial spirit cultivation, he naturally knew that this person wouldn't die so easily. After cultivating so many primordial spirits could cultivate non-stop, so naturally, they could prolong their lifespan. In that case, it could only be said that this Reincarnation Great Emperor had already gone to the world above. In other words, the so-called celestial world. There was still such a possibility. Now that he heard this from Xianxia, Lin Fei knew what was going on. What Xianxia said was most likely right. It was very likely that that person was still alive, but even if he was alive, it really had nothing to do with him. He only signed in with the help of him. Speaking of which, there was a little connection, but there was no master. At the same time, he guessed that this Xianxia should still have some communication with the higher-ups. Even if there wasn't, there must be other ways. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. I did indeed obtain some things from the Reincarnation Great Emperor, but he isn't my master yet, so this matter really has nothing to do with him. I learned this on my own. Have you ever seen someone cultivate 99 reincarnation primordial spirits? I don't think anyone has seen it before. Lin Fei laughed. Once again he attacked fiercely. His lightning was constantly mobilized. He didn't even need to get close. It was enough to let Xianxia feel the terror of the lightning. The lightning was very destructive and its penetrative power was extremely strong. He had no choice but to release treasures around him to protect everything around him. This guy was simply too strong. Even if he used all sorts of methods, it was still difficult for him to suppress the other party. This person's strength was extremely strong. It was really rare to see someone with such strength in this universe. Not to mention that the other party had 99 primordial spirits. If they were used to deal with him, he would still feel a certain amount of pressure. If I were you, I would leave as soon as possible. After all, not everyone can obtain this thing. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to get it at all, don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. Countless bolts of lightning directly attacked the two figures. The two figures were supposed to defend against the 99 primordial spirits, not to mention Luo Lan. In the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured by the lightning once again. It never occurred to him that Lin Fei's control over the lightning had already reached the point where he could control it at will. He had easily injured them. Look, it's that simple. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid the two of them will lose their lives. It shouldn't have been easy for them to cultivate to this level. After all, the descendants of the ancient immortals have been hidden for so long. We can't lose two experts here. Xianxia secretly cursed this fellow for being shameless. He actually took advantage of the time when he was talking to deal with the other two people. They were already under a lot of pressure. In addition, the lightning naturally couldn't withstand it. He was already injured. His resistance was even weaker. You're really ruthless. Don't think that we, the descendants of ancient immortals, can't get this thing. Even if we can't get it, others will come. Don't tell me you can stop them? In front of me, you are just like an ant. Luo Lan really couldn't do anything to this guy. He had already released his immortal technique several times, but it did not affect this fellow at all. This situation was really terrible, much worse than he had imagined. The matter that he was determined to get actually turned into this. The general situation is big, but that's a matter of the future. At least for now, I still have the final say here. Countless bolts of lightning turned into a bolt of lightning and bloomed. It blasted Xianxia's body. A huge hole was directly torn in the void. All the way to the end. The other two people were also instantly attacked, and they were sucked into it. In an instant, they experienced what it meant to be heavily injured once again. They didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood they had vomited before Luo Lan took them down. Look, it's actually quite easy for me to deal with them. Now it's your turn. 7017K. Chapter 53:17. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be Lin Fan's opponent. Lin Fan's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Fan had completely crushed him in the first exchange. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Xianxia still couldn't figure it out. Their ancient celestial descendants were considered strong, but they actually suffered such a huge loss here. Luo Lan actually found such an expert and they didn't receive any news at all. What the hell? He looked at the two people beside him being taken down. Xianxia didn't have any more thoughts and just retreated. If he didn't stop now, the two of them would probably be killed. It wasn't easy for him to bring two people over to see the world, but in the end, such a thing happened. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. If you don't kill them, then we can talk about anything. At this moment, Xianxia knew what to do. He didn't attack anymore. If he didn't attack, Lin Fei wouldn't attack either. There was no point in attacking. After all, the other party didn't plan on attacking anymore. Even if he killed these guys, it wouldn't be of much use. Instead, it would cause a lot of trouble. It was better to keep all of them here. Lin Fei's thoughts were quite quick. Even Luo Lan felt that this was the most suitable method. The three of you, stand to the side. Luo Lan took out a treasure and sealed all three of their powers before taking away their rings. Their treasures too. This meant that they wouldn't be able to do anything at this moment. All their methods were sealed and their treasures were gone. Their combat strength was pretty much negligible. I'm quite curious. Other than the descendants of ancient immortals, who else would come here? Moreover, I seem to have heard that you people came here because you feel that there is no one stronger than the descendants of ancient immortals in this universe. Isn't that the case? Of course, Lin Fei had to interrogate these people. He wanted to see what secrets they knew. Anyway, the things over there weren't ripe yet. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well find something to do. Xianxia said, we just received some news. Apart from us, some other top powers will attack too. Of course, there's also the legendary Holy Land. Luo Lan, who was beside him, cried out in surprise. Holy Land? Are you talking about the Holy Land that no longer exists, the Holy Land of Immortals? Hearing Luo Lan's question, Lin Fei could feel that this so-called Holy Land of Immortals was not a good place. In fact, it was highly possible that it was a power that surpassed the descendants of the ancient immortals. The Holy Land of Immortals is also a very special place. I heard that it used to be a place for ascension, but after a great chaos, it was completely abandoned. However, I don't know when, but some top experts have been living here. However, they haven't appeared for a very, very long time. At the very least, they haven't appeared since we started to ascend the immortal sect. They're a special existence that almost doesn't exist. Luo Lan explained to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very surprised. It can't be. Since they don't exist anymore, how did they appear again? Could it be that this guy is lying and purposely deceiving us? I'd better teach him a lesson first. Xian Tang laughed bitterly. I really don't need to lie to you about this. It's indeed like that. I already know the news. Anyway, those old things in the Holy Land of Immortals seem to have the intention to come out. We also received a decree from the upper realm. The luck of this side is about to arrive and the chessboard is about to open. Luo Lan had told Lin Fei about this before. However, she didn't expect that even this decree would be received. Luck was about to appear. No wonder they all wanted to come down. Indeed, this side of the universe was about to become a huge chessboard. This wasn't good news. Even though Lin Fei was mentally prepared, it came much faster than expected. The 3 fruits on the God Tree of Life are also for us to offer. Xian Tang added. Lin Fei asked a few more questions. However, the rest were the simplest ones. There wasn't much to it. He only knew that the outside powers had more or less received some news about the decree. In other words, this big scene was about to open. Anyone with a bit of background had already received the news. Chapter 53:18. Xian Tang and the other 2 were forced into a corner. They didn't dare to say anything at this time. Only they knew. At this time, if he were to say anything, he would be in trouble. Anyway, he had already said everything that needed to be said. Luo Lan and Lin Fei went somewhere else. At this moment, the 2 of them communicated telepathically. What I said last time was correct, right? A big event is about to begin in this world. Who would have thought that even the old monsters of a place like the sacred land of immortals would be stirring? Luo Lan continued, I heard that the great battle this time is a battle for karmic luck. In any case, when the time comes, some forces will spread their teachings down below. There will also be some people born with karmic luck coming down. Xian Tang indeed knew a lot more than Lin Fei. Such a situation was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. There was nothing to be shocked about or surprised about. Anyway, as long as they were here, they wouldn't make such a ruckus. It was very likely that something big had happened. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, it doesn't matter much to me. It's mainly because I don't think they'll cause too much of a commotion. In fact, there was something in Lin Fei's heart that he didn't say. So what if you're the son of luck? Do you have more potential than me? After all, he had the check-in system. Even if he just checked in, he could get a lot of things. It would definitely let him experience what despair was. Just like now. Lin Fei himself signed in a lot of things, although these things were not of much use. It would be of great help to the improvement of his strength. Another 2 days passed. During this period, no one came. It seemed that it was really as Xian Tang had said, and they had blocked all the people outside. It would be difficult for people from the outside to come in. This place wasn't easy to enter, and it wouldn't be easy for others to enter. The 3 fruits on the divine tree of life were also beginning to ripen. According to Luo Lan, it would probably ripen in the afternoon. This made the 2 of them heave a sigh of relief. As long as it matured, everything would be fine. After all, they had been waiting here for some time. If he still didn't mature, he wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Who knew if those fellows from the Holy Land of Immortals would come? In Luo Lan's words, the descendants of ancient immortals were much more terrifying. In that case, those fellows from the sacred land of immortals were even more terrifying. Those guys were very domineering in their way of doing things. He had always pursued results and never the process. It was just that they hadn't appeared for a very, very long time. If it wasn't for the information they left behind when they ascended to the immortal sect, Luo Lan didn't know that there was such a special existence. Wait here, I'll stand guard outside for you. It'll take at most 4 to 6 hours before it matures completely. After saying that, Lin Fei went outside to stand guard. If he didn't stand guard outside, it wouldn't be so easy for others to come in. This is the entrance. Xian Tang and the other 2 were in this corner. At this moment they felt wronged. The only good thing was that these people didn't want to deal with them and didn't kill them. This was good news, otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm. Lin Fei immediately unleashed a series of attacks. This time, it spread all over the void. This time he went all out. Even if someone had some thoughts, it wouldn't be so easy to come here. After Xianxia looked around, he took in a deep breath of cold air. This situation really wasn't easy to deal with. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy to barge in. If anyone came in, they would definitely take a huge loss. This would definitely let them know what a nightmare was. All the way until it matured. There was no movement, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. Luo Lan could finally take something from the Tree of Life. Well, just as Lin Fei was heaving a sigh of relief, a figure came in directly. In an instant he used all his techniques. It directly landed on the other party's body. His body actually shone with a 5-colored light. Chapter 53:19. Lin Fei's punch was quite overbearing. He didn't expect his opponent to block all the dazzling light. What surprised him was that he was able to trigger the second wave of attacks. A thunderous attack. Although Lin Fei's attack was a simple punch, it contained 2 levels of attack. The first level was a body-refining attack and the second was a thunderous attack. Not everyone could block 2 levels of power. There was a soft gasp from the other side. Lin Fei punched out once again, stirring up the entire void and causing it to collapse momentarily. This was the way to deal with any enemy. He couldn't let them attack again. Those who could barge in at this moment were definitely experts, and they were most likely experts from those so-called special forces. For example, the Holy Land of Celestial. At other times, Lin Fei wouldn't care, but this was a crucial moment. Luo Lan was indeed waiting for the fruit to ripen. It was getting closer and closer to ripening, and the color of the fruit was changing. His breathing changed every second, which further proved that this moment was especially important. Who told me that there aren't any experts outside? I didn't expect to meet an expert on my rare trip out. Interesting. He actually has a double attack. He is definitely the king of close combat. There was an unexpected sound from inside. Then the figure pounced out. The moment he pounced, he attacked Lin Fei with a spear. Lin Fei could feel how strong he was. This was an existence even more powerful than Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia, who was in the distance, instantly exclaimed when he saw the newcomer. Clearly, he had also recognized him. Holy Land of Celestial, Spear King Beijue. Xianxia knew many people, and of course, he knew some experts from that special place. He just didn't expect it to be the Spear King. His opponent's spear transformed into a sky full of shadows, enveloping Lin Fei from head to toe. However, this spear attack did not injure Lin Fei at all. His attack was blocked and he couldn't get close at all. An invisible barrier formed around Lin Fei's body. It was called the Thunder Defense. The lightning had a destructive effect, and it directly blocked the power. The remaining portion didn't have any effect at all. The second shot came, and it was as terrifying as ever. This shot was even faster than the previous one, almost reaching its limit. This guy's speed was really eye-catching. Shadows began to appear on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was not surprised at all that he left behind a series of shadows. The opponent was an expert in speed. At the same time, at the side, there was another figure that directly dashed out. He tried to circle around Lin Fei, but this directly triggered the trap left behind by Lin Fei. The deafening rumble caught him off guard. If you want to pass through here, you'll have to get rid of me first. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass today. Even if you're from some ancient faction, it's the same. You don't have the final say here. Lin Fei retreated. One by one, 10,000 couldn't get through. One by one, the essence spirits walked out and instantly formed a huge formation. As soon as the array appeared, the two of them experienced something different. A cold light fell on his body, followed by another cold light. Their strength seemed to have been smacked down. The two of them felt weird. You are actually the legacy of the Reincarnation Emperor and have cultivated so many reincarnation souls. You have even surpassed the Reincarnation Emperor. Or you. Even Xianxia could recognize him, much less the two of them. What awaited them was the combined attack of the reincarnation souls. One silhouette followed another, forming a huge attack. Lin Fei also joined the fray. That will have to wait until you beat me. Chapter 53:20. Streaks of lightning formed a giant millstone that trapped them once again. The two of them finally realized how strong the young man in front of them was. He was actually so strong. At the same time, they noticed Xianxia in the corner. They also recognized Xianxia's background. He was an expert who came from a special place. He was the descendant of an ancient deity. But now, he was just standing in the corner. One could imagine how strong this young man was. The two of them looked at each other and started to attack. However, no matter what they did, they were still trapped. The primordial spirit formation was really terrifying. The two of them felt their strength sink. After all, Lin Fei was already very strong. If he used this primordial spirit formation, it was like slashing their bodies. This slash made them realize what was different. With a loud explosion, they were defeated once again. They weren't a match for him at all. The two of them knew that with such a technique in his close combat attacks, they really couldn't attack at all. They could only keep retreating. That's right. If you can't beat him, then just stand there. When we are done, you can go take a look at the God Tree of Life. Anyway, it's right there. If you want it, you can just take it back. I'm quite easy to talk to anyway. Lin Fei could also tell that the two of them were indeed quite strong. They were able to withstand his melee attacks and the suppression of their primordial spirits. It could only be said that they were very strong. There were even white marks on their bodies. They were left behind by the other party. In other words, the so-called Spear King was indeed very strong. You are really strong. You have exceeded our expectations. We haven't seen someone like you in a long time. Don't you know where we came from? North Ju Yongheng stared at the person in front of him. However, the moment he said that, Lin Fei attacked again. What's the point of putting on airs here? His fist broke through the sky and lightning surged. Once again they were injured. After refining the Thunderbolt core, Lin Fei's control over thunder and lightning was at will. Then, he would be able to unleash a powerful killing move. Although the two of them were strong, their bodies could not compare to Lin Fei's. Lin Fei's thunderbolts were their greatest threat, directly hitting them until their bodies couldn't withstand it. This battle made them realize the gap between them. This person was indeed very powerful. After exchanging glances, the two of them turned around and went back to where they came from. He didn't attack again. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. After all, this was a critical moment. Even if they came in again, they wouldn't be able to stop them. In such a short period of time, Luo Lan finally plucked all 3 fruits. Luo Lan was also quite excited. Just now, she also saw what the situation was like when she entered. He didn't expect that an expert would come, and an extremely powerful one at that. I've already gotten the item. Giving these 2 items to you won't be of much use to me. Both fruits landed in front of Lin Fei. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and casually took them. I think that although the two of them retreated, they are probably guarding outside. You should eat and refine the fruit first. With me here, they won't be able to come in. Lin Fei turned around and said to Luo Lan. Luo Lan also knew that the two of them were from the sacred land of immortals. That was different. At the very least, they were very strong. If the two of them could do that, it would be different if there were 2 or 3 of them. Absorbing and refining the fruit here would be very beneficial to Luo Lan's injuries. At the same time, Lin Fei waved his hand to let Xianxia and the others leave. Just leave obediently. You should know what to say and what not to say. Xianxia and the other 2 heaved a long sigh of relief. I understand. We won't say anything. Chapter 53:21. Luo Lan started to refine it immediately. He had to refine this thing before those people came in. He felt even more grateful towards Lin Fei. If not for Lin Fei, Luo Lan would not have had the chance to obtain this healing fruit. They were all so-called holy fruits. Even though it was just a small fruit, it was very useful to Luo Lan. It could help Luo Lan recover from his injuries quickly. At this moment, Lin Fei was still paying attention to the movements at the entrance. For a while, no one came in. Lin Fei believed that those people would definitely not give up so easily. They would probably find someone to charge in again soon. He also had a clearer understanding of the battle earlier. At the very least, they would not be able to do anything to him. On the other hand, his close combat skills were much better than theirs. He also had this essence spirit formation. Logically speaking, they would not come in just for the 3 fruits from the tree of life. Could there be something else here? Lin Fei was quite smart. Naturally, he was able to see through it. They might not be here just for this fruit. There was a high possibility that they were here for something else. Lin Fei and Luo Lan had already searched this place once and did not find anything good. In other words, there should not be anything missing here. But after they came in, Lin Fei had a new guess. I must have been mistaken. There should be something here. I have to search carefully. The 3 fruits of the divine tree of life were definitely not the things that people from such an ancient force would be interested in. Of the 3 fruits, one was for healing, one was for increasing one's strength, and the last was for increasing one's lifespan. They were all rather precious. They would only bear fruit once every 100,000 years. No, they would only mature once every 100,000 years. To many people, they would more or less be attractive. Lin Fei did not believe that they would place much importance on this. There must be something else here. Whoosh whoosh. A series of lightning bolts formed an inescapable net and began to search. It was like a radar that was constantly scouting. Lin Fei felt that he was too smart. Just now, when he was fighting, he felt that something was not quite right. It could be said that a hidden existence like this would come out at this time to look for something. I'd be damned if there was nothing here. The threads formed by the lightning bolts became even more precise. Inch by inch he passed by. It was really no different from digging 3 feet into the ground. Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't find it. He would never let them succeed. At the same time, on one of the floors, North Overlord Yongheng was there, and there were a few experts behind him. Their expressions were ugly. They were blocking the way below, but they didn't expect that there would be such a strong master above. Elder, what do we do now? That guy's strength is quite strong, but I can't see through him. He seems to be walking the path of close combat. It was a little terrifying. Coupled with the primordial spirit array, it directly suppressed them. No matter which aspect it was greatly suppressed. Speaking of which, it really made them feel a little aggrieved. It's okay, he definitely doesn't know that we're not here for the fruit of the divine tree of life, but for something else. This was the only thing that North Overlord Yongheng could be happy about. At the beginning, he didn't show much of an intention. It seemed like he was here for the fruit of the divine tree of life, but in reality, that was not the case. All we need to do is wait here. They will soon pluck the fruits from the divine tree of life. If everything goes as expected, they should be able to refine the fruits. When that time comes, they will definitely come out. As long as they leave, we can enter again. Also, find out where that young man came from. He's actually so strong. If he continues to improve, he'll definitely become the new close combat king in the future. We have to be careful. North Overlord Yongheng was quite far-sighted. He knew that the existence of such a person would bring a lot of influence in the future. The king of close combat was the limit. To people like them, it was definitely not easy to deal with. Chapter 53:22. After Lin Fei confirmed his guess, he began to look for it. Bolts of lightning swept over like an inescapable net. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he had to find something unusual about this place. He didn't find anything the first time. He didn't find anything the second time. He didn't find anything the third time either. It's just as I thought. It's not easy to find anything unusual about this place. The more I look, the more I believe that there must be something unusual about this place. Although Lin Fei didn't find anything after searching 3 times, he gradually had some clues and guesses in his heart. He continued searching. On the 8th time, Lin Fei finally changed his gaze. This place was near the Tree of Life. This was the only place that Lin Fei couldn't see through. If there were no problems with other places, then there really weren't any problems. However, there should be some problems with this place. Lin Fei decisively came to this place again. He had already entered the refining stage. Primordial spirit after primordial spirit came out and formed a strong defensive line. If there's nothing else here, then this place is really hidden too deeply. Lin Fei placed his last hope in this place. This place was different from other places. There should be some discoveries in this place. If he couldn't find anything here, Lin Fei didn't think that there would be any other places that he could find clues. He continued searching around the Tree of Life. After searching, Lin Fei really did find some clues. This clue was rather unremarkable. There was actually a space-time point hidden here. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong penetration of lightning, it would really be hard for him to find such an unremarkable place. This allowed Lin Fei to finally heave a sigh of relief. He knew that there was something wrong with this place. There really was a space-time point hidden too deeply. I knew that my guess was right. There really is such a place. Now, let me see what's inside. The people outside were so impatient that they probably thought they wouldn't find anything wrong with this place. Lin Fei was relieved. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to come in. The punch landed on this space-time point. The sealing power of this space-time point was indeed quite strong, but how could it withstand Lin Fei's attack? After 3 to 5 punches, the seal was broken. He directly rushed in. As soon as he entered, he found himself in a very narrow space. This space was very small, but as soon as he entered, Lin Fei was instantly suppressed. This power was vast and mighty, layer upon layer. It was really powerful, and it directly pressed down on Lin Fei, making him feel great pressure. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strong body was displayed at this time, and he directly withstood it. He was a little surprised. This place really did have some tricks up its sleeve. Just a moment ago, that eternal powerhouse was directly crushed. After a while, Lin Fei also adapted and began to look around. There were some things here, and these things were all blessed with seals. Each seal seemed to have existed for a long time. The most important thing was that this space-time point wasn't something that anyone could break. Even Luo Lan couldn't do it. If it were someone else, it would probably be difficult. Of course, they still had a lot of experts, so naturally they could break it. Lin Fei was even more glad that he reacted quickly. Otherwise, the benefits here would have been picked up by them. Previously, Lin Fei felt that it was impossible for there to be nothing left here. It was actually hidden near the God Tree of Life. Who would have thought that without a certain level of detection ability, it was impossible to perceive the space-time point here? Even Lin Fei had a guess. Maybe Lin Fei's eyes kept looking at these things, but he was not in a hurry to move. Instead, his eyes fell on a very inconspicuous thing. Chapter 53:23. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a very inconspicuous thing. Anyone who saw this thing wouldn't pay much attention to it. But when Lin Fei saw it, he felt that this thing seemed to be fated with him. It was a stone steel. The stone steel was in the corner. No one would pay too much attention to it. He came in front of the stone steel and grabbed it casually. But when he grabbed it, he felt that it was extremely heavy. It was as if it was connected to the world. This feeling was very mysterious and it surprised him a little. My divine demon strength has reached the peak, but I can't even lift this thing. It's really different. He unleashed his power once again. Wave after wave of power burst out. He couldn't lift it. This surprised Lin Fei once again. When he unleashed 100% of his divine demon strength, he finally picked up the stone steel. But this stone steel was very heavy. It was so heavy that it could even press down ordinary experts. The stone steel didn't have any words. It was like a wordless stone steel. But its weight was like the world was in his hand. If it was an eternal body, he wouldn't be able to lift it at all. But now that he was at the divine demon level, he could really lift it. Then he unleashed the power of lightning, which bombarded the stone steel continuously. He wanted to see what the material was like. In the end, the material didn't change at all. It was extremely sturdy. Lin Fei knew that he should have found the right thing. This thing was definitely a very valuable one. He didn't see anything on it, which was a little unbelievable to him. He casually put it away. There was no resistance, so he was completely relieved. He first checked around to see if there was anything else around to see if these things were useful. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei looked through the things here and knew who left these things here. It was actually a giant. This giant was actually called the Life Giant. Someone who dared to use the word life and giant was naturally a very terrifying existence. But the things left here were just some information. There were all kinds of information and they more or less revealed some information. The only thing that wasn't recorded was this stone tablet. Even the Tree of Life had records of it. This life giant had said that he had taken this thing out from an extremely dangerous place. He was brought up single-handedly. He spent almost all of his time on the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life could only grow here. It could not grow anywhere else. This also proved that the Tree of Life was indeed very unusual, and it was raised by this big shot. This was worth paying attention to. However, there was no information about this stone tablet. Lin Fei wanted to know the origin of this stone tablet, but he soon had an idea. Wasn't it just a stone tablet? When the time came, he would know the origin of this thing after signing in at the side. As long as the life giant didn't say anything, it didn't matter. He walked out again. In any case, he had already obtained the item. They were just trying to take advantage of the situation. That was absolutely impossible. After destroying the space point, there were no more space-time points. It was already impossible for them to find such a place. In order to prevent missing anything, Lin Fei searched again. This time, there were no more discoveries. Even the space-time point was gone. He was extremely relieved. After half a day, Luo Lan finally successfully refined and absorbed the fruit. Her entire body had recovered. The aura on her body also became colder. Lin Fei knew that her strength had recovered. If she only had 70% to 80% of her strength before, then she could now reach about 10%. She had completely recovered. Thank you for helping me for so long. My strength has finally recovered, Luo Lan said gratefully. Chapter 53-24. Luo Lan's side returned to normal. That meant they could leave this place. After all, the people outside were still thinking about this place. Lin Fei took all the good stuff. Now, Lin Fei wanted to know what this stone tablet was. As for the God Tree of Life, he couldn't take it away. The life giant had also said that this thing wasn't something that just anyone could touch. If someone really took it away, it wouldn't be of any use. It wouldn't be able to grow it. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about it. Why not just stay here? Maybe in the future, other people would be able to come here. Although the chances weren't high. Will the people outside be waiting for us? Luo Lan asked. Don't worry, they definitely won't be outside. Lin Fei followed Luo Lan out. It was much easier to get out than before. There weren't any problems along the way. There wasn't anyone stopping them. However, Lin Fei could sense that someone was hiding in the depths of the void, and that someone was using an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Fei pretended not to know. Anyway, they could do whatever they wanted. Everything was as they said. There was no problem at all. When they came out, Luo Lan knew what was going on. Maybe they were still thinking about what was inside. They wouldn't be here just for the fruit in his hand. Women could be quite smart sometimes. As expected, after they left, a few people quickly entered the last level. One of them was the guy they had fought before. It was North Overlord Eternal. Xianxia had left long ago. He didn't dare to stay and didn't have any thoughts of staying. They fell for it. This place has really good stuff. If we can find it, then our trip won't be in vain. This was why North Overlord Eternal called the others back. He didn't want to stop them. He knew that they wouldn't be able to find anything. In this place, they were the only ones who knew this news. The God Tree of Life was useless to North Overlord Eternal. He wanted to find a space-time point here. Once he found it, he would be able to find what was inside. He took out a treasure. All of you, go and stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Kill anyone who tries to barge in. North Ju Yongheng had to carefully search for this space-time point. After sending them away, he began to search for the activation treasure. The treasures kept flying around the area. This was a powerful treasure for finding spatial seals. It was very accurate. After flying one round, he actually couldn't find any spatial point. North Ju Yongheng furrowed his brows and continued to push. It went straight into the depths of the void. It could be said that it was very detailed. He searched along the way, but still did not find anything. Not even once. Not even twice. Nothing on the third try. 4 times, nothing. After a dozen times. North Ju Yongheng's expression finally changed. Could it be that the information is wrong? There's no such thing as a space-time point here. That's impossible. This place definitely has one. This is the temporary base of that legendary giant of life. It was built to nurture this divine tree of life. He must have a space-time point here. Northern Ju Yongheng did not believe that his information was wrong. In that case, he would definitely continue searching. This time, they had spent more than half a day, but they still had no results. North Ju Yongheng seemed to know what was going on. Could it be that the kid found out? That was possible. After all, that guy was quite powerful. Maybe he had some powerful methods. North Ju Yongheng slapped himself. He had overestimated himself. This guy was the most powerful. He easily took away the space-time point treasure. This was bad. The most important thing was that there was a very important thing inside. That was the target of this trip. Chase after him. We must find that brat for me. Chapter 53-25. After Lin Fei and Luo Lan came out, they went their separate ways. He knew better than anyone that the people inside would probably chase them out soon. Once they came out, they would definitely kill the two of them. Lin Fei didn't care, but Luo Lan might be a little troublesome. After all, she was much weaker than him. Even if she recovered, it was the same. Lin Fei let Luo Lan leave first. Luo Lan listened to Lin Fei this time. She knew that he definitely took something good inside. The smart one didn't ask and left. After Luo Lan left, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was sensing the situation outside. After all, he could see everything clearly with his heaven eye. That fellow had really chased after them. One figure after another came over from all directions. Especially when one of them was heading in his direction. The leader was North Overlord Yongheng. As expected, he still chased me out. Lin Fei was a little surprised that it took him so long to get out of there. That guy probably dug 3 feet into the ground. In the end, he took it first. He released a bit of his aura and instantly left. North Overlord Yongheng felt the aura too. It was obvious that he didn't leave. He was prepared to watch him make a fool of himself. His face turned black. Chase him, he's right in front. Don't bother about the others, he's right in front. Everyone stop him. North Overlord Yongheng obviously knew who he was. He was just here to watch the show, to see if he could get anything. If he knew that this was the case, he would have charged in from the start. He wouldn't have ended up like this. North Overlord Yongheng wanted to slap himself. It was too difficult. Fortunately, no one noticed the situation here at this time. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing for them to encounter such a situation. Not long later, North Overlord Yongheng was the fastest. He could feel that aura faintly discernible. It really surprised him a lot. That guy was definitely in front. He chased and chased. The other party seemed to have stopped. North Ju Yongheng slowed down as well, and doubts arose in his heart. He couldn't possibly say that that guy had arranged people in front of him, right? After all, North Ju Yongheng had fought with this guy before. It was still quite a headache. Now that this guy had stopped, it was conceivable that this guy might have some tricks up his sleeves. North Ju Yongheng had never encountered such a situation before. He knew he had to go. If he didn't go, this guy would probably really leave when the time came. Once he left, then all his efforts would have been in vain. They chased for a while longer. He finally saw a figure standing on top of a mountain peak. She was smiling at him just like that. You've caught up so quickly. I don't know what you're up to. Are you going to fight me again? If we fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me alone. Lin Fei was indeed smiling. Looking at this Northern Absolute Eternal. This Northern Overlord Eternal should more or less know some secrets. North Ju Yongheng looked around and realized that he was the first one to arrive. The others didn't come. This made him frown. This wasn't a good situation. Before this, he really couldn't defeat this guy. If they fought now, he might not be able to defeat him. You should have taken the thing inside, right? I advise you to hand it over. If you don't hand it over, I'm afraid you'll regret it very soon. North Ju Yongheng said coldly. You'll never know how troublesome that thing is. It's a hot potato. If you hand it over now, I'll let bygones be bygones. I won't cause you any trouble. You are quite smart. You know that I took something. But there are so many things. How do I know what you want? I can't just say that I take one and you take one. This kind of thing can't be done. Lin Fei wanted to know if the other party's target was the stone tablet. If it was the stone tablet, then he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. The other party was here for this thing. Chapter 53:26. North Ju Yongheng was infuriated. That guy did it on purpose. He definitely knew a lot. That space-time point wasn't easy to find. He found it so easily. In fact, even North Ju Yongheng was surprised. Now he was acting dumb. Zhang Xian blurted out without hesitation. I'm talking about that stone tablet. That stone tablet is definitely in your hands. I can give up everything else, but you have to give me that stone tablet. North Ju Yongheng's tone became more intense. As for the other things, North Ju Yongheng wasn't interested. He didn't even think that there was anything powerful here. But he definitely had to get it. He had to hold it in his hands. To Lin Fei, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this guy was here for that. He didn't think that he would really be here for the stone tablet. This stone tablet looked quite extraordinary, and it was extremely difficult to pick it up. It had taken him a lot of effort. He casually took out the stone tablet. He threw it at North Ju Yongheng. Don't you want this stone tablet? I don't mind if I give it to you. This time, North Ju Yongheng was surprised. Then, with a boom, the entire stone tablet smashed on his body. His body was smashed. Then, his body condensed in the distance. Just a moment ago, he had been killed once. North Ju Yongheng was furious. You cheated, you bastard. North Ju Yongheng didn't expect that. The stone tablet was actually so heavy. It was like a treasure. He couldn't take it at all. Who would be able to withstand such a blow? They would be annihilated immediately. Fortunately, he was strong. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. Lin Fei casually took it back. Didn't you say that you wanted this stone tablet? I gave it to you right away, but you didn't want it. Instead, you talked about me. What do you think I should say to you? When North Ju Yongheng looked at his opponent, his gaze became filled with hatred. He had already suffered a loss inside. Now he had suffered another loss. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, he would really wish that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. The only thing that made North Ju Yongheng slightly happy was that there really was a stone tablet here. This kid really took out this thing. At the very least, he could keep an eye on them. There was nothing wrong with this fellow. The item was taken by this brat. The most important thing now was how to get the stone tablet. When it landed in the other party's hands, it was like a huge hidden weapon. This smash was something that no one could withstand. Moreover, this stone tablet had a certain special power. If you still want this stone tablet, no problem. I will definitely give it to you. Lin Fei smiled. He felt that using this thing as a hidden weapon was really cool, and he couldn't withstand it at all. If he hadn't seen it, he might not have thought much about it. But after seeing it, Lin Fei felt that it was best to use it as a trump card. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand the stone tablet's attack. Do you know what this stone tablet represents? It's a hot potato in your hands. If you give it to me now, I can let bygones be bygones. I can even give you something. North Ju Yongheng said coldly. After all, this stone tablet was really important to him. The key was how to get it back. At least, this kid didn't seem too happy about it. So, he had to change his method. At least, he definitely couldn't make a move now. He couldn't beat him. So, he had to use another method. He had to use some treasures. Maybe he could exchange it for this item. That was the only thing North Ju Yongheng could do. If he really couldn't, then he couldn't be blamed. When the time came, he would use all his strength. Weren't you going to attack just now? But now you want to use treasures. Do you think I'll agree? 7017K. Chapter 53:27. How could Lin Fei not know what this guy was thinking? It was obvious that he couldn't beat him, so he wanted this thing. Hence, he wanted to use another method to move Lin Fan. After all, they came from a special place, so they had many special treasures on hand. Luo Lan's words weren't just for show. Lin Fei also remembered it clearly, so he understood it quite well. Then, can you tell me what this thing is? I feel that this thing is quite unusual. If you can explain it to me clearly, maybe I will consider returning it to you. The stone tablet appeared in Lin Fei's hand once again. It flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he put it away. In the blink of an eye, it was different for North Ju Yongheng. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He purposely used it to provoke him. This stone tablet was really important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here. All for this stone tablet. In the end, it was taken away by a little bastard. Even now, he didn't know where this guy came from. This was the most inconceivable part of it all. Are you sure you want to know? If you know about this thing, I think it's useless to you. Your best choice is to hand it over and pretend you don't know anything. After all, this matter involves too much. North Ju Yongheng's words became more serious. Of course, Lin Fei could hear it, and he was more or less surprised. This stone was actually so important. It was indeed a little inconceivable. I'm a very brave person. I also thought that this monolith seemed a little interesting, so I put it away. However, I didn't expect that this monolith would be heavier than the 100,000 mountains. Therefore, this thing is very useful as a hidden weapon. Even a person like you can't withstand it, let alone others. Yi Shiwen smiled. Lin Fei smiled. This smile made North Ju Yongheng's heart ache. If I didn't underestimate you, why would this thing fall into your hands? It would have fallen into my hands long ago. Then listen carefully. What is this thing? This is the famous demon suppressing monument, one of the keys to the land of demon suppressing. Do you think you can control this demon suppressing monument? So this thing was called the demon suppressing monument. Lin Fei finally knew. No wonder this thing felt so different. This was especially so since it was very heavy. He reckoned that it was condensed into a huge mountain to support it. Or perhaps it could be said that there were many great formations set up here. This name sounds quite interesting. Why does it sound different? Why don't you tell me what's going on? Anyway, you've already told me. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. You don't know what's good for you. Northern Absolute Eternal Leaf Harumphed. This land of demon suppression is also a dangerous place. However, this place will soon be opened. Those so-called demon sect members will soon descend upon this place. They will begin the rebirth of a great era. Lin Fei had learned a lot of information from Luo Lan. Now that he heard it again, he felt that it was a little unbelievable. This situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Looking at the other party's luck, the fight was more intense than he had imagined. It actually involved the land of demon suppression. Are you feeling very afraid now? Even a little panicked? Let me tell you another piece of information that others don't know. The land of demon suppression has imprisoned a legendary celestial world elder. This celestial world elder is the founder, so when the time comes, he will definitely come out. What you need to do now is to hand over this demon suppressing monument. Then you'll be fine. However, if you're unwilling, then there's nothing I can do. North Ju Yongheng had said everything he needed to say. Now it was up to this guy to decide. This is quite interesting. I'm getting more and more curious. So, I can't return this demon-suppressing monument to you. North Ju Yongheng was dumbfounded. His face was full of black lines. 7017K. Chapter 53:28. If it was any other time, it wouldn't matter, but right now, North Ju Yongheng was infuriated. It never crossed his mind that this little rascal was not going to hand over the item. But he didn't dare to snatch it. If he really did, he wouldn't be able to beat him at all. This guy was more capable than he imagined. If they really fought, he might not even be able to leave this place. Voila. Just like how the monument smashed over. When the stone tablet came crashing down, it was as if the area around his body had been restricted. There was a loud explosion. His entire body was smashed into the ground. If you still want this stone tablet, then it's not a problem at all. I can make you feel extremely satisfied at any time. Just like that, North Ju Yongheng didn't have any other thoughts. He spat out these words fiercely. You'll regret it. No one can hold this thing, not even you. North Ju Yongheng really left. This time, he directly used a space treasure and didn't dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be suppressed by Lin Fei. When that happened, who knew when he would be able to get the monument back? That was the scariest thing of all. Without this terrifying demon-suppressing monument, everything would be fine. But with this terrifying demon-suppressing monument, it would make one feel despair. Lin Fei didn't think that this guy was quite tactful, slipping away right away. He was quite timid. Of course, he wanted to scare him. He already knew everything he wanted to know. The demon-suppressing monument in his hand was definitely an extraordinary thing. He definitely couldn't give it to them. If he took it to sign in, there should be some good stuff. Just like that, Lin Fei quickly left. This time, he didn't return to Great Void Sect. Great Void Sect had nothing to do. They were the only ones left to slowly develop. What Lin Fei needed to do was to find a place to sign in. He believed that the people from Holy Land of Celestial would definitely find it. In that case, the Great Void Sect would definitely not be able to return. They would definitely follow the clues of the demon suppression steel and come back. Lin Fei decided not to go back. Instead, he went from universe to universe, back and forth through 10 or so universes. Some of them were great cosmoses, while others were small cosmoses. There was not a single universe that Lin Fei was satisfied with. In the end, they only stopped at a barren place. Looking at this area, he was a little surprised. He had actually returned to this place. This place seemed to be the primordial land. He didn't think too much about it and decided to sign in here. There were still some places here that were quite safe. In Lin Fei's eyes, the danger of others was the greatest safety. That was all. Lin Fei happily went in and only stopped when he reached the most special place inside. He found a random place and started signing in. Ding! Sign in for Demon Suppressing Monument, obtained Soul Suppressing Seal. This reward surprised Lin Fei a little. It was just as he had guessed. This thing also had a certain sign-in qualification. This demon seal was a special kind of seal. It was used to deal with powerhouses. Once one was struck by this seal, their strength would be directly sealed and they wouldn't be able to break it at all. It was even more mysterious. It was also the most powerful sealing method that Lin Fei had ever seen. It was a pity that North Ju Yongheng ran too fast. If he didn't run so fast, he could try to break this seal. He believed that he would be very satisfied. Just this sign-in alone let Lin Fei know that signing in here was quite beneficial. He would sign in for half a month first. It was a pity that he didn't bring any time treasures with him. Otherwise, his signing in would be even more efficient. It would be even more efficient. Chapter 53-29. This sign-in session lasted for half a month. Lin Fei also signed in a lot of things. Among them, the one that satisfied him the most was the so-called demon suppression technique. The demon suppression technique was even more peerless when used in close combat. These methods could only be used in close combat to display their invincible might. Anyone who could master these methods and have a strong body would naturally be able to increase their strength. In just half a month's time, Lin Fei's strength had increased by a certain amount. This also made Lin Fei quite satisfied. However, he didn't sense any aura chasing after him. He was quite puzzled. Could it be that those guys from the Holy Land of Immortals had given up? Especially the words that North Ju Yongheng said before he left. He was gnashing his teeth in anger, as if he wanted to capture him. Then he would definitely follow him, just that he hadn't come yet. He overestimated the ability of this so-called Holy Land of Immortals. He thought that he would be able to find him in a short time. But now, it seemed that they weren't as smart as he thought. It took so long to find someone. If they couldn't find him, then they could just cultivate for a while longer. What a convenient thing. This sign-in lasted for another half a month. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After half a month of sign-in, his luck was average, and there was nothing eye-catching. Whoosh. Within the range of Lin Fei's heavenly eye, he sensed that several figures had arrived. Are they finally here? After looking forward to it for so long, they finally didn't disappoint me. He had waited for these guys for a month. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that they wouldn't be able to find him. But now, it seemed that they were quite capable. At the very least, they didn't go to the Great Void Sect. If they went there, he would have to rush back. As for using the Great Void Sect to threaten him, they probably wouldn't bother doing such a thing, because it would have no effect. For a powerhouse like Lin Fei, such a method could only be said to be quite inconspicuous. Unless they came in person, there was nothing they could do to Lin Fei. Their purpose was also very direct. Good heavens, 6 people actually came, and all 6 of them were eternal-level powerhouses. Every single one of them seemed to be at about the same level as the Northern Absolute Eternal. They must have brought some powerful treasures with them. In front of the Heaven Eye, Lin Fei could see it clearly. The 6 of them were indeed quite powerful. If he had special defensive treasures or offensive treasures, he would naturally be able to form a powerful combat force. He was even more confident now. I feel like something is spying on us. 6 people were coming over. Suddenly, one of them looked up and said in a cold voice. A lot of doubts flashed through his eyes. The remaining 5 people began to look around. He didn't feel like he was being watched. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could there be anyone spying on us in this place? There's only 6 of us. Who would dare to do so? They're not that capable. They were extremely confident in their own strength. This kind of thing hadn't happened to them in a long time. You guys know that my intuition is innate. My intuition is never wrong. Right now, someone is definitely watching us. Perhaps it's that Lin Fei that North Ju Yongheng mentioned. This person's tone became extremely serious. No one knew better than him that he really did feel that someone was spying on him just now. The scariest thing was that he couldn't sense where it was. It was as if this part of the world was within the scope of the other party's spying. Lin Fei was also surprised. Did this guy have some ability? He could actually sense it. He was also the first one to sense it so far. It should be some kind of innate special divine ability. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to sense it. It seemed that there were quite a few powerhouses in this place to be able to sense something like this. Even if he sensed it, so what? Chapter 53:30. It wasn't a good thing to be spied on. At least, that was the case for the few of them. North Ju Yongheng seemed to know who did it right away. Maybe it was that guy called Lin Fei. Was there such a magical technique? At least he didn't feel anything. Voila voila. The treasure was taken out, but it was useless. It couldn't stop the enemy from spying on them. His presence was still faintly discernible. In that case, it is no wonder you are unable to defeat that Lin Fei. That fellow does have some ability. It should be said that he possesses a powerful treasure. North Ju Yongheng felt ashamed. He was an expert from the celestial Holy Land, but he couldn't beat a young lad. He felt like he was getting old. Lin Fei stared at them from start to finish. When they came in, they found that the direction they were looking for was quite correct. It was almost as if they were following his direction, which meant that they had something on them. He was sure of it. Where the hell is this thing? Kid, you can come out. We know you are here. You can't hide. The 6 of us aren't joking. You should just come out. North Ju Yongheng seemed to have gained some confidence and started to clamor. The remaining 5 people were quite surprised to know about this at first. They didn't expect North Ju Yongheng to suffer such a huge loss. It was rare to see something that couldn't be taken back. The 5 of them came over. Could it be that the 6 of them couldn't beat this guy? Voila! Just like that, a black shadow came over. When the black shadow came over, they were instantly shocked. This was the famous soul-suppressing monument. Also, the soul-suppressing monument instantly transformed into tens of thousands of mountains, which came crashing down one by one. A loud rumbling sound rang out. In just a moment, they were forced to retreat again and again. Then, the soul-suppressing monument flew back. It landed in one of their hands. He played with it casually. I heard that you guys wanted to meet me. Looks like you guys aren't that strong after all. You guys couldn't even withstand a single attack from this stone tablet. I'm really disappointed. North Ju Yongheng, even if you're looking for someone, you should at least look for someone strong. To think that you would find someone so weak. I'm really disappointed in you. Lin Fei shook his head. With that, he realized that the strength of these fellows was only so. They were not as strong as he had imagined. No wonder you were able to suppress North Ju Yongheng to the point where he had no temper. You're actually able to play around with this soul-suppressing monument to this extent. You're indeed quite capable. The one who was staring at us just now was you, right? Just like that, the 5 of them felt different. It was quite amazing. One could imagine how strong this guy was. They came from the sacred land of Immortals, which meant that they were much, much stronger than him. He absolutely could not lose face. If I were you, I would leave now. However, you have to put these things down. Otherwise, it would be a little impolite. After all, we are here to meet guests. How can we leave without bringing something? The 6 of them almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This brat really dared to say anything. Did he really think that he was strong just because he chased North Ju Yongheng away? In their eyes, he was just that. Presumptuous. How dare you say such things in front of the 6 of us? Let us show you how strong the sacred land of immortals is. North Ju Yongheng couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be as arrogant as possible. If that was the case, the other 5 would go all out to attack. They would be able to suppress him right away. Then he smoothly obtained this soul-suppressing monument. 7017K. Chapter 53:31. Although he didn't sign in for long with this demon-suppressing monument, Lin Fei had already obtained a lot of benefits from it. Just now, he knew that the demon-suppressing monument could create an absolute space within a certain range. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be in such a sorry state. If this thing fell into Lin Fei's hands, it would be of great help. Not to mention other things. Isn't it just more people? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei laughed. He directly released the reincarnation spirit. Each of the reincarnated primordial spirits connected together, forming a huge array that enveloped the area. Then, the monument came crashing down again. Now, let's see who's stronger. The 6 of them had indeed come in a menacing manner. At the beginning, he was stunned by the stone tablet. It was hard to accept. The 6 of them couldn't even withstand the attack of the demon-suppressing monument. They saw the reincarnation spirit. These reincarnation spirit directly activated the large array. It was as if their hearts had been cut by a knife. They were extremely unhappy. The soul-suppressing monument came crashing down again. They were also extremely unhappy. One after another, they were completely dumbfounded by the successive attacks. Lin Fei's methods were also extremely terrifying. With a single punch, he turned the space around them into ruins. This punch was incomparably powerful. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. When did this guy become so strong? It was completely different from what they had expected, and he had managed to move this far with just one punch. Just this punch alone made them understand what despair was and what the gap between them was. North Overlord Yongheng was the most helpless one. He actually couldn't feel what level this person's true strength had reached. He could only watch as the other party attacked. Every single punch shook the void here. All the power seemed to be nothing in front of him. Just one punch made them feel the pressure of breathing, let alone the reincarnation spirit. Coupled with the soul-suppressing monument, they couldn't see victory at all. Their hopes were slim. This won't do. We have to activate our strongest treasures. Otherwise, we won't be this guy's match at all. The last time North Overlord Yongheng fought, he could still fight against this kid. But now, he felt a huge difference. This difference made him feel that he had cultivated for nothing. It was as if all his years of cultivation had gone to waste. This fellow was the true strongest. This was really embarrassing. The 6 of them immediately released a treasure. This treasure was a bronze statue. As soon as the bronze statue appeared, it grew with the wind and turned into a giant. The giant then displayed an invincible technique. In fact, Lin Fei could even sense a trace of the aura of an immortal from the giant. It was definitely the real deal. Lin Fei could generate some immortal energy from signing in every day, so he could feel the difference in this bronze statue. It was definitely not this treasure. No wonder the 6 of them had to activate it at the same time. It must have consumed a lot of energy. Lin Fei, don't you think you're very powerful? Let's see if you can withstand it. The giant grabbed a gigantic axe and swung it down. This axe arrived in front of Lin Fei, and he resisted it just like that. With a boom, the surroundings of the 2 of them quickly turned into ruins. The powerful force passed through the bodies of the 6 of them, and very little of it passed through them. The 6 of them all had protective treasures on them, so they were able to withstand it. No one knew the origin of this bronze statue better than them. This was a true treasure from the upper realm. Not many people in this realm had such a treasure. Needless to say, it was extremely lethal. However, it consumed a lot of energy, and only the 6 of them could use it. Beams of cold light directly slashed down. The bronze statue displayed its invincible technique. It instantly exploded. It seemed to have the upper hand. North Overlord Yongheng and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they could control Lin Fei. Otherwise, they would have come all this way for nothing. Chapter 53-32. The attack power of this bronze man was much stronger than he had imagined. Especially the axe, which was filled with cohesiveness. Not everyone could block it. At least, normal Eternal Realm experts weren't its match. Even peak experts couldn't block it. Even 3 to 5 peak experts would be heavily injured or even killed by the bronze man. North Ju Yongheng and the others were looking forward to winning. No matter how strong this guy was, could he fight against the treasure? Logically speaking, that was impossible. What they had to do was simple. They just had to wait for him to succeed. They didn't have to do anything else. They already knew how strong Lin Fei was. He could play tricks with the demon-suppressing monument in his hands. Therefore, what they could do at this time was very simple. In such a short period of time, the bronze statue had unleashed over 100 attacks. Every attack gave them a jolt in their hearts. In such a situation, could Lin Fei still be able to withstand it? No matter what, they refused to believe it. In any case, you will definitely lose this time. It's just that simple. As expected, it is ridiculously strong. However, compared to before, I am much stronger. You can't do anything to me. Lin Fei's fist smashed into the bronze statue. He broke through layer after layer of attacks. He finally got close. He heavily injured it. This heavy blow sent the bronze man flying. The bronze man was like a stream of light, instantly charging out. North Ju Yongheng and the others were instantly smashed by the bronze man. Lin Fei purposely chose this direction. He smashed it. The 6 of them spat out blood. The bronze man fell to the ground. Then, Lin Fei came over. However, this time, how could Lin Fei give him a chance to attack? He stepped on top of the bronze statue. Rumble. He ran all the way underground. It is a waste to leave such a good thing in your hands. It is mine. Lin Fei's hand was like a knife, directly cutting through the void. In an instant, the connection between the 6 paths and the bronze statue was severed. The 6 of them coughed up blood again. In the end, all traces of him disappeared. The bronze statue disappeared once again. Then, Lin Fei's figure appeared in front of them. With a single grab, this world directly landed in Lin Fei's hand. It was the same for the 6 of them. They didn't even have a chance to resist. This fellow was too strong. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. What else do you have to say? Do you want me to send you to heaven right now? After all, your holy land of immortals has existed for too long. It's just the right time to destroy you. This grab made them realize what despair was. Even North Ju Yongheng finally realized the difference between him and Lin Fei. It was extraordinarily big. To think that it would be so easy for the other party to destroy him. It was totally different from before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that he had lost just like that. Even his life and death were in the other party's hands. He was extremely bitter. He regretted bringing other experts over. Let us go. We won't participate in this anymore. We don't want the demon-suppressing monument either. Anyway, we didn't say we wanted it. Someone else wanted it. We won't participate anymore. North Ju Yongheng was also extremely bitter. He knew what to choose. Now you know how to say that. It wasn't like this at the start. The power in his hand increased. They felt a huge power pressing down on their bodies. Huala Huala cracks also appeared on the treasured armor on his body. Don't attack. Don't attack. North Ju Yongheng shouted. I can tell you a secret regarding the descent point. Chapter 53-33. Lin Fei looked like he was going to kill them all. North Overlord Yongheng couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't say anything at this time, then it would really be over. With just a single move, he had actually managed to capture all of these experts. That was the most shocking thing about it. He hurriedly told them what he knew. When he said that, even Lin Fei himself was slightly surprised. You actually know about the descent point. Lin Fei knew about the descent point the best. In other words, when the people from above came down, they would definitely find a point. It was impossible for them to come down randomly. If they came down randomly, then it would be a complete mess. There was definitely a descent point. However, when he asked Luolan, he didn't know and wasn't very clear about it. Now, there seemed to be some clues. North Overlord Yongheng actually knew about this. This was indeed a good piece of news. To Lin Fei, knowing about this descent point was very useful. One had to know that it led to the top. It led to the top. If he signed in at this descent point, it would definitely be quite interesting. Others might not know what was going on. Lin Fei was quite happy to know that there was such a place. Maybe he could sign in there and get some good stuff. The possibility of that wasn't very high. What if? No one dared to guarantee such a thing. I really know about the descent point. This descent point is a piece of news that we put down. Those people who want your soul-suppressing monument came down from this place. You can completely wait here, we definitely won't say a word. Moreover, if you kill all of us, it won't be a good thing. The people above will notice it and won't come down from that place. North Overlord Yongheng was afraid that after hearing the news from Lin Fei's family, he would kill them again. He mentioned it. Lin Fei smiled. I have to see it to know whether it's true or not. North Overlord Yongheng didn't dare to lie. He directly said it. The descent point is located within a great family in the Zenith universe. No one knows that it is a descent point. That is where the descendants of immortals reside. Indeed, Lin Fei did not know of such a place. Not to mention that he was in a big family. This great family was actually the descendant of immortals. No wonder the descent point was placed here. In other words, the descendants of these immortals were guarding this place. What else do you know besides this? North Ju Yongheng shook his head. That's all I know. I heard that there will be people coming down in a few decades. It seems that the first round of people will come down in a few years. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, that's what the higher-ups said. This news really made Lin Fei feel quite happy. It was finally about to begin. And it came down from above. As long as you can let us go, I will tell you all the descent points one by one. When the time comes, there will definitely be more than one descent point. It's just that there are still many descent points that we don't know about. Lin Fei laughed. That's a pretty good way of putting it. A descent point like that will appear silently. Who knows where it will be? It's different with you guys. After all, you're from the Holy Land of Immortals. Don't tell me that your Holy Land of Immortals doesn't have a descent point. This was something that puzzled Lin Fei quite a bit. North Overlord Yongheng shook his head again. We don't have a descent point here. Don't look at it just because there are many powerhouses in the Holy Land of Immortals. In fact, it's not a descent point. Then I naturally won't kill you guys first. However, it's necessary to control you guys. He directly used the demon suppression technique that he learned from signing in previously. He directly used the demon suppression seal on their hearts. In an instant, the relationship between master and servant was formed. Of course, Lin Fei was the master. They were servants. After being stunned for a moment, they completely accepted their fate. Who wouldn't accept their fate? Their life and death were in the hands of the other party. Moreover, the appropriate method that the other party used was actually the demon suppression seal that they knew before. How long did it take for him to master it? Chapter 53-34. After taking control of a few of them, Lin Fei sent them back. There was no use for them. But he remembered one thing, which was about the descending land. This place could be visited. After all, the descending land could communicate with the people above in an instant. He could go there and pick up some benefits. After sending them away, Lin Fei came over. He passed through one universe after another. After that, he arrived at a middle-level universe. This middle-level universe was really unremarkable. If North Ju Yongheng hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei didn't believe that there would be a descending land here. Even if his thoughts swept through this place, he couldn't feel the existence of any immortal qi. It was indeed a very well-hidden place. Following that, Lin Fei came to a big city in this universe. This big city was quite different from other big cities. It was very lively. He decided to stay here. At the same time, he also gained some understanding of the situation here. This big city was under the control of this family. This family was considered a relatively powerful family in this universe, but not at the top. However, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the overall strength of this family was very strong. There were hidden powerhouses. These hidden powerhouses seemed to have used top-grade treasures. They even sealed their strength. Outsiders couldn't even see them clearly. What did it mean to hide one's strength? This was what it meant to hide one's strength. These people were definitely plotting something. No wonder they said that they were the descendants of immortals. They were used to guard this descending point. The strongest in this universe was only at the middle stage eternal realm. But this family actually had late stage eternal realm and peak eternal realm existences. It was truly a ferocious mess. Moreover, they only occupied this big city and didn't occupy any other places. It made them look very low-key. In the eyes of many people, this family was indeed very low-key and never participated in anything. It also made the major forces in this universe reluctant to come to this family. There weren't many families like this. They were already low-key, yet you still offended them. Wouldn't it be the same as putting them in the arms of the enemy? This was definitely not something they wanted to see. This family was really low-key. It was so low-key that many people couldn't even remember the existence of such a family. This was the information Lin Fei had gathered over the past few days. Lin Fei wasn't sure what was going on inside, because there was a layer of faintly discernible power isolating him from the outside world. It looked like a formation, but Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. This was definitely not a formation. It should be a powerful treasure that was used to defend it. In other words, it was an immortal weapon left behind by an immortal. It was extremely precious. He couldn't even detect a trace of immortal qi. Even Lin Fei himself couldn't feel it, let alone the others. He only felt that this was a powerful formation. He wouldn't think too much about it. This further proved North Ju Yongheng's words. This place was truly a place of descent. Moreover, this place of descent should be quite extraordinary. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to enter the family and find the place of descent. At that time, he could wait for the heir to come to him. Otherwise, who knew what kind of situation it would be outside? How to get in was a problem. He could also sneak in, but if he sneaked in, he would encounter the defense of this treasure. It would definitely wake people up. Lin Fei thought about it and changed to the simplest way to go in. This was also the simplest way, and the effect was also the most obvious. Chapter 53-35. Just like that, Lin Fei walked in front of the family. This family was called the Zhao family. It was a very low-profile existence. Even the main entrance was really low-profile. It was really ordinary and unremarkable. However, such a family had a great expert overseeing it. If anyone thought that they were easy to bully and barged in, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. "Stop, you can't enter." When Lin Fei reached the entrance, he was beaten down. The guards were all wearing black armor, and they stared at Lin Fei. It seemed like they would attack if there was any movement. Of course, they weren't that strong. Lin Fei smiled. "I am here to deliver something. Help me deliver it. After they see it, they will naturally invite me in. I won't make things difficult for you. I think such a small request shouldn't be a problem." Lin Fei took out a small box. He passed it over. The captain's expression changed slightly after taking a look. He seemed to know what it was. Then he sent it in. Lin Fei was prepared to enter just like that. As for how he let them see him, that was another matter. He took a set of things. This box contained a strand of celestial energy. There was very little celestial energy, and it definitely wasn't normal. This was also the reason why the captain's expression changed after seeing it. He sensed that this thing was different and entered right away. "You wait here. If you dare to force your way in, we'll take action." They cared a lot about it. The captain found the family head right away. "Just now, someone came and passed me a box. There was something in the box. I felt that it wasn't ordinary, so I brought it in. It seems similar to something in our family." One must know that the captain of the security guards naturally wasn't an outsider. He was a disciple of the family, which was why his expression changed. Zhao Zhen was drinking tea. He found it interesting. Then bring it over. Remember, next time, you can't just bring anything in. The box was placed on the table. Zhao Zhen casually grabbed it. The moment he grabbed it, the thing inside fell out. It fell into Zhao Zhen's hands. Zhao Zhen didn't seem to care at all. Suddenly his expression changed. He actually stood up. With a wave of his hand, he sealed off the surrounding area. Immortal Qi. There's actually Immortal Qi. No one knew better than him what it was. This was the famous Immortal Qi. Why was the Immortal Qi here? Could it be that he had seen through the meaning of the existence of the clan? Or could it be that there were already people coming over from outside, and they were going to, at this time? Zhao Zhen really couldn't stand still. The captain beside him also felt that the situation was a little serious. Should we invite him in? Zhao Zhen thought for a moment. Please come in, but don't make a big fuss. Just bring him in casually. I don't think he wants too many people to notice him. The captain quickly went out. Following that, two figures appeared behind Zhao Zhen. These two figures were the top experts of the clan. At this moment, they also came over because they felt the fluctuation of the aura. Someone sent a portion of Immortal Qi over. I don't know who this person is. Did he see through our clan's mission? Prepare for a rainy day. The two of you stay here to guard. If anything goes wrong, take it down immediately. The two experts immediately retreated. They disappeared without a trace. After all, this wasn't a small matter. It was a huge matter. Preparing for a rainy day was the right thing to do. Zhao Zhen was quite good at thinking. Chapter 53-36. The captain came out again. This time, it was quite simple. He directly said to Lin Fei, "Our family head wants to see you. Follow him in." After walking into the family, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Fei could feel that this mansion was indeed an extraordinary treasure. No one could feel it better than Lin Fei. This was a senfu. The legendary senfu of the Ming dynasty. Lin Fei finally knew why no one else could sense the problem with this senfu. This senfu was definitely a good thing. It was no wonder that it could hide experts and even become the legendary descending ground. It really had its own way of doing things. However, Lin Fei pretended not to know anything. Along the way, finally he saw a figure in a garden. It was a middle-aged figure. The figure just sat there quietly. When Lin Fei came in, his eyes fell on Lin Fei. It was like he was patrolling. Over and over again. One had to admit that this figure's eyes were quite sharp. There was no one around. However, Lin Fei could feel that there was someone here. And it wasn't just one person, but two. Both of them were experts and they just hid quietly in the dark. It seemed like there was a hidden space here. This space was very inconspicuous. If they fought in this space, it would be even more different. This was used to deal with him. As long as he had the slightest intention, he would immediately attack. It was indeed a good plan. I saw the thing you just sent over. That is the so-called celestial energy. You are quite interesting to send such a thing over. Can you tell me what it means? Zhao Zhen just looked at the young man in front of him. This young man was very unfamiliar and he couldn't see through him. However, Zhao Zhen could feel that this guy seemed to have a trace of celestial energy. This celestial energy was very obvious. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but he could still see it clearly. This was definitely one of the rarest types. It's nothing much. I came here specifically to find your family because your family is a descendant of an immortal and they are guarding this place. Am I right? Lin Fei chuckled. Zhao Zhen's expression changed noticeably. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. What you said is quite interesting. Our family's inheritance has only been passed down for a few hundred years. How could we have descendants of immortals like you said? Are you joking? How could Zhao Zhen admit it? At the same time, he was glad that he let this guy in. Otherwise, how would he know? This guy actually knew a lot of things. It seemed like the news had gotten out. However, he was rather puzzled as to how this news had reached the ears of such a young man. He didn't know if these words had spread outside. If news of this were to spread outside, it wouldn't be a good thing for their family. On the contrary, it was a bad thing. Anyway, you understand? It's meaningless for me to say it too clearly. Don't you want to hear what I came here for? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. As for Zhao Jin, his heart sank. This guy really had a motive. Then tell me, I'm all ears. Actually, it's very simple for me to come here. I heard that this world will soon become a place of contention. As for me, I'm quite interested in this place of descent. I want to stay here for a while. I think that shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhao Jin stood up. Who exactly are you? You even know about this? Whoosh. The other two figures came out as well. Their gazes fell on this young man. This was a top secret. They were guarding this place to protect this place of descent. There was nothing more important than this. And now, someone saw through it. It was someone they didn't know. That was what made them nervous. Chapter 53:37. Their biggest secret was discovered by this guy in front of them. Therefore, whether it was Zhao Zhen or the other two experts, they all locked their eyes on this young man. This news was no small matter. This was huge news. If this news were to spread outside, their family would be in trouble. The land of descent wasn't something that could be easily concealed. Actually, you guys don't have to be so nervous, because I'm the only one who knows about this. Not many people know about it. I'm just here to take a look and stay here for a while. I hope you guys can allow me to do so. Lin Fei said it in a simple manner, but for Zhao Jin, it was definitely not that simple. This guy was going to wait here for a rabbit to come to him. What was their mission? That was to protect this land of descent. Anyone who set their eyes on this land of descent would be the enemy of their family. That's impossible. This place will definitely not be given to anyone. Although you came in alone, as long as we capture you, we will naturally be able to interrogate you to find out who is behind you. Zhao Jin snorted. The two of them directly came forward. Even Zhao Jin himself had to activate the formation. In the blink of an eye, this place had turned into a space restriction. The space around them became viscous, as if they were stuck in mud. In an instant, they were unable to move. This was one of the methods. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to break free from this spatial restriction. The two experts directly came in front of the young man. One on the left and one on the right. They wanted to see how capable this young man was. He actually came all the way here. He even mentioned the matter of the land of descent. They wanted to wait here even more. If such a thing really happened, wouldn't it be a huge slap to their faces? Voila. The moment Lin Fei made his move, he instantly destroyed all of these spatial techniques. With a punch from each side, he forced the two experts to retreat. These two experts only needed to take a light blow to feel the boundless power hitting their bodies. Voila. The two of them were directly injured and kept retreating. They retreated all the way to the end before stopping. They retreated just like that. On the other hand, Zhao Jin's pupils shrank. This was definitely a terrifying scene. So strong. The three of them had all experienced how powerful this person was. This was especially true for the two who had just started fighting. The two of them came down again, but this time, when they were in midair, a force instantly exploded within their bodies. Their bodies were completely crushed. Their figures condensed in a place not far away from them. At this moment, his vitality was greatly damaged. Even though Zhao Jin hadn't made a move yet, no one knew better than him what an individual was capable of. No wonder he dared to come here alone. He was simply too powerful. If this is your confidence, then let me tell you, this is far from enough. This is the headquarters of our Zhao clan. No one can act presumptuously here. Whoosh. Time and space twisted. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a very inconspicuous place. No one knew where this place was. No one knew how this place came to be. In any case, he just appeared in a dark place. In this dim place, there were 9 round pillars erected. In an instant, the 9 pillars transformed into a formation. Zhao Jin's body was blessed. Zhao Jin also punched out. Let me show you what a celestial is capable of. Lin Fei knew that this family definitely wasn't simple. Just these two experts alone, even though they were strong, they were only able to deal with Eternal Realm experts. But it was too difficult to deal with him. He was far from it. This was the true method of making him feel conscious. This was the true method of a celestial. 7017K. Chapter 53:38. Zhao Jun had indeed used the strongest means of the Zhao family. That was to get their place of suppression. This was a special place. It could only be used when they were in the Zhao family. But it would consume a lot of energy to use it once. But this time, there was no other way. The black-robed young man in front of him was too strong. If he didn't bring him here, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Following that, the 9 pillars unleashed a powerful attack. Blessing his body. It was a punch. This punch was like a beam of light. It was impossible to defend against it. Lin Fei directly punched. The 2 fists collided heavily. When the time came, he took a step back. It was just a step, but he could feel the power of this punch. It was indeed the attack of an immortal. Because there was a different kind of power contained in it. That was the so-called magic power. It was indeed extremely powerful. This was magic power. It was also very terrifying. It continued to wreak havoc within Lin Fei's body. However, Lin Fei's body was extremely strong. Just like that, he got rid of that trace of power. For Zhao Zhen, this wasn't a good thing. This guy was actually able to withstand a single punch like this. He remembered that a powerful peak Eternal Realm expert came here in the past. After coming here, he heavily injured him with a single punch. He was killed with 2 punches. But the scene in front of him was completely different from before. Was this guy's body really that strong? It must be fake. This guy must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Continue attacking. Zhao Jun attacked again. This time, there were even more techniques that could be used. Lin Fei withstood them one by one. His body was extremely powerful. Then, the primordial spirits came out one by one. After these primordial spirits came out, they directly bombarded these pillars. Zhao Jun immediately recognized these primordial spirits when he saw them. This was the famous reincarnation primordial spirit. Since when could the reincarnation primordial spirit cultivate so much? Zhao Jun had heard of it. Dozens of reincarnation primordial spirits. He heard that in the past, the strongest was only 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. Could it be that this fellow was a monster? If he wasn't a monster, what else could he be? He had so many reincarnated primordial spirits. It directly shook the pillars. After all, even though these pillars were strong, Lin Fei's reincarnated primordial spirit was no joke. Zhao Zhen's expression immediately changed. After all, you can't mobilize your strongest power. You can only stare at me helplessly. Let me break your method first. I was kind enough to talk to you, but you didn't agree. Then I can only take it myself. This place of yours is really not bad, but your immortal method is not good either. The reincarnation primordial spirit kept breaking the pillar. Lin Fei threw a punch after a punch, and in an instant, countless attacks erupted. They bombarded the pillar like stars in the sky. These pillars were obviously unable to withstand the pressure. This was because Lin Fei had only attacked one of the pillars. Zhao Zhen was instantly anxious. If he really let him break this formation, then he would be completely finished. A group of black shadows came crashing down. It was the soul-suppressing monument. In Lin Fei's hands, the soul-suppressing monument more or less had some tricks up his sleeves. It could be big or small. When it was big, it could be as heavy as a mountain. Although the pillar was sturdy, cracks had appeared on it. More and more cracks appeared on the wall. Zhao Zhen looked at the black shadow that had smashed out and was even more shocked. You actually got the soul-suppressing monument. How is that possible? Why is it in your hands? There was a loud crash. The pillar was finally broken. The power that Zhao Zhen had infused into his body was instantly destroyed. Lin Fei also walked out of it. Zhao Zhen's entire body retreated. Chapter 53-39. Zhao Zhen knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. This guy was quite powerful. Even if he used his strongest technique that contained magic power, he still couldn't injure the other party's body. He only left cracks on the other party's body. If one didn't look carefully, these cracks wouldn't be visible at all. Your body actually surpassed the Eternal Realm. No wonder my attack was useless against you, and no wonder you dared to come to our Zhao family alone. I have underestimated you. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, Zhao Zhen wouldn't have believed that such a powerful powerhouse had actually come. He directly left them with no other choice. One had to know that this space was a special method. Anyone who came to their Zhao family was basically pulled in. No one had ever been able to escape from their Zhao family. This was the only one. Your methods here are quite extraordinary. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I might not have been able to understand it. Lin Fei had truly experienced what it meant to be a true technique. Today's method was indeed quite fierce. If it were anyone else who was slightly weaker, they would have been directly suppressed. Then do you think you should still make a move now? If you still want to make a move, then I won't be polite anymore. Since this guy had mastered such a method, he definitely had other methods. Lin Fei wouldn't force him into a dead end. If that was the case, he wouldn't come down so easily. He just wanted to use this place to sign in. Of course, this kind of sign-in was completely different from other times. That was the celestial world he could sign into. The celestial world was the most valuable thing. Although the soul-suppressing monument in his hand was quite good and he could receive some rewards from signing in Lin Fei's opinion, signing into the entire celestial world was the most valuable thing. If he could sign in properly, then he would definitely do it. Now, it all depended on whether this Zhao Zhen cooperated or not. If he cooperated, then everything would be fine. If he didn't, then don't blame him for taking action. As long as you don't destroy the Zhao family, I can hand over this place to you, and we won't leak any information. In a moment, Zhao Zhen had already made up his mind. He also knew what to do. If he continued to fight, he would have no chance of winning. Unless they were to perish together, but even if they were to perish together, he might not be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill this fellow. The other party probably didn't just cultivate an immortal physique. This was difficult to deal with. At the very least, the power of this world was unable to shake his body. This was the most terrifying existence. What you said is quite interesting. No one can snatch this place of descent from me. However, I was going to talk to you nicely, but you didn't listen to me. Handing over the place of descent now is indeed the best choice. I can promise you that I won't attack your Zhao family, but you must tell me everything you know. I need to know everything. If you hide anything, I will kill the most powerful person in your family. You also know that no one can escape from this range. This was the result he wanted. Of course, this also made Lin Fei realize that above his strength, there should be the so-called magic power. It was just that he had chosen the path of physical cultivation. In terms of magic power, he should be weaker than the others. But it didn't matter to him. When one's strength was absolute, breaking through the heavens with strength was no joke. Magic power could still be broken. It just had to reach a certain level of accumulation. It was just that simple. I said, I will tell you everything. Zhao Zhen said. He knew what to choose. Chapter 5340. Lin Fei easily took down Zhao Zhen and the others. He even looked at this landing camp. This landing camp was indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't for Zhao Zhen bringing him in, it wouldn't have been easy for Lin Fei to come in. Even though his strength could completely break through. But this landing camp was a little different. Any outside influence would cause it to collapse. In other words, this landing camp would no longer exist. It was very fragile. This was also why Zhao Zhen's family had been guarding this place. The others couldn't defend the landing camp at all. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't use these methods from the start. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Without this place to descend, it would be too difficult to find any traces of it. This was the only good opportunity they had. This is our landing camp. This landing camp is different from the others. Zhao Zhen said from the side. He gave a simple introduction of the items. The more he introduced it, the more Lin Fei understood another thing. This landing camp was indeed quite sacred. In another 10 years, the first person will come down here. Zhao Zhen said again. He didn't want his family to be purged. He was quite direct. Not many people know about this. I'm the only one who knows about it. There were still 10 years. 10 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. But to Lin Fei, it was just a short time. He didn't expect that he would come at the right time. Someone would come down in 10 years. When they descend, there won't be too much of a commotion, unlike the other landing grounds where there will be a commotion as soon as they descend. Unless it's our people here, no one will know what's going on. Then you can leave. I'll be here from now on. Remember what you said. If there's any commotion, your entire family won't be able to survive. Lin Fei didn't do anything to Zhao Zhen. After all, Zhao Zhen knew better than anyone that even with his methods, he wasn't a match for him. Not to mention the others in his family. Zhao Zhen retreated just like that. It was as if he had picked up a life. At other times, Zhao Zhen would never have such thoughts. But this time, it was different. He had thought it through. It was better to be honest. This way, he might be able to live a little longer. Otherwise, no one in the entire family would be able to withstand this person's attack. Just like that, Lin Fei stood guard here. It was as if he was waiting for a hare to come to him. He could sign in as well. Initially, he thought that he would be able to sign in here. However, he realized that he was thinking too much. He couldn't sign in at all. He could only take out his so-called soul-suppressing monument. After all, this kind of soul tablet was pretty good. This sign-in session lasted for 7 to 8 years. In these 7 or 8 years, Lin Fei didn't make any moves at all. Zhao Zhen was also quite honest. There were no tricks. He also knew that with such a person here, if he didn't behave himself, he would suffer a huge loss. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the information that Zhao Zhen sent over. This fellow didn't seem to be the same as the others. He still knew how to make himself trust and acknowledge them more at a time like this. Otherwise, the anger of a powerhouse wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Through this information, Lin Fei also knew that the situation outside wasn't as bad as he had imagined. It was quite calm. Then he was completely relieved. He didn't hear any movements from Guan Luolan either. He must have gone to do something important. That person was quite thoughtful. Chapter 53-41. He didn't sign in for nothing in the past 10 years. Lin Fei had obtained a lot of good things. At this moment, the most exciting moment had finally arrived. Finally, it was the 10th year. The 10th year. Lin Fei finally felt that there was a change in this place. Although the change this time wasn't very obvious, it was very clear. Someone must have come down from above. What Zhao Zhen said wasn't wrong. There were indeed people coming over. It was about to begin. This was an opportunity. This was an opportunity to sign in. Whether or not he could sign in from above would depend on today. Lin Fei didn't think that this passage would exist for a long time. He reckoned that it would only be a blink of an eye. The one who came down would definitely be a powerhouse. Lin Fei was already fully prepared. The commotion was getting louder and louder. With a swoosh, a figure directly came down from above. The moment he came down, it happened. Lin Fei felt that something was different. This was a vast and powerful aura. The moment this aura descended, it instantly brought about a big change. Indeed, it made everyone tremble with fear. In fact, this person seemed to have restrained his strength at this moment. After all, this place was completely different from other places. The strength that the other party restrained was definitely a true restrained strength. He finally came down? This place is indeed quite different from what I imagined. I just don't know if those people will follow me here. But I'm the fastest. I'll be the fastest to occupy a place. As soon as this figure walked out, he made a bold statement. Right after he came down, a big hand directly suppressed him. Of course, it was Lin Fei who made his move at this moment. He made his move the moment he appeared. He definitely wouldn't give him any chance to catch his breath. Even so, it made them feel different. This figure instantly raised his hand to block. Who is it? How dare you sneak around here? Just like that. It directly let out a thunderous sound. It directly penetrated the other party's body. Lin Fei's control of his strength had reached a very precise level. This time, it directly spread through the other party's body. As soon as he made a move, he let the other party know of his existence. The other party was directly hit in the head. No matter how strong his body was, he naturally felt a certain degree of suppression when he encountered Lin Fei's power. This wasn't the top, but the bottom. At this moment, Lin Fei also signed in. The passageway did not close. Sign in to the Celestial World. Obtained 1000 Celestial World magic power. At this moment, Lin Fei had indeed signed in. This sign-in actually gave him magic power. 1,000. It was absolutely shocking. This was equivalent to a huge harvest. 1,000 streams of magic power. Of course, Lin Fei knew how powerful this magic power was. Just look at Zhao Jun from before. He had once unleashed a technique, which was to create this magic power. His powers were not considered complete, and the power was only average. However, when it burst forth, it was definitely more than enough to crush the so-called eternal power, leaving a huge wound in his body. Only someone like Lin Fei could handle it so easily. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed countless times. With 1,000 streams of magic power in hand, this made the harvest of this trip extremely rewarding. The other party was stunned. Someone had actually attacked him. The other party was very strong, and it directly exploded in his body. Fortunately, he had magic power in his body, which directly offset this part of the attack. Then he saw this figure. This was a very young and unfamiliar figure. But just like that, it was able to attack him. This made him feel a little incredulous. He actually suffered an attack just like that. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Let me kill you first.